Hear the song that is sung by the four winds, for it is the voice of our awakening, which heralds the rebirth of Oloi.
I'm Comrade Shane, and this is Juche Lessons. This episode marks the beginning of our third and final chapter of Juche Lessons, discussing guiding principles, seeking to further clarify everything we have learned so far, and to answer commonly asked questions and misconceptions. Today, we will be discussing the importance of maintaining the independent stand in revolution. General Secretary Kim Jong-il said, quote, "If independence is to be defended, an independent stand must be firmly maintained in the revolution and construction." as the leader instructed, the independent stand is the fundamental stand that must be adhered to in the revolution and construction, unquote. The most important guiding principle of the Juche idea is that an independent stand must be maintained, containing the principles of Juche in ideology, independence in politics, self-sufficiency in the economy, and self-reliance in defense. The independent stand is a viewpoint deriving from the fact that the socio-historical movement is the movement of the masses for independence, and the history of human society is the history of the struggle of the popular masses for independence from all fetters. The independent stand encourages the popular masses to defend their position as masters of the revolution and construction, and enabling them to fully exercise their rights as such. That the popular masses exercise the rights as masters of the revolution and construction means that they deal with all problems of the revolution and construction in their interests, according to their own independent judgment and decision. The independent stand is a stand that opposes looking up to others without one's own opinion and moving in an opportunistic way in any complex circumstances. Failing to resolve one's own problems by one's own decision without independent character in bondage to others, or following the will of others and acting against one's own interests is contrary to the independent stand. The prolonged history of the masses' struggle for independence has recorded the fact that when the masses have failed to defend and exercise their rights as masters, the party becomes paralyzed by bureaucratic practices and abuse of power, causing support for the party to wane while empowering counter-revolutionary forces. In this situation, even the gains of the revolution obtained at the cost of blood can be lost. Therefore, the masses must firmly maintain the independent stand to defend their rights as masters in order to carry out the revolution and construction successfully. That the masses fulfill their responsibility as masters of the revolution and construction means that they resolve all problems in the revolution and construction on their own responsibility and initiative as befitting masters. Trying to get one's own work done by others, or to get one's own problems solved by others, is tantamount to shirking one's responsibility as masters and relinquishing one's position as such. Without a stand to fulfill the responsibility as masters, the masses cannot succeed in revolution. Of course, one country might receive aid from the people of another country, but the decisive factor is one's own strength. If the masters fail to discharge their duties as masters, aid from others is ineffective or distributed unevenly. For example, in 1936, the People's Front in Spain established the Republic and waged a revolutionary war against counter-revolutionary Franco forces that were in collusion with the imperialist fascist forces. At that time, the former Soviet Union supplied the Spanish people with goods corresponding to 417 million rubles, and heavy weapons such as planes and tanks, and sent military advisors and volunteers. In August 1938, Spanish International Coordination Committee was founded in Paris to send an aid fund of 300 million francs and a lot of food, clothes, and medicine for 2 years. The meeting of communist parties of 17 European countries was held, and an international support campaign was active for the fighting Spanish people. 35,000 volunteers from 54 countries went to the Spanish front. However, the Spanish People's Front failed to check the counter-revolutionary advance of the Franco-fascist clique. What was the decisive reason for the failure of revolution here? Of course, it was importantly attributable to the treacherous conspiracy of imperialist powers, and in particular, open armed intervention by fascist Germany and Italy. The main reason that the Spanish People's Front failed, however, to defend the gains of revolution, despite the international support of the Spanish Revolution, lies in the fact that the People's Front failed to fortify the internal forces firmly and rely on them thoroughly. The independent stand is the requirement of the revolutionary struggle itself. The revolution and construction is the struggle of the masses for independence from all fetters, both natural and social. The revolution and construction are the undertaking for the popular masses and of the masses themselves. As the revolution and construction are their own undertaking, the masses ought to solve all problems in the undertaking on their own responsibility and initiative. If one depends on others' strength, they cannot carry out the revolution and construction and realize their own independence forever. Since the revolution and construction are the struggle for independence, depending on others' power without the independent stand is contrary to the very revolutionary essence of the revolution and construction. The independent stand must be maintained in the revolution and construction also, because the revolution and construction are carried out with each nation as a unit. Just as a nation is the unit and conduit of oppression by the imperialists. Country and nation is the unit of social life and stable collective of the people who were formed through a historical social process. Humanity, social beings, have lived in a certain social collective since the first days they came into being. This collective has ceaselessly changed and developed through the process of the people's struggle for independence. A clan, which can be said to be the first social collective, developed through the course of history into a national identity. A national identity which was formed in this way was combined with state machinery to become a more stable social collective, a nation, or known by other countries as a nation-state. Nations are strictly distinguished because each of them is a firm social collective that is formed on the basis of commonness in social history, language, culture, and territory. As long as states and nations exist, people inevitably live and conduct activities with the nation-state as a unit. Since the revolution and construction are carried out with each nation as a unit, the only masters of the revolution and construction in each nation and country are the people of the country. The revolution and construction in each country is the undertaking for the people of the country that must be carried out on their responsibility. Therefore, the popular masses must maintain the stand of masters toward the revolution of their own country and nation. Today's sophisticated technical means rapidly develop, and accordingly, relations and exchanges among the countries and nations become closer on the worldwide scale. The Western imperialists describe it as a world becoming, quote, a world without borders, or, quote, integrated and homogeneous, unquote. But this is nothing but absurd sophism distorting the truth of the forced appropriation and commodification of others' land, labor, and culture. As society develops and the relations and exchanges among nations become close, commonness in the life of countries and nations increases. But the commonness has an independent and individual development of each country and nation as its premise and basis. Since each country and nation has its own ideology, system, history, and culture, and shapes out its own destiny, the forced integration of the world is inconceivable. Worldwide cooperation on the scale imperialist globalization dishonestly positions itself to be is only possible through equal and voluntary international relations. The history of communist revolution and the setbacks suffered in Eastern Europe, where one weapon the imperialists used was national independence sentiments to help them undermine and break up the USSR, demonstrate clearly that the independent stand must be maintained even as society develops, with relations and exchanges among countries and nations becoming close, and the commonness among them increasing. Maintaining the independent stand is the correct way for all countries and nations to defend themselves in the revolution and construction. That's all for this episode. Thanks for watching. If you liked what you saw, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. If you have any ideas for future videos you'd like to see on the channel, please leave your suggestions in the comments. Be sure to check out our other social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Finally, as an independent creator, my work on all channels and platforms is sustained through the generous donations of supporters and comrades. It allows me to focus as much time as possible on content creation. My PayPal is in the description of the video for anyone who is able and would like to contribute. Thank you and red salute, comrades.
Do you tire of listening to reactionary drivel every time you turn on your television? Do you want to learn about communism in a fun and interactive way instead? Then come down to Leaping Larry's. When you come down to Leaping Larry's, you will be greeted with a salute every time you step in through the door, because we value our comrades. At Leaping Larry's, you will learn how communism and the Juche idea can create a more equitable and just society. You will learn about the importance of collectivism and cooperation. And you will learn how communism can help to create a world without poverty or hunger. Leaping Larry's, your home for communist and video game edutainment.
I see we're starting the nonsense off early today, huh? Jesus Christ, someone got banned already? Looks like it's gonna be an exciting fucking day, doesn't it? If you didn't catch what was going on there, that the person I just hate that fucking movie so much. I just hate it. The person came in and they were like, yeah, so the person came in, they were like, North Korea, best Korea. And I just responded and said, no, Korea is one Korea. And then he goes, I agree, it used to be. And then I just said, well, it still is. There's just an occupied part, right? And there's a sovereign part. And then in response to that, he said, well, the quote that I took was directly from the movie The Interview. If you're not familiar, The Interview is this movie from, when was it? Wait, let me look it up again. It's a movie from 2014 from these two completely unfunny, Seth Rogen and whoever the fuck the other person is, Evan Goldberg or whatever. It's a bunch of racist fucking bullshit, like pretending to be a movie. And again, North Korea, best Korea, right? That's what he said. Which is, it's just insulting in a bunch of different ways. And then when I said that movie is made by a reactionary comedian piece of shit, he goes, that movie's funny. So I just banned him immediately. Like, if you find this movie funny, this might not be the stream for you. That's all. I mean, you can still watch. You don't need to be muddying up my chat with your bullshit. That's all. Pretty simple. It's the same reason, like working in the Korean Friendship Association and stuff, I've come to meet enough people who used to live in DPRK and Koreans who want to go and visit DPRK who can't for various reasons, to know that, like, they don't want to hear, like, Korean people don't want to hear that kind of bullshit being spewed from you. And I don't want to have a community where people come in and just, like, feel free to say bullshit like that constantly, so... there's lots of other streams you can say that shit. Imagine if the DPRK made a movie and they portrayed Joe Biden being brutally killed. The US would literally invade. Yeah. And I mean, just the whole premise of the movie is based on all these different racist tropes and shit. The whole idea of, like, what was it? They had to go and convince him to, like, have democracy or something? I can't remember all of it exactly. Well, today, you know what we're doing today. The main event for today, of course, is going to be our read, which I will bring this over here. Do I think the decline in caveman-themed video games since the 1990s, Joe and Max, Superbonk, Tomba, two of those I've definitely played, is symptomatic of a wider decline in society? I think the lack of fun platformers, you know, like there used to be, is definitely symptomatic of that. Yes. It's a sign of the I mean, it's not a decline in society. It's just simply the natural development of capitalism. And the rupture against capitalism, of course, will put us back on track for a progressive development of society once again. Isn't there a large contingency of Koreas that are in South Korea that want to be unified again? Oh yeah. I think I remember you telling us a figure on that. There's a huge figure. And ones that like just ones that want friendlier relations with DPRK for many reasons. There's definitely a huge figure of that. Kim Jong-un has like a huge approval rate in South Korea. They discovered before. I was looking for this one thing because my cat is in the living room right now, just going full on goblin mode. I can hear like dishes being knocked over and all kinds of shit. The real problem is no EA Skate for over a decade, says Lennon. Yeah, I can sympathize with that. I mean, I just play. This is why. Look, I play indie games and I still play retro games. This is why. I would have to dig it up again, Lesbian Hot Sauce. But yeah, I can. And you can look up too as well. If you look up, like, there was various joint agreements where, like, I think one was 2004 maybe, where Koreans who were in the South got to return back to DPRK. There's been several occasions of this. By the way, I wanted to show you this one because Lesbian Hot Sauce in chat here mentioned about how, you know, people in socialist societies understand that the leaders aren't, you know, individual leaders who come up with all the theories and all the policies and all the stuff by themselves. They realize that it's the leader is a collective representative, right? And you can yourself learn this by reading works from DPRK. You can learn this from reading about Juche, that this is the conception and the people in their own society have the same conception. And this is why in practice you have things like the Supreme People's Assembly having the right of recall and the right of appointing Kim Jong-un to state positions. Within the party, of course, that's up to the party who to vote as their leader, just like in any other party, which is especially more democratic in a socialist society, because in a capitalist society, whatever party wins the election gains direct hold of state organs, and Joe Biden appoints people, even Supreme Court judges. And then what you have in a socialist society is the party is constantly independent of all state organs. Good morning, Red Falcon. So yeah, here, listen to this, Lesbian Hot Sauce.
And
I was thinking about, you know, our way of life, which is really based on freedom of speech and freedom of thought, and people can wear what they want and they can dress what they want and they can be as rude as they want about their leaders, you know. Presumably you...
Our leaders get to be scapegoats, therefore we have democracy, is Palin's argument here.
I think that's not a good thing. I mean,
it's your freedom. It's your freedom. You can do what you want, and we have got our own, you know, own style, and you have got your own style, and your citizens can do what they want, and yes,
and your citizens can do what they want too.
Yes.
There you go.
Like, yes? What the fuck do you want me to say, you fucking weirdo English fuck? Yeah, every subsequent leader, perfect thing to point out, social henching. Every subsequent leader in the DPRK has become less and less of an administrative and even theoretical leader and more of an ideological, symbolic leader, 100%. Which is, I mean, exactly the direction of development that, if you read State and Revolution, or I say this one is even easier for understanding the concepts trying to get across in State and Revolution, this one literally talks about this is the whole Leninist organizing principle, right? And you see that more and more being realized in DPRK, where you have it going from being the presidency being basically the head of the party, the head of the... Oh shit, I need to have like lights going off or something. Damn, welcome in, Unelectable. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, comrades. Hello. We were just discussing leaders in DPRK. I'm Comrade Larry. Mi'kmaq communist from up north here. We talk a lot of theory. Right now, of course, we're talking about, again, DPRK. Some comrades mentioned to me there was a BRG video or stream that was like anti-Juche and anti-DPRK, so I was just bringing up some stuff. And then later today, we're going to be reading from this work right here, which is Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend. And it looks like we're getting to the part that debunks the quote-unquote Holodomor. Hey, Matt, thank you, comrade, welcome. Hi, Rylan. Hope you comrades are good this morning. Red Falcon is trying his best, but he's on a phone and using the mod tools on the phone is the most annoying thing ever. Yeah, welcome in. I'm posting that debunker Stalin meme right now. Nice. Nice. Well, we got a whole we're 210 pages into this 392 page fucking work. So okay, so now I'll play this one again because this was Palin, who's like some British motherfucker, like wannabe comedian, right? And he was, he's trying to talk to this, he's talking to this person from DPRK, and he's like, in this interview here, he's like, oh, because our leaders can be scapegoats for capitalism, therefore we have democracy, and you don't. And there is another clip of from this that I want to show you as well. Well, there's this one here. But there's another one as well with this same girl in it that I'm trying to find also. I'm trying to break into Stalin talk, but those dudes go hard as fuck. I've been defending Stalin for a long time. And you know, part and parcel of like an extension of me defending Stalin and like reading his work was the first thing that got me to be like, okay, maybe this guy isn't what they make him out to be, right? That's what got me on the path to then study DPRK from alternate sources and realize, hey, maybe I was lied to about this country too. Go figure. So yeah, listen to this.
And
I was thinking about, our way of life, which is really based on freedom of speech and freedom of thought, and people can wear what they want, and they can dress what they want, and they can be as rude as they want about their leaders, Presumably you think that's not a good thing. I mean,
it's your freedom. It's your freedom. You can do what you want, and we have got our own, own style, and you have got your own style, and your citizens can do what they want, and yes,
and your citizens can do what they want too.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck do you want from her? Yeah, lesbian. This guy is so stupid and white. You know who this is, right? You know who this guy is. It's fucking Michael Palin from, what is it called? fucking Monty Python or whatever. That's who this fucking guy is. Like, who the hell is this guy giving fucking political analysis on anything? Oh, here's the other one from him. Yeah, here he is. This is the other one I was looking for.
Your culture and ours is that, I mean, at home, one difference between, I suppose, your culture and ours is that we
shoot him with the squirrel.
Very rude about our leaders. And here I feel you just have a different way of looking at things.
Because our leaders are very great. And
yeah.
The leader.
Honestly, she could have stopped it right there. Because our leaders are great, and your leaders are fucking awful. End of story. There, you could have ended it right there. Honestly.
Leaders are not individual. They represent the popular, represent us, the masses. So we cannot criticize ourselves, can we? Criticizing our leaders is offending. It's like offending, criticize ourselves.
Actually, she's more accurate to say offending. But yeah, so what's interesting about this is, as I mentioned, where you have the Supreme People's Assembly being the highest legislative body, you have the local people's assemblies being like having immensely more power to make local laws than anything you see in a capitalist society. The fact of the matter is the people in their own societies are able to change the policies themselves, right? Like through their state organs, through having direct legislative power. So what she's basically, I think what she's trying to get across here is like criticizing our leaders isn't really useful. What we need to do is change the policy. You know, our leaders put forward ideological and suggestive lines that are, again, as she mentioned, representative of the party, because the leaders aren't individuals. They're representative of the masses, and in particular, the leadership, which is the party. Who is a better debunker of fascism, though, Lenin or Stalin? Stalin. Honestly. And then there's one other clip. This is from this Mr. Pack here, which he's saying the same thing. Like what you were saying up here, lesbian hot sauce. Hey, Alex John, welcome. Yeah, imagine have a say in your life, Husky Canvas. Can you imagine that? And this is the whole big lie about having a planned economy, right? The lie of the planned economy is, first, on the one hand, without prices, you won't be able to tell need somehow. That's one of the big economistic arguments against a planned economy. And then the other one is that it has to be imposed from above. But like the first step of a planned economy is having to scientifically analyze the actual needs in like a given area, right? You have to do that from organizing from below. Yeah, those Palin videos were shot in DPRK. There's a whole fucking BBC special where Palin goes to DPRK. And like he films this whole experience there. Of course not. Of course they don't care about our needs. I mean, our government here in capitalist society, they serve the bourgeoisie, which means they only care about the profits of the bourgeoisie. They only care about us. It's like Michael Perenni said, right? The one thing they care about us is what you're thinking. I mean, they need our tax money insofar as it's what gives money its value, right? It's what legitimizes a currency as the sole legitimate currency. But really, like the bourgeoisie doesn't care if.
This guy's a commie! Treat it to our country!
Thank you so much, GMO, for the gifted one-tier sub to Social Henshin. Everybody flash those Juche gang signs, please. That's as is tradition. That is the revolutionary tradition we've set on this channel, that when somebody is gifted a sub, you then flash your Juche gang signs. Yeah, so we're gonna listen to this guy too talk about this same thing. Look at this. Here we go. This guy
understand
says it pretty good.
one leader who can understand what's the collective need, right? And also there must be a leader who can lead, channel the collective efforts into something which collective desired. Otherwise, the social disorder will arise. So according to our conception of society, there must be a leader. And the leader is quite different from the individual. In this respect, I quite strongly object to the term personality cult concerning our great leader. One leader.
And see that, and again, he was trying to explain again to this, whoever's interviewing him here, that the leader is not the same concept, is not the concept of an individual like what we have here in the West. Speaking of that, we're going to watch a video from DPRK now, which is Kim Jong-il's leadership during their arduous march. So, again, if you have any questions or comments regarding this, because now you're going to hear DPRK talk about leaders. And I want you to keep in mind everything we're kind of learning about the way leadership works in a socialist society. And if you want to know where DPRK was inspired a lot in their leadership practices, they were inspired by what emerged in USSR during Lenin and Stalin's time. Exactly. That thing that Khrushchev fought against in his secret speech, which at the time was called The Dangers of the Personality Cult or something like that. That's what his speech was called. And like Khrushchev is, I mean, this was what was talked about earlier on in this work here. Let me think, Lesbian Hot Sauce. You could check, I mean, my Facebook page here that I was showing a minute ago might be a good I might have an article linked on there, but I know it can be a slog and a pain in the ass to look on there. Like if you go here, and then I have this YouTube this Facebook page right here. If you go to this, you might find something. And then the other thing you can do is if you go on Google Lesbian Hot Sauce and type in Anglo KFA like this, you'll come up to this should come up, something from this Juche 10007. Go to this site here, and this will bring you to like a whole big blog, and you can search the blog as well up here. So you might find something that way also. That'll give you a start, hopefully. Yeah, fuck Khrushchev. Look, I made a meme about Khrushchev. Let me find it. I made a meme about Khrushchev, and it actually relates to corn as well. Anglo KFA. Korean Friendship Association is what it stands for. Alright, where the fuck did I put this meme with Khrushchev? Here it is. Look at this. Look at this. This is my Khrushchev meme. I think you'll appreciate it. Especially the corn enjoyers. Fuck Khrushchev. See, corn's not inherently... What this meme is trying to impart to you, comrades, of course, is that corn's not inherently reactionary. You see? Corn has class character. Alright? Corn can be a class traitor, like above. Or corn can have a progressive class character as well, such as below. Yeah. And Cinnamon Challenge, that's why I made this meme, because being native, I too really love corn. So you see what I'm saying? That's why this meme is so important. As you can see, Kim Jong-un's going, I don't like revisionist corn. But then down here, Kim Jong-un is like, I like progressive, revolutionary, anti-revisionist corn. Okay, we got someone in chat who clearly wrote a big old thing on a notepad before posting this into chat. Oh my god, look, they they wrote this out on a notepad somewhere, and now they're posting it into chat. Because I mean, clearly that's the only way this person is posting so fast. That was funny. Okay, I want to hear that see a soundbite. And I think with so many people in here, we're gonna have to watch that video clip where that soundbite's from, aren't we? Yeah, new copy pasta just dropped. Oh, Lennon's.
Yeah, see ya.
But Lennon Smash did catch them pretty quick and get rid of their shit. Lennon Smash just kicked him out the door. Oh, okay, look, if you want to see, by the way, comrades, we were talking earlier. We'll get to this video in just 1 second. I mean, okay, actually, no, let's do the video first. And then, because comrades here were talking about, they were talking about Black Red Guard, BRG, and other Maoists having this, this opinion about DPRK, and that basically mirrors somehow the imperialist opinion. So we're not gonna read this article, but I'm just gonna show you how this article right here is the basis for every single parroted fucking lie that you hear coming from a well-meaning communist about DPRK. Lennon, I've always gotten them. I remember when I first started, like, talking about communism, even talking about Lenin and Stalin back when I started doing these pages. Like, one of my earliest pages was Comrade Stalin's Socialist Schoolhouse. This was one of my earliest ones here. This was this was probably the first sort of page political online thing that I was doing that was not just IRL stuff. I do a lot of IRL stuff, but I can't talk about that. But yeah, so I mean, this is the page that I did a lot on, and it's got enough followers that people found out, of course, that I'm the one running it. And ever since, between this and DPRK defending stuff, I've had like all kinds of reactionaries from every quote-unquote side of the political spectrum come after me as a result. Which is why the people spreading rumors about myself and other First Nations comrades like Wasaya online just never bothered me. It is what it is. It happens. Yeah, imagine hating on the country that's really doing it. And Maoists do this, right? But to be honest, and sorry, there are good Maoists. To be clear, there are good Maoists, okay? But now Western Maoists, unfortunately, do sometimes fall into this trap of being like, okay, every single socialist country that exists is not actually a socialist country. They're actually secret capitalist countries, right? This is when I first started getting radicalized in Canada here. I encountered the PCR, the Revolutionary Communist Party, which is, of course, a Maoist group. And they seemed all right, and then I started working with them a bit and realized literally they were against every single socialist country and called them all revisionist. Like, yeah, capitalist routers. Cuba, everything. Every single socialist country that exists. I'm just like, this is like the most defeatist shit ever. I can't get behind this. Austin Red Guard vibes, yeah. Well, I mean, and this is what I'm saying. Like, this work is literally what they all parrot from it. Like, okay, they're quoting a bunch of Coxa here and shit, and Dermont is this it, but he eventually like argues through this work that where is it? He eventually calls this, however, revisionism in colonial type countries is to a certain extent revolutionary, reflecting the desire of the national bourgeoisie in colonial type questions. Yes, Husky, what's up? To carry through the national democratic staged revolutionary process. I don't worry, you don't have to be afraid. Don't be afraid to ask a genuine question. That's perfectly fine with me. But you can see here, like, this is a complete dishonesty of what the term revisionism means in the modern context. Like, revisionism in the modern context today, literally, like, you can't have progressive revisionism, right? Revisionism literally means, in the modern context, not talking about the classical Marx times, remember, revisionism does change over time. Revisionism means that you abandon certain principles and certain revolutionary core of Marxism in order to appease imperialism. This is what Kautsky was doing, right? It was hella off topic. I mean, that's okay too, comrade. I don't necessarily mind that. And if it's something I don't want to answer, I'll just ignore it in chat. I do have an ADHD tag below for a reason. After all, I said I was going to look at this after we just watched the video, but we're looking at it a bit now, and then I'll put the video on. And let's see. Yeah, see now he tries to say here the question on the dictate according to Marxism Leninism, socialism can only be constructed through the establishment and the dictatorship of the proletariat. According to Kim Il-sungism, however, the dictatorship of the proletariat is unnecessary. No, it does not say that. The democracy we aspire to is fundamentally different from that of Western capitalist countries, nor is it slavish copy of that in a socialist country. Which is good. They made their own democracy. Ours is the new type of democracy most suited for the reality of Korea. That's what you want to do, yes. The establishment of power of the proletarian dictatorship by force was followed as a last resort in some countries. In the northern half, this was not necessary. And this is from what? This is not from... See how dishonest this whole article is right here. So first he quotes Kim Il-sung, really slyly, right? And then he quotes this as if he's quoting Kim Il-sung again, and says the establishment of the power of proletarian dictatorship. This is not Kim Il-sung saying this. This is someone named Bak Bong, Kim Il-sung biography, which is from Beirut. This is not DPRK's biography about it, okay? A democratic People's Republic must be built by forming a democratic united front which embraces even the national capitalists. And this is where he comes in and says this is the proof of a betrayal. Now let me give you some context. You know why DPRK was able to do this? If you're not familiar with the history of Korea, especially if you live in the US, you might know the Korean War as being the forgotten war. The reason why DPRK was able to have its capitalists align and basically embrace the Democratic United Front is because, you see, during the Korean War, all their capital was destroyed. Every little bit of property any of the capitalists had in North Korea was fucking completely obliterated. And before the Korean War, you had World War I, essentially. Right? And before World War I, Korea was extremely vigilant against fighting off capitalists trying to penetrate them for many years. The US tried to. It wasn't until Japan invaded and imperialized, colonized Korea that finally then capitalism was really introduced by a foreign power. Before then, Korea, had been fighting back, such as when the U.S. arrived with the USS Sherman. They tried to open it up to the market back then. So DPRK's capitalists did not have very good connections with the rest of the international capitalists. So that, in addition to all of their property being completely destroyed in the fucking war, means that they were either faced with uniting with the communists in this Democratic United Front and rebuilding the country, or also facing the wrath of these revolutionaries who just fought off one imperialist power, the Japan, and then another imperialist power, fucking the US. I think the bourgeoisie was like, yeah, that's not going to work for us. We just better basically get in line, was the thing. So that doesn't mean that there was no dictatorship of the proletariat. That just means that the dictatorship of the proletariat was established in a different way because the material conditions in DPRK were different. It's just like here in the US, where we have a settler colony, you cannot expect us to be able to carbon copy what USSR did. First, we have to have a different kind of anti-colonial struggle against settler colonialism and continuing genocide. Too many communists in the West here act like we can just carry out revolution the same way, and then once we achieve a socialist society, then we can give First Nations their liberation. But it doesn't work like that, because you can't have the unity required to build a socialist state without first fighting against colonialism, right? Because your most militant fighters, the people who are most revolutionary, are the ones fighting against colonialism right now. The water defenders, the land defenders, etc. Yeah. They're fucking... That's why I say, when you're talking about communism, to build socialist society in the West, you first have to get rid of the settler colonial relations in the West. And go follow Adrian Vixen, by the way. Welcome in, comrade. No problem. We love to shout out our comrades here. I mean, Lenin should be shouting himself out too, but he's too embarrassed to do that, even though nobody can tell he did it. Yeah, Marx was technically not a Hegelian. He was technically the opposite of a Hegelian. He turned Hegel on his head. Now, this is not to say that everything... It's important that it's put that way, too, because that's not to say that everything that Hegel said was wrong. Which is why I do encourage people to study people like Frantz Fanon. Because if you read Fanon, you can see how we can start to incorporate Hegel into a dialectical materialist analysis as well. And again, if you go on and read Juche as well, you'll see how we can incorporate an analysis of peculiar social laws that differ from the material laws that do still act on those social laws, right? Which is what historical materialism focuses on. But one reason why Juche was developed was to overcome certain limitations of historical materialism in particular, which can be overcome by us as well. And the Black Panther Party noticed the same limitation, and it can be overcome by us grounding ourselves in dialectical materialism and making a mass-based analysis. Have I read Habermas? I have not. Before we get to the video here, I do want to just read this quote to you by the Black Panther Party to just talk about what I was... Just to shore up what I'm saying here about historical materialism and taking a different kind of analysis, a creative analysis, a human-centered analysis, I would argue, that is grounded by dialectical materialism can be even more accurate than historical materialism. Because again, historical materialism, at the end of the day, tries to find those laws of social movement that are the same or that are similar or sort of influenced by the material laws that exist. But what unfortunately that can do is allow you to mechanically miss certain social laws that are peculiar to the material laws. For example, the law that the revolutionary consciousness of the masses themselves is the most important factor in whether revolution breaks out or not. If you remember in the past, Marx originally thought that revolution was going to break out in the most advanced capitalist countries. Well, we know from historical observation that that wasn't the case. Morning, Mama and Media. And in fact, revolution has broken out where capitalism hasn't been well developed. And Lenin came in and he gave the analysis, no, okay, maybe it breaks out then where the chain of imperialism is weakest, because again, this is what it seemed like with in regard to Russian imperialism. But Juche teaches us no, it's even where imperialism is strong, even where the material conditions are very unfavorable, a revolution can break out and can achieve victory. And the most fundamental factor of that is that the masses themselves are imbued with a consciousness of independence and are therefore ready to fight collectively for their own interests. In other words, a consciousness of being aware of their own interests and aware of the enemies of those interests, right? And that's why in the West, the main factor that keeps revolution from happening, think about that famous term that you always hear. We're in the battle for consciousness, right? Because here, that's what it is. The material conditions are ripe as fuck for revolution. Could not be riper. The thing that keeps revolution from happening is this reactionary ideology that people are captured by. And you think about how much enormous expenditure is dumped into news and entertainment media, which is simply the propaganda wing of the capitalist state. You start to realize what kind of an immense struggle we have on that ideological front. What do we have for media? We have unelectable airwaves here. We have Lenin Smash. We got Mama Media. We got Adrian Vixen. This is our media, We got some other ones too, but some of them, even like some of her good leftist media, I even say is unreachable for some people because it's unaffordable, right? Again, I'm not calling out anyone individually. I understand that everybody has to survive in this system, and that is what it is, right? But that's why, for us at Iskra Books, that's why Iskra Books for us is just this passion project, right? And when we put out a book at Iskra Books, it's always, the physical copies are always at whatever it costs for us to create it and distribute it. That's it. That's all we charge. And that's why we always make free PDFs available as well. Because what's the most important thing is for us is that these reads are out there and that people can read them, right? And that's why I do very much appreciate all the support that I've been getting here, because none of these goddamn books are the thing that are paying my bills. These are literally just a passion project that I want to get out to you, comrades. Yeah, we are our own media, 100%. And that's why we're trying to cultivate the best community we can. Myself, Lenny, and others are doing our best. I still don't know why we would say DPRK isn't doing historical materialism. I mean, yeah, here's the thing, right? Juche, historical materialism, though, Cinnamon Challenge, isn't necessarily synonymous with Marxism-Leninism, right? And we can recognize that. Here's the thing: when we say historical materialism has limitations, we're not even saying that historical materialism is wrong. We're simply saying that historical materialism had a lot to teach us. It overcame many reactionary ideas. We should 100% still be able to study it too. I'm not saying throw it out or anything like that, neither is DPRK. All we're saying is that we can learn from historical materialism, and we can even improve our historical analysis. So I would say, of course, everything DPRK does is completely congruent with historical materialism. It's just that we can learn even more from it. Okay, sorry for the big rant. I will read the quote now, okay? Listen to what, for example, listen to what, up here, what the Black Panther Party was saying on this topic, right? The Black Panther Party is a Marxist-Leninist party. Because we follow, I always click over there. Because we follow the dialectical method, and we also integrate theory with practice. We are not mechanical Marxists, and we are not historical materialists. Some people think they're Marxists when actually they are following the thoughts of Hegel. Some people think they're Marxist-Leninists, but they refuse to be creative and are therefore tied to the past. They are tied to a rhetoric that does not apply to the present set of conditions. They are tied to a set of thoughts that approaches what we call flunkyism, dogma, a type of dogma, that we call flunkyism. So see, this is why I'm just trying to get across to you, Cinnamon Challenge, that we can look at it as we're doing historical materialism harder, but also just do not be afraid when a scientific socialist or a communist says to you that they're not historical materialists. Because are you then going to go and say to Huey Newton, oh, Huey Newton, you're not a Marxist then, you're not a communist, you're not a historical materialist, right? And that's why it's important for us to realize that historical materialism and dialectical materialism are two separate things. Dialectical materialism is the scientific analysis that was, sort of elucidated by Marx, was already existed but discovered by Marx. Historical materialism is using dialectical materialism to analyze social history, right? So that's the difference. And historical materialism, again, it's not that it was wrong, it's just simply that it has certain limitations that can be overcome with a new dialectical analysis of history, which is that human-centered analysis, in my opinion. And I think this is the analysis that Black Panther Party was moving towards. I hope that makes sense. If that doesn't, let me know. I mean, we can discuss this more. Philosophy is a confusing fucking thing. What do you mean that's still historical materialism? I mean,
communism is based.
This is the thing. Like what with Juche, for example, you have a mass-based analysis that's not entirely restricted by dialectical materialism, but also takes like analysis of social history itself, or the social laws that exist independently of the material laws. What is this one? Knowledge and human interest. Interesting. Don't worry, I don't mind. It's just I do it for anti-spam reasons, that's all. I just do that for anti-spam reasons.
Hey, this guy's a commie! Commie!
Oh shit! Thank you, Lennon Smash, for the gift sub to Lesbian Hot Sauce. Very much appreciate that. That goes in the reads folder. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. And by the way, I also do a very, very simplistic, I'll say, overview of philosophy myself. If you want to see a video like on your own time about this subject, I do talk about it here as well. I believe it's in this one. Yeah, this video right here. I do go over briefly some history, some like very, very simplistically and very, very briefly history of philosophical development. Yeah, Hegel can be something. I've studied some Hegel and it's something. That's why I tell comrades like read Fanon, right? And he incorporates Hegel's analysis in a way that really does make a lot of sense. Gotta support the Brother Channel viewers. Thank you, Lennon. It means an absolute ton, comrade. It really does. Fucking disability is a joke. Yeah, Lesbian Hot Sauce is cool too. Somebody should give Lesbian Hot Sauce a shout out as well, if we haven't done that already, or even if we have. Lesbian Hot Sauce is criminally underwatched, I would say. Let's get a shout out to her, comrades, if we can. And let's now that I'm done rambling to you for the past, how long was that? Half hour or more? Okay, I'll do it then. There we go. I'm doing it live. All right. Yeah, he is on mobile, and he hates it. Hates it. He also streams unelectable. You know what's funny about that though, Matt? Like growing up, I was always like that too, right? I was always like, fuck that philosophy, fuck that shit. Fuck that Western European bullshit, it can suck my nuts, you know? That's what I was always like. And then when I read this, it really started to change me. I was growing up, man, I was like the punk. I showed you, comrades, my mohawk before, did I not? I know I showed Lennon my mohawk before. But growing up, like, I was that punk guy, right? I was like the punk, I was native, I was like, fuck Euros, fuck anything they ever made, fuck philosophy, fuck this, deport them all. Like, this is what I was like, because it was like a backlash against also half of my family being Euros as well, right? Yeah, it was the Scotia street urchin, yeah, that was me. And then when I discovered like Marxism helped a lot, but this was like really, I was like, okay, wait, there's a working class philosophy. I like philosophy now. I just have to analyze it from a working class point of view. There you go. Look at that. That's the hawk there. The Liberty spikes. They're like 12 they're like 12 inches tall or something like that. I had this Pontiac 3000 station wagon at the time. I had to drive it like this. I'll just let y'all learn it and then listen to the summary. Hey, well, I mean, that fucking works too, right? That is one of the important things when you're a revolutionary, is that you can actually disseminate what you're learning to others, right? That is an actual thing that you have to do. Of course, I had the nails. Actually, wait, let me open that again for a sec. Thought I could go. Why can't I go back on none of these? There we go. I also, look, had the yellow perenni filter. Just so I can show you my actual communist credentials. Look at that. Yellow perenni filter Larry. What? Yeah, no one will doubt my communism credentials ever again. I used to dump a bottle of Elmer's in my hair and be a good all summer, yeah. You know how I used to do this? I used to go upside down like that and work it into a spike, and then I'd spray it and blow dry it at the same time. That's how I did that. And yeah, I got the yellow. I had the black nails. One time I was wearing I had the black trench coat at particular times in school. That's what all of our grad wore. All these imperialist philosophers just debate between each other over categories like, are things wrong intrinsically or consequentially? And also what they all try to do, whether consciously or unconsciously, right, is they're all trying to justify the ruling, existing status quo society. You were a goth queen, Adrian? I mean, I figure I kind of get the vibe from your stream just based on the music that you're listening to alone. That, like, yeah. And it's funny to me, like, Lennon, I know Lennon talks about this too. It's funny to me how many of us, I mean, just put aside the native thing in general, but how many people like some of my best friends who were settlers were also the goths, the punks, you know, the skaters. It's interesting. I think I do got that one, don't I? Wretched of the Earth? Wait. It's okay to send a link. Yeah. I think I had this one. Okay, I'm gonna put it in reads just in case, but I do think I think I do have that one. Yep. That's because my mother is, and then my father, of course, is your typical, I guess, European mix. Oh boy, my favorite program, Larry's Luminous Learning Lighthouse. Welcome, Common. Hope you were well. I think everybody that needed a shout out has gotten one now, right? Okay, let's go. Let's watch this Kim Jong-il work now. Give my rambling voice a break for a minute. Oh my god, that's a beautiful emote.
To look back, the ties of kindred.
I do have here's, if you don't know, Red Falcon, can you please flash our the FNI flag for me, please, in the emote form that you got? I have it as well, but it's saved as one of the emotes that aren't active right now. I was showing people before, like this was the folder here where it all went down. This is where we were making it right here. Yeah, that's the one. Back during the creation phase of the FNI flag right there. Of course, inspired by, if you don't know, the Workers' Party of Korea flag. Because we like the idea of it including the workers, the intellectuals, and the farmers as well. Right, Ty? Right, Ty? Here, Ty wants to say hi, everybody. Say hi to Ty. Hey, Ty. You're a good boy, hey. You're the best little boy. And a cute little fella. You can see why I made him the mascot of the channel, right? Right? That's your little kitty. Oh, what? Look, Lesbian Hot Sauce actually has on her cat has the Ushanka now, I just noticed. And is it common and buff? They have the world. He's wearing his World War One revolutionary hat in that one. And then when you first subscribe, you of course get the just the kitty. And then he gets a Lenin pin, and then he gets an AK-47, and finally Stalin's hat. And then after that, we'll have to figure out what we're doing next. He's living that kitty life. Welcome, pup. Beard hugs. The beardiest of hugs, pup. Alright. I'll stop rambling now for a minute and let you watch the video.
And the people got deeper after the demise of President Kim Il-sung in 1994.
Wait a sec. BRG's whole stream last night was about how weird white settlers are obsessed with Juche. I don't think he recognizes how many indigenous and third world comrades uphold and follow Juche. And it's also like, not only do they uphold it, but like their ideas very much align with it, like I've pointed out in the past. If you go to my theory list here, which is a list, of course, that we have been actively creating and maintaining on this channel, right? When you go here and, like, for example, this one, Socialism and Man in Cuba, read this and then read any work from Juche and tell me if you notice any startling similarities, okay? Juche is not... The problem, I think, most of these people who look at Juche is they think it's being prescriptive, when really, just like Marxism, it's an analytic. It's descriptive of what exists and the laws that already exist. Yeah, BRG... I mean, and this is what I wonder too, Cinnamon Challenge, because Black Panther Party was very much friends and very much aligned with DPRK, right? Like, again, you saw literally Huey Newton's 1970 speech that I read you just a little while ago, where he's talking about Juche. That was literally after his trip to DPRK and learning and studying about Juche. That was like the conclusions he was coming to. He was like, maybe Black Panther Party needs a mass-based analysis. And this is when they started realizing we can't base our analysis on the working class as a whole being the revolutionary force in America, right? Instead, what we need to do is realize that what would be classically thought of as the lumpen proletariat and others in the West, because of the colonial relationship, a lot of them end up being more revolutionary than the settlers. The cat's very interested as well. Am I right on this, kitty? I am, right? When you read Juche in the light of a full correct understanding of Diamat, many conceptions, lies are cleared up. 100%. And by the way, comrades, when we're done this work here, when we're done reading this, we got another 100 some odd pages left of it. We're going to be then getting on to some Juche works actually as well. Because I did not get a chance to put them on my YouTube when I read them before. And I want to read on the Juche philosophy, which is going to be reading this whole book online to you comrades. And then we're going to read the Che Guevara book again as well. The Socialism and Man in Cuba. So hopefully that will help. That will help as well. All right. Now I'm done rambling, I swear.
Greeting the New Year 1995 without President Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il sent a letter to the people. It reads, "We have seen out the year of 1994 in tears of blood, and are now greeting the new year. Let all of us work energetically, single-mindedly, and with one
We're
purpose,
here for you, Cinnamon.
to make our
We'll all
country,
learn
our
together.
motherland, ever more prosperous, as befits the soldiers and devoted followers of the great leader." January the 1st, 1995. Kim Jong-il. Korea underwent the most difficult trials due to the moves of the Allied imperialist forces to isolate and stifle it, and the repeated natural disasters. Leader Kim Jong-il had to tide over great difficulties on the road of building a thriving nation as desired by President Kim Il-sung. During the arduous march,
Seriously.
Kim Jong-il often visited Chagang province. Though faced with the most serious economic difficulty and food shortage, the residents there gained strength and courage, feeling the scrupulous concern of Kim Jong-il in his repeated field guidance. Yearning for him who spent day after day on the muddy roads of field guidance for them, the people in the province led the van of the country braving
It's not that they're
difficulty.
necessarily separated, it's just simply that they're at it's a different
Jong-il,
analysis
looking back upon
of
those
history
days,
itself,
said,
technically.
"In the most difficult period
Although,
of our
of course, it
revolution,
does some inheritance,
the
just like
kindly
every other
spirit gave me strength.
human
It
idea.
became the mantle pabulum.
Okay, lesbian.
No any tonic would
Thanks
have
for
given me
coming,
such
comrade.
strength."
I hope we will get there.
The leader
It's
trusted
nothing
the
to
people
stress about,
firmly,
Cinnamon.
while the people followed him faithfully, sharing sweets and bitters, and forming a single-minded unity.
Love you, lesbian hot sauce.
When the world media were saying that the survival of Korea would be a miracle, Korea reported of the successful launch of an artificial satellite and underground nuclear test. The world opinion began to change. Korea can do anything with its single-minded unity and mental power, stronger than nuclear weapons. Leader Kim Jong-il's determination to open the gate of a thriving nation in 2012, marking the centenary of birth of President Kim Il-sung, attracted the attention of the world. It was the desire of Kim Il-sung and wish of Kim Jong-il to build a thriving country in which national power is strong, everything prospers, and the people live the happiest life. Saying often that he wanted to provide a most affluent life to the people who always followed him with firm conviction despite of all kinds of trials, he continued his unending field guidance tour for the improvement of the people's livelihood. Whenever officials told him to take a rest even for a moment, he said, "I am a soldier of the President. I swore before him. I can neither take a rest at ease nor sleep in peace, because the people's living is still needy and the
Love
President's
bananas.
intention has not yet been carried through. I'll have a full rest when Korea ranks among the world best and all the people lead an abundant life." On the eve of the
Jong-il's one
year
of my
2012, Leader
Yes.
Kim Jong-il's heart stopped beating on a running train to field guidance. Unable to keep his promise with the people to open the gate of a thriving nation, greeting the centenary of President Kim Il-sung's birth.
Man died working the entire time. Doing is like what Stalin was doing, going around
Kim Jong-il
visiting workplaces
summed up his
and
life as the most faithful soldier
analyzing
and
from the
disciple of
perspective of the
President Kim
Workers' Party.
Il-sung and the father of the Korean people. The Korean people, who did not weep even in the days of arduous trials, are now experiencing bitter tears for the second time. Under the warm care, the same as that of Kim Jong-il, the people are telling him what they failed to talk to him, tears dripping.
camera now. Yeah, I agree. Hey, you lay here. You lay here. That's where you go. You don't need to go on the table. Okay, this song actually has something to do with one of the articles we're gonna be reading for the news. So, why don't we get to the news? We'll start with some lighthearted news, maybe. Yeah. Let's do the news now. And we'll do that music as part of the news. You'll see why.
land defending, water defending, strike actions, international politics, socialist news, bringing you the stories that matter most to revolutionaries. This is People's News with Leaping Larry.
All right. Welcome for People's News, everybody. Today we're going to start with the Pyongyang Times News with an article and that song that you just got a little sneak peek of. So, here's why. Apple picking season starts. Look at all those fucking apples. Tell me that doesn't make you want to eat an apple. We will go into more detail, by the way, about the difference between Juche analysis and historical materialism itself in a minute. In the future, we will get more into it. I promise. It's a complex subject. I will, don't worry. We will get you there. Apple picking is in full swing in the Tagdonggang combined fruit farm, combining a wide range of over more than 1,000 hectares of land. Truck being loaded with boxes of apple honks on paved road crossing the fields. They are busy carrying gathered apples to storehouses. Those who are picking apples and transporting them are wearing a broad smile on their faces. On his visit to the fruit farm in August 2015, General Secretary Kim Jong-un said that officials and employees of the Tagdonggang combined fruit farm should hand down the history of the love for the people, unfolded by the great leaders who had worked heart and soul to supply them with larger amounts of fruit by turning the farm into a world-level thriving one for the people, cherishing a high ambition of attaining world supremacy of fruit farming. The rolling fields are covered with a large number of dwarf apple trees. It is now cultivating over 50 kinds of apple trees. This year, too, it has channeled great efforts into manuring and tending fruit trees in a scientific way and striven to increase fruit output despite unfavorable climate conditions. Okay, Just. Good luck. The farm, anybody need anything at the store, by the way? Just is just running to the store, so if anybody needs anything, just let Just know. The farm scientifically applied essential nutritive elements to fruit trees on each plot on analysis of soil condition of each field.
I've got
The
some
chief
literature.
I guess when I renewed my
Quack
sub the
John
other day,
Soul.
it didn't actually renew.
Songs or oh, thank you. Thank you, NTC. Very much appreciate that, comrade. Okay, so cool. So when you comrades do the message, I guess it just does the TTS sub? Okay, I just want to test something, you know? If somebody could just do a regular subscription now, I'm wondering if, does it just do my regular sound bite when the regular subscription happens? You know, just need to test something, that's all. Thank you, NTC. Very much appreciated. And that's weird. Why wouldn't it?
Hey, this guy's a commie! Commie! Traitor to our country!
Awesome. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Thank you, NTC. It does. Cool. So now I have TTS activated. Awesome. I was wondering how people did that. Very much appreciate that, NTC. Thank you, comrade. Means a lot. We'll go towards cat camera, groceries, and yes, other stuff. Lennon, can't wait to abuse that. Oh boy. It also established an insect monitoring and forecast system to prevent and cure diseases with low cost, thus minimizing the decrease in per hectare yield. Thanks to their painstaking efforts, per hectare yield for this year has been further increased as compared to last year's. I can't wait to see what you got, Lennon. Bring it on, I say. The farm succeeded in breeding several varieties of being ripened early, bearing large fruits and containing high sugar content. Typical of them are their Schroll young, much favored by children and the old for its rich juice and proper sugar content of 13.5. And Kumgang, with strong sweet but less sour taste. They provide smooth chewing feeling, emit strong fragrance, and have a strong resistance to cold and disease, bear fruits in a short period of time. The dried fruit chip factory at the Tiangang General Fruit Processing Factory are now busy turning out different kinds of such processed food products from gathered fruits as dried apple chips, juice, cider, vinegar, perfume, and rinse. God damn. Yeah, Kumgang. Right here. Meanwhile, fresh apples gathered at the farm are supplied to Pyongyang citizens through commercialized service facilities in the city. Should we change it to Kumgang? Pyongyang? Should we change it to Kumgang, Juche Gang? Should we now be the Kumgang? Is that what you want, Sam? I bet the apples there do taste nicer. Cinnamon shaking her head in disapproval at ya. There's a bonk, by the way. What is it, this? Or is it this? Yeah, there it is. If in case somebody's getting out of line, there is a bonk. You just have to type it in all capitals. I don't think we have a choice. Lennon, oh, I got a bonk. I'm frightened now. Okay, so now, because of the apples, here we go, comrades. Give me a yellow apple, Cinnamon. Don't forget about the vibe. Those are some good looking fucking apples though. Love those little apple trees they got. It's genius. Oh, that horn. Ooh, that horn feels nice in the chesticle area. You know, when music just gets you right there in the chesticle? Long live the People's Revolution.
We're gonna keep.
Okay, this is going to be part of the news. That'll be at the end. We got another Pyongyang Times article here for you. Sowing of winter wheat and barley begins in DPRK. Agricultural officials and workers of the DPRK started sowing winter wheat and barley. Officials of the Agricultural Commission and agricultural guidance organs at all levels have striven to improve the soil fertility of farm fields in conformity with the regional features and make full preparations for sowing by introducing advanced methods of seed treatment, while carefully organizing the work to finish the sowing in the shortest time possible on the principle of the right crop on the right soil and at the right time. South Hanghi Province has improved the operation rate of machines for sowing. Officials of Northern Fujian Province secured seeds capable of increasing the yield even under unfavorable weather conditions and expanded the area under wheat and barley cultivation. Kangwon Province organized a passing on technique meeting for sowing wheat and barley seeds that has ensured farming work consideration of biological characteristics and soil tilt. Similar processes is being made in Pyongyang Municipality, South Hamgyong and Southern Hanghi provinces, and other parts of the country as well. KCNA. Now we get a couple international articles from Pyongyang Times here. European Forum for Solidarity with Korean People held in the UK. A European Regional Forum for Friendship, Exchange and Solidarity with the Korean People 75 years of Juche Korea was held in London from September 2nd to 9th to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the founding of the DPRK. A photo of the respected Kim Jong-un was displayed on the website specially opened for the forum. Also posted on it were works of President Kim Il-sung, Chairman Kim Jong-il, and respected General Secretary Kim Jong-un. Books and poems written by foreign personages, reverence for the peerlessly great men, videos showing the happy Korean children, written speeches and congratulatory letters sent by personages and organizations of different countries, African Regional Committee for Friendship and Solidarity with Korean People, and the Arab Regional Committee to the forum. Attending the forum directly or through video conferencing were progressive political parties and organizations of Britain, members of organizations in friendship and solidarity with the Korean people in more than 20 countries, including Russia, Germany, Sweden, Spain, Austria, and Poland, and personages of the Korean Friendship Association and Group for International Solidarity with DPRK. Flower basket in the name of the participants was laid before the statues of President Kim Il-sung and Chairman Kim Jong-il on Mansu Hill during the forum. The chairman of the Sweden-Korean Friendship Association made a keynote report at the forum. The speeches were made by chairperson of the Permanent Standing Committee of the Belarus National Association of Friends of Korean People, named after Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, organizational secretary of the Korean Friendship Association UK, the chief of the Staffordshire branch, the general secretary of the Switzerland Korea Committee, the chief of the German branch of the International Solidarity Group with DPRK, and others. A congratulatory message to Kim Jong-un was adopted at the forum. There were colorful events, including Evening of Korean Film and the Evening of Literature and Poem during the forum. KCNA. And finally, we have the Chinese government imposes sanctions on American munitions monopolies. Oh shit, right? The Chinese government has decided to impose sanctions on the U.S. munitions monopolies Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman, which have been involved in arms sales to Taiwan. A spokesman for the Foreign Ministry of China said in a press conference on September 15th that the U.S. delivered weapons to the Taiwan region despite the opposition of China, noting that it seriously violates the sovereignty and security interests of China. The Chinese government is firm in its determination to defend the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the state, he said, adding that if the U.S. does not stop arms sales to and military collusion with Taiwan, it will face a resolute and strong counterattack from China, KCNA. Shit. You love to see it. And then we have no more weapons to Kiev. This one again is from The Workers' World. This is by the editor. As if Washington had not exported through misery to Eastern Europe, no, to all of Europe and Russia in the past 2 years, the Biden administration had asked Congress for another $24 billion in aid for Ukraine this August. Oh yeah, China has been overly patient with the US, 100%. They've made diplomatic trips and shit, and like now and encouraged Taiwan to put in a petition to be on the UN, which, if you don't remember, they were kicked off of in the 80s on grounds of them being a province of China. And China has still made special ways for them to participate in UN forums as well. This is on top of the $113 billion already approved. Most of the money is for arms and military training. To attract broader support, Biden has linked the war money funds for emergency relief and border security. Because that's how they get away with it, Husky. The same way they go, oh, you see, U.S. is just a nation. It's not a prison house of nations. Puppeteering is a legitimate nation. A country that does not belong in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Or I literally feel like Biden is just doing whatever he wants, and it like actively is trying to get us all killed. I mean, it's the U.S. itself, right? They're in the death row. The empire is in these death rows where every time it loses one of its semi-colonies, it reduces the amount of super profits, right? Like, and because of that, it reduces their ability to make concessions to the working class and makes them need to turn more militant even against white working people. So then what you start seeing, eventually you start seeing the same kind of repression that was once previously reserved for like natives and black people is eventually being turned against more and more people because they cannot afford these concessions each time they start losing shit. It's just like the thing about the two-party system, right? Is in a capitalist society with your two bourgeois parties, what you really have is just one party. The reason why there's two of them is because it simply legitimizes the capitalist order by giving it this illusion of choice. And it's the same reason why they allow you to have Biden or Trump or whoever it is be there as a scapegoat, right? They love that these people are a scapegoat for the system. Rather than people taking their aggression and their anger out on the capitalist system itself, instead they go, oh, well, this leader was terrible. This guy was horrible. Get him out of there. Get this other guy in there. Then they'll be working in our interest, right? And this has been the dupe that's been going on forever now. At the end of the day, what a liberal democracy does is once you've reached that point, you now have, as Lenin just called it, the perfect shell for capitalism. Because now it's a self-legitimating system. And that's putting aside the enormous, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, the enormous amounts that can dump into propaganda, which serves to keep everybody captured by reactionary ideology. I mean, why are we risking lives of citizens in our country over countries that aren't even in NATO? I mean, because NATO isn't there to save countries. Like, it isn't there to save anybody's lives in any countries. NATO is there to expand the imperial periphery. If NATO wasn't constantly expanding, it wouldn't be doing the entire job that it was created to do, which is to expand imperialism. That's all NATO exists to do. It's not there to protect its members, it's there to expand imperialism. And anybody who becomes a NATO member just their economy ends up becoming a vassal to the imperialist system as a whole. Like, for example, you have to commit a certain amount of your GDP to military spending, etc. Biden has a reason to worry about getting approval. This worry goes beyond the visceral rejection of anything to do with Biden by ultra-right Republicans who never met a war plan they didn't like. A CNN poll published on August 4th showed 55% of respondents opposing more aid to Ukraine. Even more telling, about 80% of those polled believe the war will drag on indefinitely. Yeah, they want to privatize Ukrainian access. It's exactly again, that's NATO, right? It's expanding that imperial periphery. If NATO, they make Ukraine become a member of NATO, then all of a sudden they're able to to plunge Ukraine into deeper debt and also directly force it to contribute a certain amount of its GDP to military NATO expenditure. And then it becomes, of course, a de facto nuclear state. Just like Canada is, even though Canada likes to brag about not being a nuclear state because it's a NATO member, it is a de facto nuclear first strike state, just as all NATO members are. This disgust with war has arisen despite the overwhelming propaganda falsely presenting the Kiev regime as a bulwark of democracy and courage. This is true even with the few US troops coming home in body bags and none officially. This poll foretells an upswing in opposition should the war continue to drag on or escalate. Perhaps workers in the US who have no real interest in defending Kiev and expanding NATO or in demonizing Vladimir Putin, let alone provoking Russia, are catching on to Washington's plans for Ukraine. If they read between the lines, even in the media's war reports, they might decide that the vaunted Ukrainian counteroffensive has flopped, and the corruption haunts the Kiev regime's state structure from the top arms dealer, who made billions of dollars, disappear, to the military recruiters who accept bribes to excuse individuals from conscription. War bloggers argue that weapons sent to NATO stocks soon go missing, many quickly destroyed by Russian artillery and missiles. For the merchants of death, in the US, that is, the owners of the military-industrial complex, this is happy news. It's a perpetual market for their goods. For the working class in the US and the other NATO countries, it's a perpetual burden. The sniff of defeat in Kiev has reached across the sea. Rot stinks. A handful of rich are getting richer on the misery of a war. And this war, as we have shown in articles over the past 20 months, has been provoked by NATO, eastward expansion. The anti-war movement in the United States must demand no more funds for war in Ukraine. Okay, and I have one more news that I want to do with you here. However, I'm going to let Breakthrough News do this article.
Keep the movement moving on.
No more funds for Ukraine.
As they say, we want to turn to the Democratic Republic of Congo, where there was recently a brutal massacre of nearly 60 people in the eastern Congolese city of Goma. And we are very honored to be here, be joined here once again on the show by Kambale Musavuli, who is with the Center for Research on the Congo Kinshasa. Kambale, as always, thanks so much for being with us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Well, if you could, unfortunately, I don't think this has made the type of news worldwide that it should have. Nearly 60 people massacred in Goma, Eastern DRC, about a week and a half ago, I believe it was. Tell us what happened there in Goma.
But a couple of weeks ago, a group of Congolese who are part of what they call Wazalendo called for a protest. The protest is very particular. It's happening as people are mobilizing around the world, particularly actually in West Africa. They're mobilizing for the French military to be out. And in the Congo, you have Congolese who are mobilizing for the UN peacekeepers to leave the DRC. The reason why they are calling for the UN peacekeepers to leave the DRC is that the UN peacekeepers have been there for almost 2 decades. And there has not been peace in DRC. There have been many groups over the years who have called for that. There have been, so it's not the first time that this has happened. And of course, it's not the first time also during protests that people have been killed. But what is disheartening about this is that the Western press has been insisting on who they are, right? They say that a religious sect organized a protest against the United Nations forces and they were killed. So whenever it's presented that way, what it causes to someone that say, well, these are some lunatics who are calling for the UN forces to leave the DRC. That's not the case. Many Congolese, including myself, many Congolese have said it does not make sense to have a $1.2 billion a year budget of foreign militaries in the DRC, yet there is no peace. So they called for the UN to leave. They called for the East African community forces also to leave because there is no peace. And there was repression. Repression that is quite stigmatizing for us in DRC. We've lost over 6 million Congolese since the conflict started in 1996. The presidential guard, they call them the Republican Guard, right? So it's an elite military force, decided to shoot at the protesters. The same day, the numbers that came out that told us that there were 10 people killed. A few days later, it went to about a couple of dozens. The UN official is using the number 48. The Congolese government is using the number 56. Depending on who you read, the numbers are fluctuating between the 40s and the 50s. But when you talk to people on the ground in Goma, they're telling you over 100 have died. And this is what they're explaining to me. They're saying that the number of deaths is equal to the number of bodies found.
Capitalists and imperialists are the owners and the runners behind the scenes.
The president, the Republican Guard, when they shot at the civilians, they brought a truck and actually dragged the bodies and were putting the bodies inside of the truck. Thanks to the citizens of Goma, many took the cameras and were filming what was actually taking place.
Morning, BB.
So we know that there are bodies that we will never find, right? No one has told us, where did they take these bodies? How many people were in these trucks? But the body recovered in hospitals and is around 56, if I have to use the highest number. So hundreds of Congolese were shot and killed. Who is responsible? Who is accountable? Who should be held responsible for the killing? I'm very clear that the Congolese government bear responsibility, right? They've had a sham trial. They have a few commanders
beautiful points in
have been put in front of the cameras as they are the ones who gave the order. But the way it happened begs the questions why are Congolese people being killed by their own army when rebels, the M23 rebels, have held a town called Bunagana for a year? There is a town in the Congo that's no longer in control of the Congolese people. Right? For a year, these soldiers who can shoot at civilians are not able to shoot at rebels who are arming the people. Then you have to start thinking, who trained them? The African intelligence, a month or so ago, published an article showing us that the Republican Guards are being trained by Israel today, as the Israeli forces use this same type of violence against Palestinians. Of course, right? So when we see this type of brutality all around the world, we must start looking who is financing the Congolese military, who's training the Congolese army, for which, whose interest. Then you start understanding the Pandora of first how this military is controlled by outside forces, and of course, they will not be afraid to shoot at a civilian. So that's one way to look at it. The second thing to look at as it relates to the killing is what these Republican Guards did after they killed the civilians. Videos are circulating right now, filmed the people of in Goma, where you see the elite, right? The elite military force in Congo stealing cattle from the civilians. So you start asking yourself, are they dehumanized, right? How can they be the most elite forces in DRC, yet find their way to taking a goat and vegetables from families? Like they're literally destroying farms to take what people had, right? And all of this is happening in impunity. And as you continue to put that in context, you start saying that what the Wanzalendo did was to open a Pandora box. They are able, with what happened, even though it's so brutal, they were able to show the world the brutality of war and put the question to us, why are Congolese people dying? 56 dead as the numbers being put out, yet there is no accountability so far. I mean, the accountability in the courts does not bring back the dead and doesn't hold the highest commander of the region accountable, right? The province itself currently is under martial law. They're calling it the state of siege. For about a year, the province of North Kivu, where this massacre took place, has been under military control, right? The governor is a military person. The mayor of the city of Goma is a military person. So the whole province is under military rule, yet Congolese are losing their lives. And as they're losing their life, resources are still flying out of the Congo, right? So that's something that I felt to be very important for people to know that it took place, and continue to keep the Congolese as they struggle. If they're killing them, it means that they're resisting, right? They're resisting and they want to shut them, right? The Congolese government is saying that we need to have the UN forces to stay in DRC. And if the Congolese dare rise to say no to the UN forces, we will kill you in the street. But I don't think the Congolese will stop fighting until all foreign forces are out of the Congo.
I think that's really, really important to raise. And I also wanted to give you the opportunity to, since we're talking about the Congo, there was this journalist who was arrested recently. And I was wondering if you could speak a bit to that. And just spoiler alert, I did just have Kambale on my show Dispatches. That will be coming out very, very soon. And we discuss a lot of different issues taking place across the continent. But one thing that we did not get to talk enough about was what was happening in the Congo, and then also what happened with this journalist recently.
Yes. 2023 is an election year in DRC, if, of course, the presidential election take place in December.
So McConnell's going to continue working.
But for the past few months, repression has increased in the DRC. Just
if
today,
anyone's curious, this is what
the former
Husky linked.
Second vice president of the National Assembly has been found guilty and sentenced to 7 years in jail. Do you know what is his crime? His crime is that he insulted the president, right? Of course he did, right? But can you imagine someone insulting a president, spending 7 years in jail? That gives you already a sense of what is happening in DRC right now. There was another issue that took place on July.
Red Falcon, what the actual fuck? Where is he saying this at? What the fuck? Someone, Social Henshin, come in this morning and told me that he was on some anti-DPRK shit.
July 13th, I think that's the date that's been presented, July 13th of this year. A member of parliament and the former minister, Sherbo Okende, was found dead in DRC. Was found dead a day after he was called into the Constitutional Court because they called him for declaring his assets. Right? So you receive a notice saying, come and declare your assets. And then the following day, he was found dead. Investigations is ongoing. There have been international investigators in DRC. The family is doing investigation. Autopsy is still inconclusive. There he was shot in the head and the body and so on. And as all of this is ongoing, a news paper called Jeune Afrique published an article by its editorial board about information that it has around the killing, right? And in the information that they published, they implicated security forces for killing the member of parliament. Stanis Bujakera, who is the journalist, works for the newspaper, Jeune Afrique. Last week, he was at the airport trying to fly into one of the provinces inside of the country, and he was arrested. And he's been under arrest since. And what is being shared right now by the state is the reason why he's arrested is because the newspaper he works for has published information while there is an investigation ongoing. Which, of course, this happens all around the world. There is freedom of the press. You cannot disclose your source. Even worse, for this article, it does not have an author. It's an editorial board publishing, right? So there is no evidence to show that he is the one who wrote the article, but he's been arrested. So when you see the repression even in the press, that journalists cannot be critical of the government today, can you imagine what may happen during the election, right? That, of course, an MP being killed, for some, they will say it's a big deal, but I continue to say more Congolese are dying.
What the fuck? Okay.
And journalists
I'm getting to this in a
helping us
second.
tell the stories of these Congolese, even though Sherbo Okende was an MP. But the work of Stanis Bujakera over the years has been very important in exposing crime in DRC, exposing
He's in the DSA too.
wrongdoings of the government. That he's always kept that line, and it was a shocker for us to hear up until today. He has not been released. Even worse, his account is being managed right now by his colleagues, Jeune Afrique, and they posted a statement saying that the people who are holding him have been trying to delete his Twitter account, right? And they actually posted it, right? So, of course, he's arrested. They have his cell phone. They have his computers. And they have been trying to do that. But because he had a process where he's not the only one using the account, Jeune Afrique, his colleagues at Jeune Afrique are exposing that they are trying to delete his account. So it's unfortunate that it's happening, that it is predictable. It's predictable to see the current regime of Tshisekedi repress the media. And of course, the killing that took place in Goma, because they want to maintain power beyond the electoral term. We know that he now won the presidential election of 2018. So now they want to organize a sham election and silence anyone who may have a different opinion of what they are doing. And what they are doing, if I have to go step by step, I mean, people will cry just listening. Like the president of the Congo spoke at the APAC summit in Washington, D.C. The president of the Congo went to Israel, right? and he received an honorary degree there. He caused the situation in Western Sahara, the Balkanization of Morocco, for example. The DRC was part of the team of the countries to look at Israel's seats at the African Union, right? And he's very close to Israel. This is why the presidential guard are being trained by the Israeli forces. And I can go on and on, even from mining deals and so on. So the sad part about the president of the DRC is that he comes from the opposition, right? And before he became president, the repression that we're seeing was being done by Joseph Kabila. And while he was in the opposition, he was denouncing this violence, right? He was denouncing the practices under Joseph Kabila, calling him a legitimate president, and he must leave. Surprisingly, today is the president of the Congo is actually doing the same thing. This is why, at least for the people of the Congo, we are clear. It's not the election that's going to bring a change to our country. There must be a conscious and organized mass force in DRC to change the way we engage, so that when the Congolese understand that the UN forces is an imperial force in DRC, not to bring about peace, but to continue to secure the continuous flow of strategic minerals out of DRC, then we can have a peaceful and strong Congo. So Congolese people are clear about what is happening, and it's unfortunate that journalists are being targeted when they're exposing what the state is doing.
Well, a lot to sort through here, and we appreciate you helping us understand it to a much greater degree. Kambale Musavuli, analyst with the Center for Research on the Congo Kinshasa. Thank you so much, as always, for joining us here on the Freedom Side.
Thank you.
Okay. There's our news for today. What do y'all think? Comments? Anything? What the hell? Okay. I mean, there's so much to unpack with this bullshit. What the fuck? This was published in a DPRK newspaper. So what? This proves something? Does this proves that what does this prove exactly? That what's he trying to say? The argument for a multi-ethnic, multiracial society which makes it impossible to repress one's racial shame and rage are openly going around in South Korea. So this article printed in a newspaper proves what? And then this book here, this person says, I was bewildered when I read it in this book, which is a fucking... This book is terrible, by the way. It's published by... It's just like, why does it include this newspaper as something that is an essential Juche fucking read? Okay, unfortunately, again, like, people express, yeah, their reactionary opinions in newspapers sometimes. One of the things in DPRK is that people do have freedom of speech in the press and they can express opinions in newspapers, and not all of them are gonna be correct, right? Like, we understand that. That doesn't mean this is reflective of the fucking party itself. The only way you can believe this is if you somehow believe that all media and every report that's ever made in DPRK is simply done through the party. You think DPRK is really that kind of one-party state that the U.S. tries to portray it as? I mean, we can look at what the DPRK leaders have been saying about race and stuff, and it says again, Japanese. This is Kim Il-sung. The Japanese imperialist marauders harshly exploited and repressed the Korean people. They considered ours an inferior nation and allowed no Korean to participate in the management of factories, enterprises, and state establishments. The Japanese imperialists took under their wing only a handful of pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation who, divorced from the people, had become their faithful stooges. It tried to destroy our national culture with its 5,000-year-old history and imposed upon our nation the Japanese language, Japanese customs, Japanese culture, and Japanese religion known as Shintoism, for the purpose of paralyzing the national consciousness of the Korean people. With the liberation of our country from Japanese imperialist rule on August 1945, the days of insult and slavery, the bitterness of which penetrated our nation to the bone, came to an end, and the road to a new life before the Korean people. That's Kim Il-sung, published in The Political Situation in DPRK in 1948. And then there's another one here, too. We do not distinguish clearly between... Sorry, this is Kim Jong-il here. Quote, we should distinguish clearly between true nationalism that loves the nation and defends its interests and bourgeois nationalism that advocates the interests of the bourgeois class. Bourgeois nationalism reveals itself as national egoism, national exclusivism, and big power chauvinism in the relationship between countries and nations. It is reactionary in that it creates antagonism and disagreements between countries and nations and checks the development of friendly relations between the various peoples of the world. The excellence of our nation that we emphasize has nothing in common with the racism or national chauvinism. We do not assert that Koreans' biological constitution is more developed than other races. Defining the superiority of a nation according to biological or ethnic characteristics is the practice of reactionary bourgeois ethnology. Reactionary racism and national chauvinism, which were used by imperialists as ideological instruments of aggression and domination, have been rejected by progressive humanity. Our nation first idea, which is thoroughly opposed to reactionary racism, national chauvinism, and cosmopolitanism, not only values the good traits of different nations, but also respects the independence of other nations. And again, as we point out, in DPRK, there are 9 Korean residents living there, notably Joe Dresnok with U.S. defector. There are mixed race people in DPRK. And leader Kim Jong-il strongly argued against any form of discrimination against mixed race people in DPRK. Non-Koreans are permitted to obtain DPRK nationality through the DPRK nationality law. The DPRK is a very proud international record. It has assisted many liberation struggles throughout the world and has given material assistance to some countries, including, as I mentioned in the past, Burkina Faso, right? Grenada, Yemen, most recently Yemen and Burkina Faso, probably right before that. Syria, yeah. Like, this is what these people are leaving out. Yeah, I'm sorry that reactionary people wrote the fucking article in the newspaper, but have you seen newspapers in the fucking US? That's all they spew is reactionary bullshit, you know? And yeah, it's interpreted the article in the worst possible way, which, again, like, I mean, here's the thing, too. When I'm trying to look for this article right now, I can see it on this past news, right? Here it is here. I'm looking on past news here. It comes up on this Wayback Machine. But it comes up under this website. Like, some of this looks okay, but then it comes up under this website, kcna.co.jp. I'm just trying to figure something out here. Because I can't access KCNA like that anymore. And every other website, yeah. This is the thing that I'm finding weird about it, Falcon, is that JP is a Japanese website, right? It ends in JP. If you look at Korean websites, usually they end like this. KP.kp. See if I can find another one. That's Rodong Simon there. See if I can find another one here. Pyongyang Times 2 is the same way. Look. The Pyongyang Times, same thing, .kp. It's like there's no investigation or critical thought. It's like, okay, so even if KCNA did publish this, okay, again, it's an people can publish opinion pieces. As you can see in Pyongyang Times, there's literally an opinion section right the fuck here. And the thing with having a media that the masses are able to actually obtain and get distribution on, like here in the West, people like me, people like other people who write newspapers or articles, you know, they'll sell us everything we need to write the articles. They'll sell me the webcam, they'll sell me the lights and the microphone and all that. The thing that's hard to get is the distribution. And I would say the more radical, the more socialist you are, the harder that distribution becomes to get. In part because things push against that, right? In a socialist society where people do have access to the press, it's much easier for just anybody to get their opinion in an opinion article in their local newspaper or in the national newspaper. So yeah, I'm sorry, sometimes not all opinions are exactly in line with the Workers' Party of Korea in the KCNA or in any newspaper for that matter, except for like the Workers' Party of Korea's own newsletter. It's like BRG here is believing that DPRK racist myth that there is no dissension, no other dissent of thought, right? There's no various opinions in there. Everyone in DPRK only thinks one way, and it's a complete dictatorship, which is in line with comrades earlier saying that he was talking about how it's a dynasty or whatever. Which again, I can talk about how it's not really a dynasty because, you know, what we have in DPRK is, first of all, the dynasty tends to move through oldest in line, next successor. Look, when I try to access this website, it just won't come up. With the dynasty, you have like the next in line is a successor, right? And it always is the oldest in line, which isn't what's happened in DPRK. There's, in fact, Kim Il-sung's brother, like he never participated in politics. Kim Jong-il, he had older brothers, they never participated in politics. You know? And furthermore, it ignores the fact that, like, when Kim Il-sung, he was president of the DPRK. When Kim Il-sung died, and even before he died, the presidency was broken up into more positions of state power, into the Supreme People's Assembly and into the cabinet. And then when he died, the entire position of presidency was just abolished altogether, which is why they gave him the honorary title of eternal president, because he was the last and president. He's the eternal president, and his ideas of loving the people and treating the people as gods and the party serving them are the eternal ideas that the state will always try and organize behind. So his ideas are the eternal president of the DPRK. That's what it means. Now, furthermore, even if DPRK, let's put aside the fact that DPRK has elections within the party, and let's put aside the fact that the party is entirely independent of all state organs, and therefore, like, for Kim Jong-un to actually participate on a state organ, it's not enough for him to just be the leader of the Workers' Party of Korea. He then has to go and try and be elected into whatever other state organs that he serves on. The State Affairs Commission. And the people who have to elect him into that position are the Supreme People's Assembly, who are made up of workers and farmers elected every 5 years. Those same people can also recall him from that position. Kim Jong-un isn't even allowed to serve on the Supreme People's Assembly while he's the leader of the Workers' Party of Korea, as per constitutional law in DPRK, in order to ensure the continuous breaking up of their state organs and putting them into more and more hands. I would say DPRK is the furthest along its revolution in the sense of political structure, for the simple fact that it has expanded state power and advanced and has expanded the amount of people that participate in state organization more than any other society. There is no other, even socialist state yet, who has quite realized the abolishment of the presidency and stuff like like an important organ like the National Defense Commission, which was broken up into the State Affairs Commission and several other state organs. Like, these things still do exist in many other ones. And even though DPRK faces this extreme threat because of the solidity of their people's dictatorship, they are able to do this, to continue to break up the state organ. And this is why Kim Il-sung years and years ago said, like, yeah, even though it was in the past, you know, what we thought of was communism could only be reached when imperialism and capitalism was defeated in the entire world. And that may be true, but communism is also far enough away and far enough away that we don't know what it will look like exactly. And we have to prepare for the fact that if communism does emerge in one country, we have to organize and realize what to do in the case of that. Because we do not know for certain. That class, because again, as I always mention, the difference between us and the anarchists see the state as being synonymous with the government. Meanwhile, communists realize that a state is really a tool of class oppression. And therefore, when we're talking about the dissolution of the state, we're not necessarily saying that all government and all organizing bodies will disappear. We're just saying that the class oppression, the tool of one class ruling over the other class, will have been eliminated. But if you don't think that organizational and governmental practices are still going to be necessary to direct the enormous amounts of production and distribution that will be in that type of society, then I think you're vastly mistaken, personally. And I think you're making the mistake of treating the state and the government as synonymous again. But it's like, you really think we're going to go to space while we distribute food enough for everybody and to meet everybody's wants and desires, basically? You know, the new socialist people's wants, who basically will not extend beyond their needs? Well, I'm going to say that's not possible without centralization, without some sort of organizational governmental principles. The thing is that government, that won't be a state. It won't be the sole perpetrator of violence of one class over another class that will have been eliminated. That's what communism is. It's not what anarchists get into, this very mechanical thinking of it being like, we'll all just be in the meadow in communes and we'll just be one with nature again and all this other stuff. No, we are still developing. Humanity develops forward. It does progress forward. We just want to do it harmoniously with nature, as well as with the development of humanity itself, which I say honestly goes part and parcel with each other. And that without preserving diversity and nature itself, you can't preserve humanity properly. So yeah, that's my take on the Black Red Guard bullshit here. And even if this paper did say that, okay, so that just proves that there is dissenting opinions in DPRK to me. That just proves that the whole bullshit of there only being one opinion and the state only allowing one opinion is completely untrue. And that somehow Black Red Guard does believe this. Right? And then the other thing that raises an eyebrow about this is that when he brings up, when you actually look at the proof here, the Espresso Stalinist article, which brings up this shit, and this guy who's a white nationalist who went to DPRK, yeah, this is why they're wary of any settlers or any fucking Euros who come and visit DPRK. That's why they have guides watch you every step of the way, because they don't trust motherfuckers, because there's people like this white nationalist motherfucker who goes there and completely distorts what DPRK is. And then here's the source of this whole thing here, apparently. Or wait, no. Sorry, that's the wrong one. This is the source here. Where is it? For the... This is apparently the source, and it brings you to this right here, which is a Wayback Machine thing. But look at the thing. This is what I find very weird about this all. It says kcna.co.jp. And so here's where I get like really sus about it, because why the fuck does it say .jp? And it just posts it like this. It posts them one after the other like this. I find this so weird because, like I was showing you, if you look Pyongyang Times, it's .kp. You look at, when you try to go to it, it just comes up like this. Rodong Sinmun, again, it's .kp. It comes up as .kp for Korea. Why is it .jp? That's Japan. I find that very strange. Like, just that alone is strange. And again, even if they did publish it, so that proves there's dissenting opinion in DPRK. It's like, the fuck? Very sus. Because again, any Korean website I've ever seen always says .kp. Wonder if the publications... Yeah, even if you go to their like big mother website here, which is like where I get all the publications from DPRK. This is where they print all their books and everything like this. Again, look. Korean books .kp at English. And if you go to Ninira, it's the same thing. .kp. Something is extremely not sitting right with me about what he's linking here. Espresso Stalinist. Oh yeah, and that's why I was bringing up, by the way, that article by Bill Bland. I was exactly right. Bill Bland, that's who links this. Look, when you look up Bill Bland, check this out. When you look up Bill Bland on DPRK, this is what you get. Immediately, the very first thing that comes up on the list is Espresso Stalinist Korean Revisionism by Bill Bland. This is who you're taking as this is your scientific analysis on DPRK, is it? Okay. Bill Bland. Oh my god. This is what he's reading. This is the filth that he's fucking consuming. It's from this article here. Espresso Stalinist. I don't know, comrades. This really... Like, okay, I hate to judge on this cover, right? But this website, to me, right away, reeks of Patsock bullshit. This website reeks of Patsock bullshit to me, just right off the bat. Yeah, and see, here's that article I was showing you earlier. Here's the article I was showing you. Where they're trying to say that it doesn't have a dictatorship of the proletariat. However, to prove this, he fucking quotes some South Korean person talking about how DPRK doesn't have a dictatorship of the proletariat. Why are you believing, or sorry, from Beirut. They're living in Beirut. Why are you believing Bak Bong? Known for writing the official biography. Yeah, right. Okay. This whole thing is fucking sus as shit. There's so much bullshit here. Look at this. Oh my god, this article. Did they write anything in this? In fact, an analysis of the outlook of the Workers' Party of Korea makes it clear that Kim Il-sungism, or Juche, is itself a brand of revisionism elaborated to serve the interests of the capitalist class of a colonial-type country like Korea. Imagine saying this and not thinking you're a racist. A brand of revisionism which aims to uphold revolutionary process at the stage of democratic revolution and prevent it from going forward to the stage of socialist revolution. Because, you know, DPRK doesn't provide all its citizens with housing, it hasn't continually expanded the state, it doesn't provide everybody with fucking free education, free healthcare at all levels, scholarships to foreign universities. No, it doesn't do any of those things. What the fuck do these people want? What do they want? What is a socialist society to these fucking people? Can you please tell me? What is it? Oh my god. All he does is he just quotes sections of works in this. Which, by the way, this is such a dishonest way of writing an article. How can you say this is written by Bill Bland? He just takes little tiny snippets from all these different articles from all over the place. Well, for its part, the WK accepts the true Soviet-led Communist Party of the Soviet Union as, oh yeah, the universally recognized vanguard of the world communist movement. Soviet Korean Joint Communique. See? Do you see how fucking dishonest this is? So in a joint communique, they said universally recognized vanguard for the communist movement, while when you look at any works at the time, you have Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il both fucking criticizing Khrushchev and the path that the USSR took. But because in a communique to the fucking Soviets in July 1961, they said this. Therefore, the WPK accepts the Khrushchev-led Communist Party of the Soviet Union. There you go. That's it. See how dishonest this article is? That's it, and then we're on to the next thing. Furthermore, Comrade Hudson holds that modern revisionism is originating in the 1950s rather than as a phenomenon of the late 1980s associated with Gorbachev. And yet, Kim Il-sung visited the Soviet Union in 1986! Oh god! So even though they were calling it revisionist, you see, that doesn't count because Kim Il-sung visited the Soviet Union in 1986, therefore it doesn't count that they called out the revisionism. Like, this is just fucking ridiculous nonsense. Like, okay, so they conducted diplomatic relations with other countries. And this, by the way, is the same kind of bullshit that you see these kind of Maoists saying about socialist countries today. They'll be like, oh, because China has diplomatic relations with this or that country, therefore they're not socialist. Because Cuba sent doctors to this country that's not socialist, therefore they're not socialist. It's the exact same fucking bullshit, right? It's ultra leftist bullshit. Yeah, Bill Bland is a hoaxer, so he disliked Maoists too, which, again, it's just so funny. Like, they'll use anything to shore up their argument. So he linked an article that links to a Japanese fucking website. Rather than linking to the actual KCNA, for some reason, this links to Japan website, a weird Japan website of KCNA. This kcna.co.jp. Black Red Guard, do better. I have I have encountered him on DPRK and Juche before, and it wasn't good. And again, this right here is not printed by DPRK. I just showed you where you can go. If you want to go to publications, if you want to go right here, koreanbooks.kp, or sorry, koreanbooks.com.kp. Right here is where you can find Korean books. And let's just see. That's it. That was called Essential Juche Works, right? Let's just see here. Let's just see. Man's Destiny and Juche Philosophy. We only got 4 pages. Let's just see if that is printed here in DPRK. Oh, it's red. Nope, not that one. Nope, not there. This just on Works? No, this is all the books. This is all the books. Yeah. Again. So what this book is, let's look up what this actual book is. Where did it go? Essential Juche Works. Amazon. Red Flame Press. What the fuck? What do we got here? This is a poor quality PDF scanning. Okay, that's fine. What is this? Who printed this? By Kim Jong-il. No, it's not. No, it's not by Kim Jong-il. Who the fuck made this book? I would like to figure that out. Yeah, oh, it is poop. That's why I'm trying to figure out who the fuck wrote this. Red Press Flame. Let's see if we can find that, maybe. It's not even a real fucking publisher. It's not even a publisher. It just literally links back to this shit again. It's the only book they have published. Okay, wait now, let's see. Well, here, and yeah, that's the thing I was saying, Jess. Like, it's weird to me that why would an essential Juche work link an article in a fucking in a newspaper? This is your essential Juche work right here, and it doesn't link any fucking newspapers. You know, this is your essential Leninism book. It doesn't link any fucking newspaper. Yeah, I noticed that on Goodlink it's attributed to Kim Jong-il. Yeah. But when you actually look at it, it says that it's this Red Flame Press. And you search Red Flame Press and you don't get anything. Red Flame Press on nails is what you get. I'm waiting for this fucking shit to load. Like, this is the most sus shit ever, and this is what Black Redguard is linking to. Oh, can't open this file. Oh my fucking god. You gotta be kidding with me. Okay, what about the other one? Yeah, ignore the KFA USA, please. Oh wait, this one's loading a lot faster. Collected and reworked by Red Flame Press. Nice that it's sideways, that's very useful. Okay, so it gives us, yeah, so it's just a collection of fucking works, which is why, of course, it's attributed to Kim Jong-il. Look at this, look at the quality of the scan. I just want to see, where is this newspaper? Political system. Okay. But now who wrote this stuff? Look. Now we're getting into weird shit here. Do you see? Like this was genuinely works from Kim Jong-il that are linked in here. And then you come to this section and it's like, what is this? Who is this? Political system, Juche 100 2011. Where is this being taken from? Sungun politics. No attribution to whoever authored this. And then 3 charters for unification. We're gonna see if we can get. You can't find the Marxist org that Bill Bland is talking about? I'm just looking for where it links this. There we go. And look, so here we go. And then, so this book is going through, it's linking articles, it's linking stuff from the leaders, right? And then you get to this part right here. And it goes, the idea of a multinational, multiracial society means destruction of the Korean nation. And it just links this Rodong Simam, the official newspaper of the Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea, Juche 95, April 27, 2006. Okay? So now it's linking this as this is what what DPRK thinks about nationalism. Again, why didn't it link like these works from Kim Jong-il? Like, let us display the Korean nation first spirit. Why didn't it link this work? Where he literally talks about this. Or this one, or this in the same work, he talks about reactionary racism, national chauvinism used by imperialists. Why did this book omit this work and instead decide to link some random article from Rodong Simam, apparently? An article, by the way, that simply will not come up despite our best efforts. It says that it's here at this kcna.jp, but it doesn't, which again is a Japanese website, and it doesn't come up on Rodong Simam or any of their official ones. Like if I go to we check this one here, which is where they say that the article comes from, is Rodong Simam. But when we looked on Rodong Simam KP, it's not there. It didn't come up when we searched through this. So and as I said, even if it did, all that proves to me is that there is dissenting opinion to DPRK in the newspapers. I don't know. Like I'm looking and I'm even looking here in Rodong Simam. I mean, maybe it doesn't go that far back, but again, why is the website here KP and why is it Rodong Simam here? And then it's claiming that it was in Rodong Simam, yet what it's trying to link in this thing that he's sharing here is kcna.jp. It's very suspect. Oh, there you go. That's my best analysis on what the hell is going on with Black Redguard. He's lost in the fucking weeds and should probably listen to some other socialists on what DPRK is. We looked into it, comrades. That's a good question. I mean, it's not. No. You know what? It's not. It's not. You know what? It's not, because it's using flunkiest fucking wrong here. This isn't how DPRK uses flunkyism.
John, you were in Vietnam.
Oh yeah, this. Okay. This is a really good fucking video that I recommend people fucking read, because yeah, that definitely could explain a lot. I'm hanging on to this because we might watch this after. But yeah, you know what? This isn't how they use flunkyism, because as you know that flunkyism by DPRK is actually used to describe someone who's copying particularly a socialist power, right? It's someone who's copying previous revolutionary theories dogmatically. That's what flunkyism means. So that right there is a huge red flag to me. That if this article is real and was actually published by Rodong Simam, whoever published it shows that they have accrued political development even in Juche, because that is not how DPRK uses flunkyism. And yeah, again here, look. They must also raise the values of putting the Korean race first. Did you just see the article that I read you from Kim Jong-il? Like the way they were wording it in that is Korean nation. He always responded to the idea of race with Korean nation. And that the Korean nation first principle has nothing to do with racism. So yeah, this huge red flags with this fucking article. Between the linking to a JP, Espresso Stalinist, which champions Bill Bland as some sort of expert and analytic on fucking DPRK and Juche philosophy. And the fact that we literally could not find this in Rodong Simam, in the actual .kp website, only exists in this Wayback Machine .jp that if you try to actually go to .jp, it doesn't actually come up as a website at all. Just one more time, just to show you before we move on. You bring up this, and it comes up and says it's kcna.jp.co.jp right here. And then if you try to go to this website, even if this article's gone, right, the website should still be there. You try to go to this, and it just does nothing. It just doesn't exist. But yet, in the article that we read, he tried to claim that it's from Rodong Simon. It's gone. This whole website doesn't exist. That's a good point too, though. What's the idea behind the Wayback Machine in the first place? If it was real and Rodong deleted it, doesn't that mean they disagree with it? That could be a good point too, exactly. Okay, Common, thank you for stopping by, comrade. Speaking of the reading, before we do that, I do have a couple things I want to actually watch then. But first, let's say fuck you to this bullshit on DPRK. Black Redguard, please stop spreading fucking imperialist lies about DPRK and do a little bit of homework into what you're fucking looking up. And like, I mean, seriously, if you looked at the book and you thought that You thought that like there was nothing weird about them linking all of these goddamn Kim Jong-il works, and then all of a sudden link a newspaper instead of linking, you know, Kim Jong-il on race and nationalism. If that doesn't raise red flags for you, then I'm sorry, I think you're a bit confused. I think you're not being objectively thinking. So, as a big fuck you to all that bullshit, we're gonna go like this. Don't let the confirmation bias do that to you. Use your objective thinking skills. Look at the sources. Think, does this hold up to any scrutiny? Compare it to other sources of similar nature. You know what? I'm native and I'm happy in my motherland too. If you want to call me a revisionist for that, fine. You're reading Bill Bland's paper on WPK revisionism? Oh dear God, powerful. Stay woke, comrades. And I mean, what's funny about that powerful finger is like, we can look at a whole book that Kim Jong-il wrote about revisionism in USSR and how it was and how it led to the overthrow of socialism in USSR. Look in my theory list. It's called Fundamentals of Revolutionary Party Building, okay? And here's the thing, okay? Not to be too insulting about external pressure and all that, but, look, Albania is no longer socialist and DPRK still is. So you can fucking cry and prattle on about revisionism all you want, but it seems to me that the socialist countries that fell were the ones that were revisionist. And the socialist countries that continue on today were the ones that fought against and are still fighting against revisionism. That's just my take. What do I know? I'm just a humble Mi'kmaq guy from fucking up north here. Very limited view of the world, but that's my limited take on it. Yeah, and that's the thing, it constantly split. It didn't like foster unity. And Fundamentals of Revolutionary Party Building is one of the harshest critiques of the internal mistakes that USSR made that led to the overthrow, I would say. Out of almost any other analysis I've ever read. They talk about how they refused to focus on new ideological education that was suited to the conditions that arose under a new socialist society, you know, because in Stalin in Lenin and Marx and Engels' time, there was no socialist states.
School children from across the country enjoyed camping at the Songdo-won International Children's Camp on the picturesque east coast of Korea.
By the way, usually this is open to international
They
kids as well.
consolidated what they had learned at schools and tempered their body and mind with beautiful dreams and hopes.
Social.
School children in North Hamgyong province enjoyed camping on Mount Chilbo. Looking around the beauty spots and historic and cultural relics in Mount Chilbo, they keenly felt the resourcefulness of the Korean nation with beautiful nature, time-honored history, and brilliant culture.
Now, this is from my comrade here, Lucas Rubio.
De vez em quando, né, aí surge aquele negócio, uma fome danada na Coreia, porque o país é fechado, não fico sabendo, é tudo escondido, etc. E tal. O que você, que de verdade tem nisso? Seja a questão da fome na Coreia, que foi muito forte, ou é muito forte, as pessoas não conseguem ter a ração de nutrientes necessários para a sua vida, etc. e tal. E uma segunda questão, para a gente caminhar aqui para o nosso encerramento, que é essa questão de que...
I mean, DPRK basically has that law too, Red Falcon.
No Brasil,
to be fair.
Nos Estados Unidos também, é uma coisa assim como se a gente vê os jovens no Ocidente com os ídolos da cultura pop, etc. Tal. É uma histeria, etc.
One second.
Assim, passa uma ideia de quase que um êxtase, né? Quer dizer, quando está nesses shows e tal. E vários eventos e imagens que vêm da Coreia, quando tá os dirigentes, etc., há o pessoal chorando, desmaiando, etc. O que você notou dessas duas questões? A fome na Coreia e como é que você explica essas imagens, essa relação da população com os dirigentes?
Bom, em relação à fome, a fome foi algo que realmente assolou a Coreia nos anos 90, principalmente, né? A gente estava falando sobre aquela questão econômica muito difícil para a Coreia, a queda do seu apoio político internacional, mas principalmente o bloqueio econômico dos Estados Unidos foi muito forte. A Coreia do Norte hoje é um dos países mais bloqueados do mundo, se não o mais bloqueado do mundo, junto com Cuba, com o Irã, com os outros países como esse.
Ele está no topo do eixo do mal, né?
Do eixo do mal, né, delineado pelos Estados Unidos. Então, o que acontece é o seguinte, a Coreia ainda está se recuperando daquele trauma da fome e da falta de produtividade agrícola nos anos 90, né? A Coreia tem um território no norte muito montanhoso e rochoso, ou seja, 70% do território é composto de montanhas. Então, isso torna a vida do agricultor muito difícil. A agricultura na Coreia é muito difícil. Mesmo assim, desde o fim da Guerra da Coreia, a Coreia nunca teve problemas com isso. O problema foi, nos anos 90, as destruições naturais causadas nos campos, né, de cultivo, trouxeram problemas de abastecimento muito grandes para a sociedade coreana e os Estados Unidos bloquearam a venda de alimentos para a Coreia. Então, o bloqueio econômico dos Estados Unidos é um bloqueio criminoso, né, que visa sufocar e matar de fome o povo coreano. Então, eles tiveram esse grande problema. Já se recuperaram disso. Só que a Coreia tem um problema que ela não consegue produzir o suficiente para a sua população consumir. Então, há um pequeno déficit no todo final de ano na produtividade agrícola. A Coreia consegue exportar, furando o bloqueio com alguns poucos países que aceitam fazer isso, né? Mas o país, hoje em dia, está completamente afastado de uma crise de fome ou de desnutrição, como sugerido, mas nos anos 90 foi realmente algo muito complicado e não é algo que eles não querem que você saiba, porque os coreanos falam abertamente sobre isso, é um assunto até um pouco delicado, mas eles falam abertamente sobre isso, porque foi um problema causado na Coreia e agravado intencionalmente a fim de derrubar a vontade do povo coreano
de criar uma cisânia, né? De criar um...
Sim.
E o que você falaria desse comportamento das imagens? Essas imagens são produzidas para ter esse efeito de passar uma ideia de que é uma coisa meio...
The brainwashing question,
etc.
always.
Você tem 1 minuto para a gente terminar aqui.
Bom, tudo bem. Em relação aos líderes, a relação dos coreanos com a liderança ela é diferente da nossa, né? Você está falando de uma sociedade asiática de 5 mil anos de idade, com algumas estruturas sociais e filosóficas muito bem consolidadas.
Okay, Social Henshin, thanks for coming,
então, a
comrade.
relação deles com os líderes é muito diferente da nossa, no sentido de que há sim na Coreia uma valorização da imagem dos líderes, porque eles representam o ideal da Revolução Coreana, né? O Kim Il-sung, por exemplo, foi o cara que libertou a Coreia da ocupação japonesa que trouxe
That's interesting, powerful.
o país. Depois liderou a Coreia na guerra contra os Estados Unidos e venceu essa guerra. O Kim Jong-il, que é o segundo líder, liderou a Coreia num momento muito difícil, né, de bloqueio, de sufocamento internacional, e mesmo assim conseguiu transpassar isso. E o Kim Jong-un agora é o líder que está fazendo a Coreia do Norte ter uma voz ainda maior no mundo, e mesmo sendo um país muito pequeno e aparentemente inofensivo ou muito acuado, é um país que consegue fazer os Estados Unidos, por exemplo, sentar na mesa de conversação. Então a relação deles com os líderes é diferente, longe de ser uma lavagem cerebral. Os coreanos não são pessoas manipuladas, são pessoas muito inteligentes. Conversando com eles você observa isso, tem conhecimento de mundo, mas a relação deles com os líderes é de um respeito muito grande,
and you will see if you keep following me.
A sociedade inteira é uma família, e toda família precisa de um pai, e o pai é o líder.
Muito bem, foi muito interessante. Lucas Rubio.
Isso.
Obrigado aí pela sua presença.
And if you don't, by the way, I recommend you follow Lucas Rubio on Twitter or his other accounts, or the Songun Study Group from Brazil, which he is the chairman of. They do fantastic work. Hey, he has a pin like me. I got that one, of course, from a comrade who presented my paper in DPRK because I couldn't attend because of Canadian colonial laws against marijuana, which is really set up as like racist fucking laws against people. So because I couldn't go, yeah. My comrade did present a paper for me, and I was able to at least get the pen that said, hey, your paper was presented there, and DPRK recognized it. And when he sent it to me, he sent me the postcard as well. I show this a lot on the channel, I know. I gotta cover up my address, but I love the stamps. Okay, now, before we get to our reading, we're gonna watch a couple socialist songs just so I can get my vocal cords ready, and then we're on to the Stalin read, the main event for today. Hey Katrina, welcome comrade. Thank you comrades, I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm very proud of them. And, oh, and it says, greetings from People's Korea. And share the love with Lennon Smash, make sure. I can't imagine many of my followers don't follow Lennon Smash, but if somehow that's the case, Lennon Smash is your Larry type entertainment for the evening. With skateboarding rather than video games for the entertainment portions. Lenny and Larry. You need both in your life. That part. This one is awesome too. You're on the right track, Lennon. The Red Army is the strongest. Hey, Red Appalachian. Welcome, comrade. Just discovered me about 10 minutes ago? Nice, nice. Well, welcome in. Glad to see you here. Welcome to the Juche Gang community. Home of the Juche Gang community, I should say. I love this one, and you know, DPRK has one that's the song of General Kimmel song that's really fucking good too. That's got vocals that remind me of this a little bit. Obviously, they're very different songs, but. Have I heard the Miley Cyrus version of this song? No, I have not. Sam, send me that on in a private message or Discord or something, and we're gonna listen to it when I'm done with the reading. That way we'll have read. That way we read one, or we listen to this one before the reading, and then after the reading we listen to this weird Miley Cyrus one you're talking about. That would be hilarious. All right, comrades. It's time. Okay, wait. Let me just save this then. Okay. There we go. We got that ready for after now then. Oh wait, I got one more thing I do want to show you actually. This made me laugh my ass off this morning. Oh wait, Landon's got a song too. Okay, we'll listen to this one. We'll listen to this one after as well. This will be good to give my, or if I need a break, if I need to give my vocal cords a break while reading, we'll listen to it. One of the two, either after or during the thing. We got two more here. What the hell? These are yeah, perfect. These will make for good interludes. I did want to show you this though. I laughed my ass off at this morning for some reason.
Why is every HelloFresh ad like this? Sign up for HelloFresh. We'll give you 46 meals free. Come on, we're desperate as hell. 46 meals. Okay, you and a friend, 92 meals free. Put a lit cigarette out anywhere on my body. Go ahead. Take a shit in my mouth. Take a shit in my open mouth. Please sign up for HelloFresh. Call me a pig. I'll oink for you. Is that what you want to hear? Spread honey on my nuts and let the bees have me. We'll come over and cook it for you. Right? It goes against everything we stand for. That's how bad things have gotten. Turns out people only want to do HelloFresh once, not 5 times a week like it's their job. We paid every podcast host in the world to tell you we're good, and it still didn't work. Why is every HelloFresh ad like this? Sign up for HelloFresh.
I love it. I love it. It's fucking true. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. Alright, now it's time. Now that we're done the little comedy part. That is HelloFresh though. The funny part is we used it one time because I got a whole week's worth of meals for $5 with their thing, and then I immediately canceled my thing. And even though I completely canceled all of my subscription and everything like that, I still get emails from them like every other week that are like, here's the great meals you're missing out on this week. You should sign back up. I'm like, do you ever stop? Do you ever stop? I've never ordered anymore. Oh, God. He's in Cocaine Bear? Oh, I gotta see Cocaine Bear. I have yet to see it. Okay. It's time, comrades. Everybody, get ready. The time has come.
Welcome to Leaping Larry's Revolutionary Reading Theatre.
I love how it's just become a tradition now whenever that's playing for everybody to start talking like a bunch of people from England or Turf Island. I find that hilarious. It's like, oh, time for a spot of crumpets. Crumpets are delicious though, in all seriousness. Let's be real. Just to be real with you all for a second, crumpets are pretty fucking delicious. I'll give them that. This seems like a good distance. Okay, so here we are. We are now on our read. We're working on our way through the Domenico Lusardo, History and Critique of a Black Legend, which of course is on Stalin. We are some of the way, or part of the way, through chapter 5, I think we're on. We're page 190 if you're physical copy, or page 210 if you're on PDF. Comrades in chat are making me hungry. Watch yourselves. Check yourselves here. I'm gonna have to be snacking while I'm reading, and nobody needs that. The Ukrainian Holocaust is an equivalent of the Jewish Holocaust. This is why I ended it here last time. It's like, oh shit, this is gonna get serious. I want to start here next time. The two criminal personalities, reciprocally linked by elective affinities, produce two very similar contradictory universes. This is how the construction of the political mythology that is raging today proceeds. Actually, while inaugurating this line of thought, Arden makes more problematic contribution to the discourse. On the one hand, she alludes, albeit very briefly, to the totalitarian methods heralded by the concentration camps in which liberal England imposed on the Boers, or to the totalitarian elements present in the concentration camps that the France of the Third Republic established after the Spanish Civil War. On the other hand, in establishing the comparison between Stalin's USSR and Hitler's Germany, Arden makes some important distinctions. Only with regard to the second of the two countries does she speak of extermination camps. And there is more. In the USSR, the overseers were not, like the SS, a special elite trained to commit crimes. As confirmed by the analysis of a witness who had lived through the tragic experience of both concentration camps, the Russians never manifested a sadism of the Nazis. Our Russian guards were decent people, not sadists, but they scrupulously observed the rules of the inhumane system. In the present day, however, with the vanishing of even cursory reference to liberal West, and of any mention of various configurations of the contradictory universe, all rhetoric revolves around equating the Gulag to the concentration camps in Germany. Konzentrationslager. In order for such an argument to be persuasive, the figures for the Stalinist terror had to first of all be inflated. Recently, an American scholar has calculated that the executions that actually took place amounted to 1/10 of the current estimates. The horror of this repression remains, of course, and remains on a large scale. And nevertheless, the nonchalance of certain historians and ideologues is significant. Nor do they merely inflate the numbers. In the vacuum of history and politics, the construction of the myth of the twin monsters can take a step forward. Holocaust inflicted by Nazi Germany on the Jews, starting above all with the bogging down of the war in the East, would correspond the Holocaust already inflicted at the beginning of the 1930s by the Stalinist USSR against the Ukrainians, the so-called Holodomor. You know, when Stalin ate all the grain and paid the clouds not to rain? That event? In the latter case, it would have been a planned terrorist famine, which eventually resulted in a huge Bergen-Belsen, i.e. a huge extermination camp. Yeah, he was testing out his comically large spoon and accidentally took more grain than he intended in one gulp. Right? And then he went, whoops. That's why you don't have a dictator who's giant. Oh wait, Stalin was my height. Know that I'm the exact same height as Stalin, actually. Yeah, give me Stalin's giant spoon as a memento, please. I will, or if you get it, Katrina, just send me a little splinter of it. I would be even satisfied with that. In agitating for this thesis, Robert Conquest has stood out in particular. His critics accuse him of having, at one time, worked as a disinformation agent in the British intelligence service and of having approached the Ukrainian dossier with this profession in mind. Blocked the sun, drank the rain, ate all the grain. Yep, that's it. That's exactly what Stalin did. Even his admirers acknowledge a point that is not without significance. Conquest is a veteran of the Cold War and wrote his book as part of a politico-cultural operation that was ultimately directed by US President Ronald Reagan and that bore numerous fruits. On the one hand, by making an important impact on the international debate about the value and limits of Gorbachev's reforms, and on the other, through the stance of the US Congress by powerfully influencing the radicalization of Ukraine's independence. And by radicalization here, of course, it is actually meant the Nazification of Ukraine's independence. Everything I ever needed to know about the world, I learned from Robert Conquest, libface. Yeah. Exactly. That is every liberal you've ever met. And that is exactly the way they are on DPRK too, which is why it is so disappointing in my guts, even though I know I've had disagreements with Black Red Guard before. It's so like disappointing still. It's like a blow to the guts when I still see him making that kind of like very crude analysis like that. Like, just buying right into the imperialist bullshit. Like, we've been through this. In other words, the book was published as part of a political and cultural operation aimed at giving the last and decisive blow to the Soviet Union, discrediting it as responsible for infamies similar to those committed by the Third Reich and stimulating its disintegration thanks to the maturing of the victimized people's awareness of the Holocaust, making it then impossible for them to live in the company of their butchers. We should not lose sight of the fact that, in the same period of time, together with the book on Ukraine, Conquest published another, collaboration with a certain J.M. White, in which he gives advice to his fellow citizens on how to survive the possible invasion by the Soviet Union. What do we do when Russians come? A survivalist handbook. Oh dear God. In case you wanted to know what kind of level Conquest was on. Of course, independently of political motivations at its root, a thesis must nevertheless be analyzed on the basis of the arguments it makes. That of the terrorist famine planned by Stalin, in order to exterminate the Ukrainian people, could not prove to be more reliable than the thesis of the danger of Reagan's USA being invaded by Gorbachev's USSR. And so let us focus our attention on the Ukraine of the early 1930s. In 1934, on his return trip to the Soviet Union that had also taken him to Ukraine, the French Prime Minister Edouard Herriot denied both the planned character as well as the extent and severity of the famine. Issued by the leader of a country that was to enter into an alliance treaty with the USSR the following year, these statements are generally considered to be scarcely credible. Oh, chat. However, the testimony contained in the reports of diplomats from fascist Italy is above all suspicion. Even when the repression of counter-revolutionaries was at its most ruthless, it was interwoven by initiatives going in a different and opposite direction. There are the soldiers sent to the countryside to collaborate on rural works, or the workers who rush to repair machinery. Together with the action to destroy any Ukrainian separatist ambitions, we see a policy of valorization of Ukrainian national characteristics, which sought to attract the Ukrainians of Poland towards the possible and hope for a union of those of the USSR. And this objective is pursued by favoring the free expression of the Ukrainian language, culture, and customs. Did Stalin propose to attract the Ukrainians of Poland to the Soviet Ukrainians by exterminating the latter by starvation? Apparently, the Soviet troops who, immediately after the outbreak of the Second World War, broke into the Ukrainian territories hitherto occupied by Poland, were welcomed by the local population. Let us now take a look at the picture that emerges from the positions of the other enemies of Stalin. Oh no, this time within the communist movement. Communist. Trotsky, who is well known, was born in Ukraine, and who in the last years of his life repeatedly focused on his homeland, takes a position in favor of the independence movement. He condemned the ferocity of the repression, but, while sparing no accusation against Stalin, on several occasions comparing him to Hitler, he made no mention of the so-called Holocaust of Hunger planned in Moscow. Trotsky stressed that the Ukrainian masses are animated by irreconcilable hostility towards the Soviet bureaucracy. Trotsky stressed that the Ukrainian masses are animated by the irreconcilable hostility towards the Soviet bureaucracy, but identified the reason for this hostility in the repression of Ukrainian independence. Judging by the theses in vogue today, the Holodomor would have occurred in the early 1930s. But according to Trotsky, the Ukrainian problem became aggravated earlier this year, i.e. in 1939. Like Stalin, the leader of the anti-Stalin opposition also would have liked to unite all Ukrainians, even if this time no longer within the USSR, but within an independent state. But would it have been sensible to formulate this project while remaining completely silent about the genocide that had already taken place? In the eyes of Trotsky, the perversity of the Soviet bureaucracy consists in this. It erects monuments to the great Ukrainian poet, Taras Shevchenko, but only in order to force the Ukrainian people to pay homage to the Muscovite oppressors in the language of their national poet. As can be seen, there is mention of neither genocide nor even of ethnocide. However harsh the condemnation of the Stalinist regime, it is not charged with the physical or cultural destruction of the Ukrainian people. Whether placed outside or inside the communist movement, Stalin's enemies converged on this essential acknowledgement. The fragility and instrumentality of the correspondence established between Holodomor and Final Solution begins to become clear. Hitler and the other Nazi leaders explicitly and repeatedly proclaimed that it was necessary to proceed with the annihilation of the Jews, comparing them to bacillus, to a virus, to a pathogen, whose extermination would allow society to recover its health. It would be in vain to search for similar statements from the Soviet leaders about the Ukrainian or Jewish peoples. It might be more interesting to compare the policies of Stalinist USSR and that of Hitler's Germany in relation to Ukraine. Hitler proclaimed on several occasions that the Ukrainians, like all subjugated people, would have to be kept at an appropriate distance from culture and education. Their historical memory would also have to be destroyed, arguing that it was good that they did not even know how to read and write. And that is not all. 80 to 90% of the local population could have been dispensed with, quote unquote. Above all, one could and would have had to do empathetically without the intellectual classes. Their liquidation was the condition for being able to transform the subjugated people into a hereditary caste of slaves or semi-slaves, destined to work and die through forced labor in the service of the master race. Again, as we talked about earlier in this read, remember a big analysis that Luzzardo points out is this analysis that really what fascism is, aside from, the common Parenti saying of it being when capitalism is threatened, fascism comes in to save it from democracy and communism. But what Luzzardo points out earlier in this work is fascism is also that final solution and the realization of white settler colonialism, right? And really, it was in part spurred on by what Hitler and Mussolini saw as this racial mixing. And they thought that this racial mixing wouldn't inevitably lead to one mishmash of the human race, as other people thought, right? They thought that it actually wasn't inevitable and they could stop it, but through extreme measures, which resulted in, the fascist strategy we see. Wrong. Fascism is actually anti-fascism. Yes, chat. Exactly. Hey, Ninja Can, welcome, comrade. And hey, welcome in. Hope you were well today. You're just in time for the Stalin read today. Let me get you a shout out here, Kay. As you know, we shout out our comrades here. So if you're a streamer, of course, do not forget to get your name shouted out. And if that heart right now is empty, please fill it in. Go follow Kay, another fantastic comrade streamer that you all should be listening to. No problem. Of course, Kay. Always happy to give you a shout out, comrade. By the way, if you aren't in our Discord, you should consider joining up the Red Star Vanguard Discord. You just click this button here, you go to this website here, you click the pulsating button, rub the pulsating button. Once you rub it fast enough, it'll activate. I'm just kidding. You can just click it. And then you'll go to our Discord, answer the 5 questions that come up we ask, let them know you're from the Leaping Larry stream. I can add you to a tag, and then you'll be part of this fantastic community of communists and socialists, where, we defend socialist states, we talk about Juche, we can even help you with tech repair stuff in there. So yeah, check it out. And if you don't follow, Kay, how do you say, I will go get the Santa. You don't want to mess. Don't want to mess around. Yeah, come join our community. And by the way, it's not just my community. As I say, Red Star Vanguard is a community where I just happen to be one very honored, recognized streamer there. We also have Comrade Valkyrie of the North, who I recommend you follow, and Comrade Vivian, who I also recommend you follow. 2 other fantastic streamers. Yeah, I try to catch Kay, but I think Kay generally tends to stream when I do. Although a couple times I was one time going to raid Kay, and then when I went to look back, it was like, oh, she was gone. But the important thing is, as long as we give them a follow, right, that helps boost them up the algorithm as well, which can make all the fucking difference also. So even a follow and watch, even if you can only catch some of the VODs later or whatever, it all helps. We want to bump the good comrades up to the top of the algorithms, 100%. All right, I shall continue, comrades. As I explained, the whole fascism thing is the wanting to realize that European white genocidal colonialism, right? But it was this ideology of needing to do it in an extreme way because now you have socialism and communism emerging in the world. It was all sort of part of this. It was interconnected to all of these things. The Nazi program was further clarified by Himmler. It was to eliminate the Jews immediately, who had significant representation within intellectual circles, and to reduce to a minimum the total Ukrainian population so as to pave the way for the future Germanic colonization. This was how the historian quoted here comments, Nazi empire building and Holocaust go hand in hand in the Ukraine as well. The Ukrainian nationalists contributed to that and constituted the main source of and the main propagandist for Conquest's book. No worries, Kay. No need. We're just happy that you stream at all, comrade. Love you, mommy. Thank you very much, mama. Appreciate that. Very, very great endorsement. And follow Mama M Media too, god darn it. Compared to the Third Reich, Soviet power moved in exactly the opposite direction. We are familiar with the policy of affirmative action promoted by the Soviet power towards national minorities and the Ukrainian brother and comrades. To borrow the words used by Stalin immediately after the October Revolution. In fact, it is precisely the one who today is considered responsible for the Holodomor who most decisively promoted affirmative action on behalf of the Ukrainian people. In 1921, he rejected the thesis of those who claimed that the Ukrainian Republic and the Ukrainian nation were inventions of the Germans. It is obvious, however, that there is a Ukrainian nation, and it is the duty of the communists to develop its culture, unquote. Starting from these assumptions, the Ukrainianization of culture, schools, the press, publishing, party cadres, and the state apparatus was developed. The implementation of this policy was given particular impetus by Lazar Kognovich, who was trusted collaborator of Stalin's and who in March 1925 became party secretary in Ukraine. The results were not long coming. In 1931, the publication of books in Ukrainian reached its peak with 6,218 titles out of 8,086, almost 77%. While the percentage of Russians in the party, equal to 72% in 1922, had fallen to 52%. I mean, at the very least, they essentially gave birth to the Ukrainian nation in many ways, yeah. It must also be borne in mind the development of the Ukrainian industrial infrastructure on whose necessity Stalin once again insisted. And I mean, Ukrainian culture did exist, but Ukrainian had always sort of been the subject of, empires and whatnot in between it. I mean, it's a complicated history, but yeah, generally, a lot of the culture that's preserved today is thanks to USSR, 100%. One can try to minimize this by referring to the persistent monopoly of power exercised in Moscow by the CPSU. And yet, this policy of Ukrainianization had such a strong impact that it faced resistance from Russians. Quote, the latter were, however, disappointed by the solution given to the national question in the USSR. They resented Russia's equalizing with the other federal republics. They resented the right granted to minorities within the Russian Republic. They resented the regime's anti-Russian rhetoric. And they resented the fact that the Russians were the only nationality in Federation that had neither their own party nor their own Academy of Sciences. No worries at all, Mama. I mean, and again, it's very complicated because there is Ukrainian culture that exists before, but a lot of it is born out of that revolutionary struggle as well. So it's like that it's, you know, there is some merit to saying that, yes, there is aspects, especially major aspects of Ukrainian culture that was born in the USSR. Absolutely. But of course, the USSR, each republic was struggling in their own battle as well. So that's why I also like have to be careful with saying that something gave them their culture. It was really that they were given the ability for their culture to emerge better under the leadership of a workers' party instead of, you know, the leadership of Tsardom. Not only does it make no sense to compare the Soviet policy to the Nazi one, but the former actually turns out to be clearly superior, even to the policy of the White Army, supported by the liberal West. Yeah, exactly. That would make more sense even, yes, for sure. Conquest himself ends up recognizing this in spite of himself, placing himself on a line of continuity with the respect to the Tsarist autocracy. Denikin refused to admit the existence of Ukrainians. Exactly opposite is the attitude of Stalin, who hailed the Ukrainianization of Ukrainian cities. Yeah, that's a good point, Red Appalachian. Never forget the revolution was not just a civil war. And I mean, of course, you have 14 capitalist powers who came in and invaded it. What do you call that? Right? As a result of the success of this policy, a new highly positive page is open. Quote, the policy of Ukrainianization was formalized on April 1923 at the 12th Congress of the Russian Communist Party. For the first time since the 18th century, a government firmly established in the Ukraine had as one of its professed aims the protection and development of the Ukrainian language and culture. Ukrainian cultural figures who returned to the country came in genuine hope that even a Soviet Ukraine might be the scene of a national revival. And to a high degree, they were right. For a few years. Poetry and fiction, linguistic and historical writing established themselves on a scale and with an intensity extremely exciting to all classes, while the older literature was reprinted on a massive scale. We have seen that this policy was in force, indeed, was in full swing in the Ukraine even in the early 1930s. Of course, a terrible conflict and famine intervened later, and yet it remains a mystery how in space of a very short time one could go from radical affirmative action in favor of Ukrainians to planning their extermination. Okay, Mama, love ya. It should not be forgotten that in the elaboration and dissemination of the Holodomor thesis, Ukrainian nationalist circles played an important role, which, after having unleashed many pogroms against Jewish communities in the Civil War years, often collaborated with the Nazi invaders engaged in promoting the final solution. It's important to note that. Again, when we hear about this return to democracy. Oh wow. What we just read here? This was conquest. That quote I read was fucking conquest. So he contradicts himself in his own fucking work. Yeah. 1 million Jews before the concentration camps open in Ukraine. Yep, I mean, yeah. They were openly allied with Nazis, right? And that's, I mean, and in Poland too, like, who's the Polish guy? Pilsudski? Them as well. Which is totally just left out of any analysis by our liberals, right? When they deal with this subject, by the way. It should not be forgotten that in the elaboration and dissemination of the Holodomor thesis, Ukrainian nationalist circles played an important role which, after having unleashed many pogroms against the Jewish communities in the Civil War years, often collaborated with the Nazi invaders, engaged in promoting the final solution, quote unquote. After having functioned as a tool both of demonization of the enemy and of comfortable self-absolution, the Holodomor thesis has then become a formidable ideological weapon in the closing period of the Cold War and in the policy of dismemberment of the Soviet Union. One final consideration. During the course of the 20th century, the accusations of genocide and the denunciations of Holocaust have been employed in the most diverse ways. We have already seen several examples. It is worth adding one more. On October 20th, 1941, the Chicago Tribune reported an impassioned appeal by Herbert Hoover for an end to the blockade imposed by Great Britain on Germany. The war of extermination unleashed by the Third Reich against the Soviet Union had already begun a few months earlier. But the former American president did not say a word about it. He concentrated on the terrible conditions of the civilian population of the occupied countries. In Warsaw, the mortality rate of children is 10 times higher than the birth rate, and called for an end to this Holocaust, which was useless, given that the blockade, at any rate, could not stop the war march. It is clear that Hoover was concerned with discrediting the country or countries on the side of which F.D. Roosevelt was about to intervene. It scarcely needs pointing out that any recollection of that champion of isolationism's allegations of a Holocaust caused by London and Washington has been lost. Which, by the way, actually is talked about more. I forgot about this, actually. So, if you look at this right here, an important factor contributing actually to making the famine in Ukraine at that time, and not just Ukraine, by the way, but it was in a large area of Eastern Europe. But something that actually contributed to it was the gold embargo and the sanctions and shit that were placed on it by the US. Which, again, is another thing that's completely left out of the analysis. And I would say, I don't know if this work is actually gonna get to that or not. But what I will point out too is that area, again, it wasn't just Ukraine that had a famine. It was a large area in Eastern Europe that had a famine. And this area had been plagued with famines in a cyclical fashion, in a cycle, for like thousands of fucking years, because of weather that was, generally erratic and was cold and hot and drought and everything else. And at the same time, you had underdeveloped agricultural practices and tools, okay? Now, despite, and in fact, completely the opposite of what we learn from people like Conquest, which is that it was like the policies of collectivization, even those that like to say, well, it wasn't actually a planned famine, but the collectivization policy made it worse. Well, no, actually, if you want to know the reality of the situation, is that collectivization made it so that this famine was one of the last famines that fucking happened. Because of the collectivization of agriculture, the modernization of agriculture that followed it, that cycle of famines was finally broken. Right? It was thanks to collectivization that cycle was broken. And if they had not have collectivized agriculture, they would have been looking at that famine again sometime in an unknown future when weather was bad again. And by the way, kulaks, yeah, they contributed to making it worse as well. Kulaks weren't just some like innocent group of farmers, by the way. Kulaks were literally oppressors and in the past serf owners, many of whom even did not give up their serfs after the serf system was supposedly abolished under Tsardom. And they went so far as these kulaks, even before the revolution was underway, these kulaks would like burn schools where peasants and serfs would try and teach themselves language and writing and stuff like this. So, yeah, the collectivization caused all the famines is a complete and utter lie. The collectivization did just the opposite. It stopped the cycle of famines that had plagued the region for thousands of fucking years. Like, going back. Yeah. Just important to note that, I think. All right, on to the next part. Terrorist famine in the history of liberal West. Oh boy, we're gonna be throwing some stones here that deserve to be thrown. Europe historically struggled with agriculture. Yep, that's true. That's why they needed the natives to teach them, right? And we taught the natives taught them how to grow crops that were easy that they could handle. All right. Let me get a little hydration and then we'll be ready to continue. Terrorist famine in the history of the liberal West. Moreover, even more than the stretched arguments, is the omissions that totally discredit the speech of the veteran of the Cold War. We could begin with the debate that took place in the House of Commons on October 28, 1948. Churchill denounced the spread of conflict between Hindus and Muslims and the horrible Holocaust that was taking place in India following the independence granted by the Labour government and the dismantling of the British Empire. I almost puked when I read that. And here, a Labour MP interrupted the speaker. "Why don't you talk about hunger in India?" unquote. The former Prime Minister tried to evade, but the MP pressed on. "What about the Indian famine, for which the previous Tory government were responsible?" The reference was to the famine, ostensibly denied by Churchill, which in 1943-44 caused 3 million deaths in Bengal. Neither side of the House of Commons, however, evoked the famine that had occurred a few decades earlier, again in colonial India. You're up for strawberries? Yeah, love strawberries. I grow a lot of strawberries here, plants. In that case, 20 to 30 million Indians lost their lives, often forced to dispense hard labor on a diet inferior to that guaranteed to the inmates of the infamous Bachwalgan lager. On that occasion, the racist component had been explicit and overt. British bureaucrats believed that it was a mistake to spend so much money just to save a lot of blackfellows, quote unquote. On the other hand, according to Viceroy Sir Richard Temple, it was mostly beggars with no real intention of working who had lost their lives. nor will many be inclined to grieve much for the fate which they brought upon themselves, and which terminated lives of idleness, and too often of crime. At the conclusion of the Second World War, Sir Victor Gronsel, a Jew who had landed in England following his escape from anti-Semitic persecution in Germany, published The Ethics of Starvation in 1946, and in darkest Germany the following year. The author denounced the policy of starvation that, after the defeat of the Third Reich, raged on the German prisoners and the German people, who were continually exposed to the death sentence of starvation. Yes, the infant mortality rate was 10 times higher than in 1944, a year that had been particularly tragic. The rations available to Germans were dangerously close to those in force in the Bergen-Belsen. You've been thinking about doing a little stream here and there, but you don't know. So much to learn. So much to learn, and I would need a better mic, etc. Meant to send that early when you're shouting at the streamers busy at work. No worries, Ninja Can. No worries at all, comrade. I'm here to serve people at work. I'm here to serve the people. After all, only the masses are omnipotent and omniscient on almighty on earth. Therefore, my lifetime motto is the people are my God. Yeah, hey, if you ever, you know, like I'm sure everybody has a different perspective that they can give, and even if you are still learning, which is why on this channel, I never claim to be a teacher to you comrades, right? I always say that I'm a student with you all, learning these concepts and learning the theory and becoming a better revolutionary along with everybody here who's learning with me, right? That's why I never claim to be a teacher. I'm a fellow student of yours. And even a chairman, it's like, even if Kim Jong-un, right, and even the leaders of their party, they'd be the first to tell you that the masses are the teachers, and that a great leader knows how to learn from the masses and respects the fact that the masses are the teachers. And I would say that you can take that into your own individual life and say that everybody can contribute a different perspective and even put things a different way that reaches other people that I or other people cannot. You know, everybody has a different personality, a different way of putting things. So if you do ever get into streaming or you feel like going, let me know, Ninja Can, and I'll shout you out to the moon, heaven, and back. And I will gladly, not teach you, I will learn with you. We're being taught by scientific socialism itself, the best teacher. And yeah, that's the face I make when that's exactly the face I make when I'm learning, by the way, Ninja Can. My bio on Twitch is, oh, you didn't know? Me neither. Let's learn together. My stream is just much for me to learn as for others who want to learn, says Kay. Exactly. And that's exactly it, right? We're all learning. Because nobody is to paraphrase from Comrade Kim Jong-un, nobody is a born revolutionary. We all revolutionaries have to study and practice in order to better, you know, in order to stay revolutionaries, I would say, in order to better inform themselves of their conditions and how to struggle and how to participate in their own revolution. That's why I say, you know, it's important for us to, like, in here, I can give you the general theory, read to you about Juche, I can read to you about the stuff we publish on Iskra books, like Stalin here and stuff like that. But, at the same time, when you're studying in your own lives, in your everyday today lives, this is why I encourage comrades to try and study events in your own country. Look at native struggles, look at black struggles for liberation, other struggles, working struggles in your communities. Look at the labor history and the proletarian and the anti-colonial and the anti-imperialist struggles that are going on and study those as well, right? Ninja can. That's funny. Well, if you ever decide to start streaming, comrade, I will shout you out anytime you want. Just let me know. And I will be happy to come hang out and learn with you as well. Learning about the Battle of Blair Mountain is what got me to study communism. See? And this is why I argue as well that remember that what Karl Marx really discovered was that the masses trend towards socialism, right? The masses tend to trend towards communism when they have the power. Right? That's what he discovered. And so what you have to realize is that through the struggle against anti-capitalism, through the struggle against colonialism and imperialism, other people can come to understand the necessity and how to struggle for socialism. Which is why I always say, like, it's wrong for settlers to go and act like they have to teach every single First Nations person Marxism, Leninism, or have to get them to study Marxism, Leninism in particular. Not necessarily, no. First Nations people themselves can build socialist society, I would argue, successfully without studying Marxism, Leninism. And on the other hand, many of them do already study Marxism, Leninism, and so, it's just this irrelevant, straw man, that typical settler chauvinism bullshit, right? But even if they didn't, they could still successfully build socialism, I would argue, because remember, Marx discovered scientific principles. Okay, Kay, thank you for coming, comrade. Appreciate you. One day I will catch one of your streams. Yeah, no, 100% Ninja can. There is many problematic. Don't mind how janky my cover is, okay? But this book right here by Ingalls, The Origins of the Family, literally makes many direct comparisons to Iroquois society. And much of the strategy, like democratic centralism and a lot of other strategies for how a socialist state should organize itself and fight against bourgeois interests, is directly inspired by what Iroquois Confederacy was organizing around. So yeah, it definitely took inspiration from First Nations, 100%. And again, even though there is some the title of the book again, it's Ingalls, Private Property. Actually, I have it right here for you. It's Ingalls, Private Property, Origins of Private Property, or Origins of the Family, Private Property in the State. If you go to my not that. If you go to my theory list, right here, this is my recommended reads for new communists and revolutionaries. Oh, I don't have it in here yet. Okay, I need to add it to here still. Disregard that. If you go to Marxist.org, though, you can find it on there. It should be Origin, Private Property. Wonder if they put it here. Reading Feuerbach? No, I'm not reading Feuerbach right now. Well, if you come here, you will find it in their collected or selected works. You should. Wonder if it's here. No. Well, you will find it on here, even though this website does suck for finding stuff. I will link it in here eventually. All right, let us continue though with Domenico Lasardo. Hey, Babel Boom, welcome. There did used to be better and more sites. Well, now we have Iskra Books. You know, you can get your reading in on this site. I'm not just shilling it because I help out here. I promise you it's good. We're reading a book from here right now. And look, we got Socialist Education in Korea. We got Stalin Collected Works Volume 1. We also have Stalin Collected Works Volume 2 that's about to be published. Yeah, we keep the prices as low as possible, Ninja Can. We charge what it costs us to print and create it. What it costs us to create it and distribute it is what we charge people. So here it's $15.34, but that's Canadian. So it would be a little bit less than this American, because this is Canadian. You're seeing it hardcover for $25. And then, of course, if that neither of those are affordable to you, oh, you're Canadian? Well, there you go then. And if neither of those work, of course, we do have free PDFs of everything we publish. Which includes my Juche lessons, by the way. If you ever want my Juche lessons in writing, right now I'm on the first 2 publications of our Peaceland Books journal. Sorry, Peaceland and Bread journal. I had a friend in East Germany that was so nice to gift me books. That's awesome. Yeah, getting books gifted is great. Yeah, this was our journal here. We are still working on the next one, but you can find my works here, like I'm in this one here. This is my Juche lesson. This is like the same as episode 1 on YouTube of my Juche lesson, just in writing form. And I'm in the second one as well, right here. I was busy for a different one, so. But then I'm back in again. I will be back. I'm in 2 of them right now, at least. And of course, we have Comrade Ben, who does amazing fucking covers, and I like the Labor Wave covers he did at this time. It's such high pixel rate, it takes a minute to look at that. Yeah, that's our journal there. We have the 5th one coming. I know it's been a while, but we do have the 5th one coming. Again, it's a passion project. We do still have to make money on the side. We don't actually make anything from Iskra or Peaceland and Bread. Just feels like it was a proper thing as communists not to make money from it. In the two cases I just cited, it was not the Soviet Union, that is compared to a Nazi concentration camp, but the labor camps of British subjected India, and the occupation regime imposed on defeated Germans by the liberal West. At least the last accusation seems more persuasive. It's confirmed by the most recent and most exhaustive book published on the subject. Germans were better fed in the Soviet zone, quote unquote. The country that had suffered the genocidal policy of the Third Reich and continued to suffer shortages because of that policy was more generous towards the defeated population. In fact, it was not scarcity of resources, but its ideology that drove the liberal West to subject the Germans to death by starvation. Politicians and military men, like Sir Bernard Montgomery, insisted that no food should be sent from Britain. Death by starvation was the punishment. Montgomery claimed that 3/4 of all Germans were still Nazis. Precisely for this reason, it was also forbidden to fraternize. One was not to speak, much less to smile, at members of totally irredeemably preserve people. The American soldier was warned, in heart, body, and spirit, every German is a Hitler. Even a girl could prove deadly. Don't be like Samson with Delilah. She would love to cut your hair and then your throat. This campaign of hate was explicitly intended to put the feelings of compassion out of play, and thus to ensure the success of the ethics of condemnation to starvation. No, U.S. soldiers were called upon to be impassive even in the face of starving children. In A Yellow-Haired German Doll, there looked a Nazi. Great. Real. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, in the Soviet Union, they formed National Committee für Deutschland for having Germans join the fight against Nazis. Exactly. Again, as they pointed out, the German prisoners were better treated in the East, which, by the way, is probably completely opposite to what a lot of you, if you grew up in the West and had education in the West, probably an opposite to what a lot of you have learned. Where some mistakenly some Germans did mistakenly run towards the West, thinking that, of course, the Russians would be the ones to be much more cruel to them. But the West overblows this in history textbooks. And then, of course, in practice, it ends up being the West who are much more cruel, as we are seeing right here. If the tragedies of Bengal and the Ukraine can be explained by the scale of priorities dictated by the approach or raging of the Second World War, which necessitated the concentration of scarce resources in the struggle against a deadly enemy, a planned and terrorist famine may well be spoken of with regard to Germany immediately following the defeat of the Third Reich, where the scarcity of resources played no role, while it was influenced to a considerable extent by the racialization of a people which F.D. Roosevelt is tempted for some time to wipe off the face of the earth by castration. It could be said that what saved the Germans and the Japanese, or significantly shortened their suffering, was the outbreak of the Cold War. In the struggle against the new enemy, they could prove valuable as cannon fodder, and their experience could be utilized by the former adversary. But it is useless to look for any mention of a famine in British colonial India or a Western Bergen-Belsen in Germany in the histories of the Cold War veteran, which were committed to enforcing a pattern constructed a priori by revisionist history. All Nazi infamies are only the replica of communist infamies. And so, also Hitler's Bergen-Belsen reproduces the Bergen-Belsen ant litterum for which Stalin is responsible. In full consistency with such a scheme, conquest completely ignores the fact that resource to starvation and the threat of death by starvation constitute a constant in the relationship established by the West with barbarians and with enemies from time to time compared with barbarians. After the Haitian Revolution in Santo Domingo, fearing the contagion effect of the first country on the American continent to abolish slavery, Jefferson declared himself ready to reduce Toussaint to death by starvation, quote unquote. In the mid-19th century, Tocqueville called for burning the crops and emptying the silos of Arabs in Algeria who dared resist French conquest. 5 decades later, with the same tactic of warfare, condemning an entire people to starvation, or death by starvation, the United States stifled resistance in the Philippines. Just as they do to Cuba today, 100%. Even when it is not intentionally planned, famine could still present an opportunity not to be missed. At the same time that Tocqueville called for the creation of a desert around the rebellious Arabs, a devastating disease destroyed the potato crop in Ireland and decimated a population already sorely tried by the looting and oppression of the English colonists. The new tragedy appeared in the eyes of St. Charles Edward Trevelyan, entrusted by the London government to monitor and deal with this situation, as an expression of the omniscient providence. which thus solved the problem of overpopulation, and also of the endemic rebellion of the barbaric population. In this sense, the British politician has sometimes been branded as a proto-Ichman, the protagonist of a tragedy considered the prototype of the genocides of the 20th century. But let us focus on the 20th century. The methods traditionally used to the detriment of colonial people can also be useful in the course of struggle for hegemony between the great powers. With the outbreak of the First World War, Britain subjected Germany to a deadly naval blockade, the meaning of which Churchill explained as follows. The British blockade treats the whole of Germany as being a besieged fortress, and explicitly seeks to starve the population and thus force it to capitulation. Men, women, and children, old and young, wounded and healthy. The blockade continued to be imposed even after the end of the armistice, for months, and it was still Churchill who explained the necessity, despite the weapon's silence, of continuing recourse to this weapon of starvation, which falls mainly on the women and children, upon the old and the weak and the poor. The defeated had to accept the victor's peace conditions to the end. But with the threatening emergence of Soviet Russia, the enemy then changed. If Jefferson feared the contagion of the Black Revolution of Haiti, Wilson was concerned with containing the Bolshevik Revolution. The methods remained unchanged. In order to prevent Austria from following the example of Soviet Russia, Austria was put before a brigand blackmail, as Gramsci put it, either bourgeois order or starvation. In fact, some time later, it was Herbert Hoover, a senior member of the Wilson administration and future president of the United States, who warned the Austrian authorities that any disturbance of public order will make the supply of foodstuffs impossible and will bring Vienna face to face with absolute hunger. And later, it was again the same American politician who drew this balance, of which he explicitly boasted fear of starvation held the Austrian people from revolution. As one sees, especially in Jefferson and Hoover, they explicitly theorized the terrorist famine for which conquest reproaches Stalin. We are in the presence of a policy that continues to rage today. In June 1996, an article interview by the director of the Center for Economic and Social Rights highlighted the terrible consequences of the collective punishment inflicted by the sanctions regime on the Iraqi people. Already, more than 500,000 Iraqi children had died of starvation and disease. Many more were about to suffer the same fate. A few years later, a more general consideration was made by an unofficial magazine of the State Department, Foreign Affairs. Following the collapse of real socialism in a world unified under US hegemony, the embargo constitutes the weapon of mass destruction par excellence. Officially imposed to prevent Saddam Hussein's access to weapons of mass destruction, the embargo in Iraq, in the years since the Cold War, has caused more deaths than all the weapons of mass destruction throughout history put together. Thus, it is as if the Arab country had simultaneously suffered the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the mustard gas attacks by the armies of William II and of Benito Mussolini, and more. In conclusion, the policy of terrorist famine, with which Stalin is accused, runs deep through the history of the West, and was implemented first in the 20th century against the country that emerged from the October Revolution and sees its triumph after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Yep, 100% chat. The first Gulf War was also based on the fake-ass story about the Iraqis killing babies in Kuwait. And we had the person who gave up, they came forward and like gave this talk, and they were like crying and everything else about them slamming the babies on the ground. Yep. And you know what? The defector testimony industry today in DPRK exists for the same reason. We can look, if you... Which is why, by the way, I remind you, like, just look at the very fact that there's no solid like photographic evidence or anything like this, despite people constantly going into DPRK, taking pictures in secret, etc., etc. But yet we don't have the photographic evidence. There has never been any concrete evidence. All they ever have to go by is this defector testimony, and it's for that same reason, right? And if you want to know why, I highly recommend you check out this documentary here, Loyal Citizens of Pyongyang and Seoul, which goes into the whole funding behind the defector testimony industry. It's an age-old strategy used by the US. All right, I'm gonna have a drink here, and I'm gonna fill up my water while we listen to 2 songs here that comrades have linked. Yeah, Kuwait was stealing oil from Iraq, and Saddam told Washington that they were going to attack, and the U.S. gave them the green light. Yep. Everything the U.S. accuses others of doing is essentially what it does itself, basically. Yeah, it's also interesting to see how much pressure they put on defectors with the secret police in occupied Korea, which, by the way, in that thing I just linked up there, you will see as well. All right, let's listen to this, and then I'll continue reading this part here. Perfect symmetries and self-absolutions. Stalin's anti-Semitism? Just let me fill up my water while we listen to this. Wait, first this one, sorry. Oh my god, it's a Sebs raid! Hey comrade Sebs, welcome! Thank you for the Sebs raid, Sebs raid, Sebs raid. Shout out to comrade Sebs. Hey comrade, I hope your stream was good. Welcome in comrades. We're just reading Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend today. We just got over, we just pretty much got through a chapter that was dealing with the whole Holodomor thing, so... yeah. It's been an interesting stream so far, Sebs. Welcome, comrades, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. Yay, I'm glad. Seb showed you around Peru? That's amazing. You're excited about that book? Yeah. I'm very happy to be reading it to people. I think we're all learning something from it, right, everyone? I hope. By the way, let's celebrate our Sebs raid. We had a walk in Lima. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. I will be doing some more IRL streams eventually. 100%. And I just gotta say for, you know, well, this phone is a great Wowie. I need a new Wowie. Did you know I had a Wowie phone, comrades? I've heard the rumors. Okay, we need to celebrate our Seb's raid. I'm a base Wowie haver. Yeah. I see it is true. Yep, see? The rumors do not lie. Again, just in case you missed it. I know this camera sucks, I'm sorry. It doesn't focus, but there you go. Now, we need to celebrate the Seb's raid properly, however. So here you go, Sebs. This one goes out to you and awesome revolutionaries like you. Yeah, and this is like 6 years old now, big deal. It works great. It's just like the battery. If I replace the battery, it'd be fine. I just want a new one now. But here we go. Ready, Sebs? This goes out to you and fantastic revolutionaries like you.
Kichi, Kichi, Kichima, Cyprian Conto, Alliance, shoot to kill, Gamaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer, brr, pa, pa, brr, pa, pa, attention.
That's for you, comrade, dear comrade Sebs. That's all for you. Alright, we were listening to some music, so I think we'll start this song over. I'm just giving my vocal cords a little bit of a rest while we listen to some revolutionary music. Of course, Sebs. Anything for you, comrade. While we listen to this revolutionary music here, before we get back to the read here, which is we're on this part of Chapter 5, Perfect Symmetries and Self-Absolutions, Stalin's Anti-Semitism? We were just letting my vocal cords get some hydration while we listen to this. So, allow us to listen. Wait. Sorry. I did that funny. There we go. Lennon suggested we listen to this one. Okay, Ninja Can, thank you, comrade, for coming. Alex John, welcome, comrade. Thank you, Lennon. Alright, we also have one from Strin Sam here. We also have another one from Strin Sam here as well. This one's gonna be slightly more cursed, I believe.
I hopped off the plane at LAX with a dream, my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Up to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. That's when the taxi man turned on the radio and a Jay-Z song was on. 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 I got my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. I got my hands up to play my song. And know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USSR. Yeah. It's a party in the USSR.
This was Strin Sam when he heard us play this. When he heard us play song of the what was it we played earlier? The Tank Man or something? Oh yeah, this one. Okay. I'm sorry. I have to That was so good. That was like, wait, was that you, Sam, who shared last time with me? Was it Squidward who was singing the Irish song? I think that might have been. I can't remember if that was you who shared that with me as well. Okay. Now. No, that wasn't you? Okay, that was someone else, I guess. Okay, but I need to cleanse the palate here after that. Just hold on. Wait. 1 sec. Let me just see if I. Damn, I don't see it now. I had it. I know we did watch it, but yeah, I don't have it now. I can't see it. Damn it, it was so funny. Okay, well, in light of that, since we had to suffer through that, I say we watch this one again. And then we'll go back to our read. I can find that Squidward.
Красная армия, сердце американских морей. Красная армия всех сильных, так уже красная, желает властно слышать мозолистой рукой. И все должны мы неудержимо идти в последний смертный бой. Так уже красная желает властно слышать мозолистой рукой. И все должны мы неудержимо идти в последний смертный бой.
Whew. Maybe I should have just stuck with reading. What the
Communism
what's
is
this one?
based.
He's a communist. Yeah, big communist. Big communist.
Небо утреннего стяг, в жизни важен первый шаг. Слышишь, веют над страною ветры
Better try and get the Russian dancing going.
И вновь продолжает собой, и сердцу тревожно в груди. И Ленин такой молодой, и юный октябрь впереди. И Ленин такой молодой, и юный октябрь впереди. Весть летит во все концы, вы поверьте нам, отцы, будут новые победы, станут новые бойцы. Продолжает собой, и сердцу тревожно в груди. Ленин такой молодой, и юный октябрь впереди. Ленин такой молодой, и юный
happening again.
С неба милости не жди, жизнь для правды не щади. Нам, ребята, в этой жизни только с правдой по пути. Продолжает собой, и сердце тревожно в груди. И Ленин такой молодой, и юный октябрь впереди. Ленин такой молодой, и юный октябрь впереди. Не зной снегопад, не ветер, ни покат. Продолжает собой, и сердце тревожно в груди. Ленин такой молодой, и юный октябрь впереди. Ленин такой молодой, и юный октябрь впереди.
It's like metal.
Продолжает собой, и сердце тревожно в груди. И Ленин такой молодой, и юный октябрь впереди. Ленин такой молодой, и юный октябрь.
Hey, Table Boom, are you in the Discord? Or if you're not, you should consider joining it. Otherwise, somebody should link that or remind me of that title in the Discord, please. That sounds good. Okay, before we do this one, then we're gonna do Lenin's here. Okay, then someone else, please link that in my Discord, please, if you don't mind. Just in my Or I'll show you the dream one. I just threw it on just for fun. I just threw it on just for fun. I don't expect anything to come from these, obviously. But just to show you the one that this is my dream synthesizer. I used to have one just like this. Oh, I know I can get a MIDI synth. I can get some free ones, but this right here was like, I had one just like this with the little mini patch section and everything. So much fucking fun like that. Something about having those physical keys just makes it more compelling for me to actually do it. And I still do use a program and add effects and stuff like that, like as you do with MIDI, but yeah. I just love having all the dials and shit there.
A recent accident causing a broken finger has raised questions whether it is safe to do the worm fingers or not. Investigations by the police have yet to start, but according to a local politician, justice.
Oh. I have not seen this before, but that looks interesting. See, now see, this is something that I would want to plug in. I would want to attach this to the rest of my synthesizer. I would plug that in with the rest of my setup. Oh my god. I miss having a setup, comrades. When I first went from being full-time employment doing spray foam insulation to having to be on permanent disability, I lost all of my synthesizer setup. I had to sell it all in order to, at that point I had to do it to sell the bills. And also sell a mini home that I had as well. So that was unfortunate. But like my old setup, like, oh, if I could have something like that, like my old setup was one like this. It wasn't a Korg though, it was a Roland. And then attached to a K-Oscillator Pro like this. And of course you got the amp as well, right? But oh my god, yes, having something like this right here, someone just mentioned the Pittsburgh modulator. You have this in line with the setup. Oh my fuck. That looks cool. Yeah, those get up the rent sales are always heartbreaking. Yep, they are. And every single year too. So yeah, there you go. That's my dream. One day in the future, we will get a Korg synthesizer at some point. It's on the wish list, but again, I don't expect anything to come from that, and it means just so much the support I get from just subscriptions and everything else. But one day in the future, who knows? Yeah, this looks very cool. Wave shapes right here. You got 3 different waveforms, 3 different independent pitches. You can change the shape of it like this. Then you got your sawtooth square wave. And then this is the filter section here. Oh yeah, the different channel filters you can drive through, and then you got your different basic attack, etc. Resonance and frequency for different effects. That's cool. Oh my god, could you imagine using this with that keyboard I was just showing you, that Korg keyboard? You could patch the two together. Shit. It is a mix of East Coast Moog sounds and West Coast Buckla style. I love Moog. Moog was the thing I always wanted, but I could never get, of course, because I mean it's like to get a Moog is so much money. So I had like the Roland knockoff Moog, which had the little like patch cording. But oh my god, patch cords are so much fun. That's like if I get a synthesizer, it's got to have the patch cords again. All right, one more song and then we're back to the read. And then this is when we're done reading, you get this as a bonus chat for being good little listeners today. Good little or big listeners, sorry. Whichever describes you. Yeah, Moogs are crazy money, exactly. That's why I've never owned one. I mean, even a Roland was like let's just say I've never technically paid for the Roland. Now you can get Workstat or a Mavis on cheap end for Moog. There's also a ton of Ringer knockoff synths. Yeah. See, that's why I'm thinking if I could get that Korg, like that's actually reasonable for a patch cord synthesizer. I know that the keys on it are probably quite small. No doubt, but just that alone would give me a good start. Like, this is all that remains from my synthesizer set, Frankster. I mean, besides if I like just use MIDI programs online, this is the last remaining piece of equipment that I have for my synthesizer setup. My Volca Beats. And in my synthesizer setup, this played like a very minor role because I had another drum machine too, which was that K oscillator that I showed you. That's on my wish list there, actually. Yeah, this one right here. This K oscillator right here. It's like it's got a pad and then a whole bunch of different drum effects and just sound effects as well. They're very interesting. Like if you want a drum machine, this K oscillator can be an excellent substitute, and also it can be a drum machine and an effects machine sort of in one. I really fucking love playing with it too. I only have a Waldorf rocket. Nice. Behringer is awesome. I don't care what the haters say. They're based in China and now and democratized synth tech. That's awesome. That makes me want a Behringer really, really badly. But yeah, I mean, this one at least is like that's US, which is quite a bit more here, but that's like at least like way more in the realm of affordability than when I got my Roland, for example, which was like 1,300 used or something like that. So I know that's smaller, but still, just to get off of this fucking Korg one day will feel so nice again. And yeah, I do need to get a program. Like, I know some comrades have suggested a few good programs for doing MIDI stuff with. Like Waveform or something, I think was one that people suggested. But yeah. Anyway, hey Frankster says, welcome, comrade. One more song and then we're back to the read. Oh yeah, there's some good chord kits. Like this one is drums. The Beats one that I got, this one's mostly for drums, but they have one that's like Korg effects too or something. Hey Unicorn Dragon. This one's from Comrade March.
Революция идет социальная. Революция идет социальная. Пароход плывет да мимо пристани. Мы на фронт идем коммунистами. Мы на фронт идем коммунистами.
Lennon. Love that accordion. I think that's what it is, right? Maybe it's an organ. Here we go. There, that gives the old vocal cords a chance to rest for a minute. Okay, we'll continue our read, and then for the good little listeners, for the good little or big, whichever you prefer, listeners, we then can watch this right here. Best fight scenes of all time. Trust me, you won't want to miss it. Let us continue with our read here, History and Critique of a Black Legend. Oh, this is the Korg that you were talking about? Yeah, let me see what you got here. Oh, yeah, okay, digital kit. Programmable synthesizer. That's neat. So this has got the little keys on it. So this probably has like keyboard types sounds and a few other effects maybe. Oscillator, filter, EG, mod, delay, reverb for the filter. ARP. That's cool. Oh, what? That's neat. It comes like this to you? It comes like this and you assemble it. I guess, does it? That's pretty cool though. $100 US, that's good for a Korg product. Honestly. This thing, like, I've looked, the reason I hang on to this, because this was like fucking $300, $400 or something like that around here. That's cool. Yeah, Korg does, I like their stuff. I mean, I hate corporations in general, but at Korg does, their sounds are good. You know? Like, even coming out of the little tiny speaker on that, like... You know, like, that's just coming out of the built-in speaker. Like, that's pretty good, right? For this, for again, this little tiny speaker that's on the back of it. So when you plug it in, you can imagine how much more rich the sound is on it. By the way, for when we do 2,000 labor vouchers, I just break that out and jam. Perfect symmetries and self-absolutions. Stalin's anti-Semitism? Got your Volca drums for 150 euros. Haven't tried any other Volcas, but from what I gathered, they're all pretty good low-end synths. Yeah. You know what's funny? If you have a Nintendo Switch, right? You've got a Nintendo Switch. There is a funny little game on there, game/software program, that's by Korg, and it has a whole bunch of the Korg synthesizers in it that you can use to like make music in the game. And what's funny about it is it actually like lets you hear and get a feel for what each of the Korg devices that are included in it are actually like. So if you're looking to buy one, it can be a good way to actually get a good hear of it if, you know, it's not in your local music shop or something like that. Good way to get like a good feel of what you're looking for in the different devices. But yeah. Yeah, that's true. My energy level at 1 is a lot different than my energy than my 4 o'clock in the morning one, yeah. No, I am not familiar with that. He is. Does he make music or? He's on YouTube, I see. Okay, I'm gonna just give that a quick subscribe then. Thank you, Katrina. If I don't misunderstand your comment, Unicorn, are you saying that I have more energy when I'm not up in the middle of the night? Yes. If I'm not misunderstanding that, then yes. He covers sins very memey and fun. Cool, cool. Yeah. Well, that won't be the only nighttime stream. And that night I was up all night, and then I was able to raid left flank feds. Dayman Kami does tend to have more energies, yes. And today, Tuesday, tends to be one of my longer streams, which means I also treat comrades to video games at the end of stream as well. So there you go. Alright, allow me to continue with the read now. We are on page 201 if you're on a physical copy of the chapter Erasure and Construction, and we're on page 221 if you're on the PDF. Single page PDF, that is. And yet, however sophisticated the analogies game may be, the construction of the myth of the twin monsters does not yet seem to be completed. Despite attempts to make the Ukrainian Holodomor correspond to the Jewish Holocaust, in the consciousness of our time, the name of Auschwitz arouses a very special horror. Perhaps the assimilation of Stalin and Hitler could be considered definitively complete if Stalin were also affected by the madness that led to Hitler's genocide. Khrushchev recalled that at the end of his life, Stalin has suspected the doctors who treated the country's leaders of actually being part of an imperialist plot aimed at decapitating the Soviet Union. The secret speech does not say so, but among the doctors suspected, more than a few were Jews. And so, one can take our starting point from here to enrich the portrait of the Soviet monster with a new, decisive detail. The anti-Semitic feelings of Stalin and his retinue, Medvedev declares, were no secret to the party apparatus. Official anti-Semitism in the Soviet state, Hobsbawm points out, has undoubtedly been observable since the foundation of the State of Israel in 1948. The American historian of ethnic cleansing and racial hatred that we already know goes slightly further back. By the end of the war, Stalin shared many aspects of Hitler's anti-Semitism. Adding insult to injury, Furt remarks that, after the advent of Nazism, Stalin had never shown the least compassion for the Jews. The most radical of all his is, of course, naturally Conquest, who states that, always latent in Stalin's mind, anti-Semitism begins to manifest itself forcibly in him in 1942-43, only to become all pervasive by 1948. At this point, the construction of the myth of the twin monsters can be considered complete. Before analyzing the extreme fragility of this construction, it is worth noting that it serves at the same time to remove the grave responsibilities of the West in the tragedy that befell the Jews in the 20th century. It is a tragedy in 3 acts, and with a prologue. In 1911, Chamberlain's book was translated into English, Foundations of the 19th Century. entirely dedicated to reading world history in a racial, Aryan, and anti-Semitic key. You know that? Did that say Novell? Is that Novell? Sorry, I just... Oh, it doesn't. It just says in Chamberlain's book. That must be Chamberlain's. Is that? I wonder if that's Neville Chamberlain or is that his cousin that we spoke about earlier. Either way, I mean Neville Chamberlain. Both of them were anti-Semitic and for that whole Aryan race science shit. If you don't know, which is Neville Chamberlain was the leader of Britain. One can well understand the leading role played by the Anglo-German author as... Okay, so it is Neville's relative, rather. So one can well understand the leading role played by the Anglo-German author as Maitre de Pensier of Nazism. Goebbels expressed himself in a particularly exalting way when, upon seeing him in bed and ill, he dissolved into a sort of prayer. Hail to you, father of our spirit, forerunner, pioneer. In no less inspired terms, Chamberlain in turn sees in Hitler a sort of savior, and not only of Germany. Even after the conquest of power, and while feverishly engaged in a war he unleashed, the Führer gratefully recalls Chamberlain's encouragement to him during his time in prison. Well, how was this key text of the Nazi worldview and racial ideology received in the West? In England, the reaction of the press was enthusiastic, starting with the Times, which skins its hands in applauding the masterpiece and hailing it among the books that really mattered. On the other side of the Atlantic, Theodore Roosevelt, a leading statesman, gave a largely positive judgment. Back on the European side of the ocean, in 1914, it was Kautsky who expressed all his contempt for Chamberlain and the race theorists of all kind. At that time, before the outbreak of the war, Kautsky was revered as a master by the workers and socialist movements as a whole, including Stalin. In the latter, in particular, in 1907, deemed Kautsky an outstanding theoretician of social democracy, quote-unquote, due in part to his contribution to the analysis and denunciation of anti-Semitism and the anti-Jewish pogroms in Tsarist Russia. Let us now turn to the first act of the tragedy. It takes place in pre-revolutionary Russia, during the First World War, when it was a close ally of the Entente. Discriminated against and oppressed, the Jews were suspected of sympathizing with the German enemy and invader. The Russian General Staff warned against their espionage. Some were held as hostages and threatened with death in case the Jewish community showed too little patriotic loyalty. Alleged spies were executed. That is not all. At the beginning of 1915, in the areas hit by the advance of the Wilmenian army, a mass deportation was decided upon. I'd like to read who we were quoting here. Lincoln was the last one. Okay. So Lincoln was this last one here. The Russian General Staff warned against the case. So some were hostages and threatened with death in the case the Jewish community showed too little patriotic loyalty. Alleged spies were executed. That's a quote by Lincoln. Yeah, being too little patriotic, as in not patriotic enough. Therefore, therefore capable of being spies or susceptible to being spies, if you will. That is not all. At the beginning of 1915, and again, by the way, this is a quote from Lincoln, or a quote in Lincoln, 1994. That is not all. At the beginning of 1915, in the areas hit by the advance of the Wilmenian army of mass deportation, was decided upon. A deputy of the Duma described the operation as follows. In Radom at 11 p.m., quote, the people were informed that they had to leave, with the threat that anyone found at daybreak would be hanged. Old men, invalids, and paralytics had to be carried on people's arms because there were no vehicles. The police and gendarmes treated the Jewish refugees precisely like criminals. In one case, a train was completely sealed, and when finally opened, most of the inmates were found half dead. Of the 500,000 Jews subjected to the deportation measure, 100,000 did not survive. No, this is before the Holocaust, Big Teal. This is what Russia, before the revolution, was doing itself to Jewish people. Anytime, comrade, you need to catch up, you can just type exclamation mark and then reading into chat, and it should give you a link to whatever we're reading right here. And we are on page 223 if you were on the PDF. Yeah, I know it's heavy, Adrian, but you know, it is important that we do study this stuff, of course. But yeah, so this is taking place. This is the Russian Empire. This is the Russian Empire just during World War I, Big Teal. So World War I breaks out. You have the Russian Empire, and again, and as they're pointing out, many other European nations at this time, basically being suspect that the Jews are somehow working with the Germans. Yeah, it is Tsarist, 100%. You're right. It is part of the Tsarist program, which is, of course, why if you look at speeches from Lenin, you know, you can see Lenin's speeches where he's railing against those exact pogroms. So it's not something that was unique to Germany, right? The Jewish people were unfortunately used as a scapegoat. They were harassing Zach up this morning too. Well, that's enough for me then, isn't it? Again, you're all going to soon know where this soundbite comes from. Just stick with me to the end of the read of this chapter.
Yeah. See ya.
That's what we say to people we kick out. Yeah, Polish anti-Semitism, the whole area, right? It was because that's what they were, I mean, you had this one, the European white was seeing itself as the master race. And again, fascism is this extreme final solution of realizing European white colonialism, which is why it expresses itself in hatred towards all these other people. No, thank you for pointing them out, definitely. I just noticed it as I was going, but yeah. And yeah, at the end of stream, again, you will see what that is from. And it will be very worth it. Look at this guy. You know it's gonna be good. Yep. And again, this is why they had to fight against it in the Russian Revolution. This is why during Stalin's time, in fact, anti-Semitism was a serious crime that you could face death trial for. You could face a death sentence for. Now they are harassing Holly about me blocking them. Oh my god. So this person is just a troll and we should all just isolate them and say goodbye. Yeah, it sounds like a still valid idea for a law to me too. Yes, it's same here. And again, this is why I always say, you know, given that we are here reading about the truth of Stalin, we're talking about subjects like Holodomor. I'm going to read to you, you know, Juche philosophy. We talk about DPRK, all these things, you know, people's news, so to speak. I realize, therefore, the community is probably not going to grow to be enormous. But regardless of how much it grows or how little it grows, I want to make sure that we're all here to learn. You know, I don't mind non-communists coming in and learning too, but if they're going to troll, the most important thing is to make a community that's safe for the people who are here to actually learn and who want to make a community where we can all learn together, right? Welcome to the left. I've been doing this a long time, Big Teal, although I am new to the Twitch space. For some background, I started, my Juche Gang channel here way back. And, actually I started Juche Lessons with who is now a very prominent streamer that many still consider to be on the left, although I don't. But I actually started my Juche Lessons on a channel called Communist Current with someone named Clara Sorrenti, who at the time was a member of the Young Communist League. And I was a member of the Communist Party of Canada. That's where my Juche lesson started. And it was almost like a blessing in disguise that I guess she was a big clout chaser. Well, today she's known as Keffels, is how many people know her today. But I worked with her on this Communist Current thing, and that's where I started the Juche lessons, actually. And then she ended up not wanting me on her channel anymore, or really was a channel we sort of started together, but she didn't want me there anymore because certain members of the leadership in the Communist Party didn't like the way I was saying how Juche is a development of scientific socialism. And so she was like, I don't want to piss those people off. That was my first red flag, and I was like, okay, I'll just go do them on another channel, and we can still, shout each other out and be friendly. And then not long after that, she was saying to people that Juche had no relevance to First Nations people or anyone else in Canada. And when I tried to correct her bullshit on it, that was the first red flag I had of her ableism, because her response to me trying to correct her misunderstandings about Juche was, you have a kid. Why aren't you on disability? Why aren't you taking care of him instead of correcting me on the internet? I can't do both because I'm disabled, right? So that was, and at that point I just blocked her, and then come to find out later, now she's she apparently stopped being an ML because she took a trip to Cuba and saw a nurse smoking outside a hospital where they shouldn't be smoking. So that apparently discredited the entirety of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. And now, apparently, she tries to revive using the R slur. Not the hard R, but the ableist R slur. I think, I'm autistic myself, and I know most of my other autistic comrades, and I don't know if there's any comrades autistic in chat now, or any comrades who also try to struggle along with mental illness, but most of them that I know feel like that word just simply cannot be revived, right? That our ableist word cannot be revived. There's no reason to revive it. Why would we? It was used literally as a means to categorize people for death and eugenics programs. So I don't think that's one that we need to fucking revive at all. Yeah, exactly, BB. That word is garbage. I cannot stand it. It's all clout chasing. It's like I say, that's why it's all about community for me. And one thing I will never do is fucking chase numbers or clout. I'd rather sit here and read to 15 or 20 of us than be sitting here talking about only bourgeois politics, or lying about my principles, or abandoning my principles for the sake of fucking clout or whatever it is. Fuck that. I can't do it. You would exhaust yourself, wouldn't you? And I mean, who honestly is a genuine ML and then sees a nurse? By the way, the hospital in Cuba was treating her friend, sees a nurse smoking and goes, okay, ML's discredited for me. It's just silly. Yep, same here, Unicorn Dragon, and that's why it rubs me the wrong way when someone's trying to reclaim it. I'm just like, no, you don't fucking do that. But yeah, there you go. There's a little background. I've been doing this for a long time and I'm used to the trolls. I still get lots of trolls on this. Yeah, exactly. Autistic folks grow real tired of being non-authentic. And that, you know what? BB, what's funny about that is that's the whole reason I dropped out of school. I was like, I'm done. I'm done fucking with this shit every day, day in and day out. I'm done with it. 2 weeks ago, she was attacking Luna Oi. I think it's funny that she's never actually directly attacked me other than that one insult and I blocked her. The one thing she did try and do was reach out a while ago and say, hey, come on my stream and we can debate about something. Or somebody told me, why don't you unblock Clara so you can go on her stream? I was like, I don't fucking think so. You think I unblock people that lash out in ableist attacks against me that invoke my kids? Fuck you. Like, I gave you my time. I made videos about communism and fatherhood for her channel that she used for Patreon videos. And her thanks to me was to say, why are you trying to correct me on Juche when you're disabled and have a kid to take care of? Like, yep. Fucking block. Yeah, they love debates, right? Well, debates are good. Debates are a good circus. It's like a good way you can like dunk on the person or whatever. That's what it's like. You dunk on them and then you go, oh, and your community laughs, and that's what it is. It's not even like a debate, really. Because with the actual debate, you know, there's some kind of structure and there's some kind of mediation. It's just so that's why I just put in my channel when you go to chat, it says, I'm not going to debate you. Right? Like, I don't mind talking and discussing stuff, but yeah, if your politics is about attacking people, rather than talking about the work of liberating people from oppressive ideology and material conditions of the empire, they are just a waste of time and distraction. Exactly. And again, that's why I don't get focused on bourgeois politics. I don't watch a lot of other content creators because look, they come out to be problematic too often. Like Danny, I've said in the past, I don't have necessarily any problem with Danny, but the reason why you don't see me watch Danny Haoping on here is because we both knew, Xinjiu, right? We both knew him, and then he came out as a transphobe, and most of the people who have talked to him at the time, you know, came out and said, yeah, Danny Haoping, he's like a host on, or does like a bunch of reporting on China and stuff like that. But he used to platform Xingji, which was, you know, that communist rapper from Taiwan, or his parents are from Taiwan. He actually grew up in the US. But when he came out as, yeah, thank you. Fong, thank you. But see, when Xingju came out as a reactionary and a transphobe, Danny just never said a word, and I think he had him on his show after that. And still had never said a word about him. Never once did he like seem like he distanced himself from him and just didn't sit right with me. And it seemed like every other person that refused to like call out his transphobia at that time, like Midwest Remarks, everybody else went down that exact same rabbit hole, right? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Xingju had been totally pulling the mask off for a while before that. And actually, thinking way back, like the first problematic thing I noticed was how he was so all gung-ho about teaching right-wingers about DPRK, but doing it in a way that almost like solidified a lot of the racist myths. Like, for example, participating in this one Facebook group and always saying thank for stuff, which is, if you don't know, like a racist mocking of the way Korean people in their videos say thank you sometimes. So it's just like, even that there, it's like, really? Who are you trying to appeal to by doing that? And you're supposed to be teaching people, like humanizing people about DPRK. It just like even that was that, and that was years and years ago, right? And that was started not to sit right for me. And then of course it came out that he was hanging out with Caleb Maupin, and that's when I blocked him before the blatant like transphobia even came up. And regarding Caleb Maupin, as I've said before, I pointed out with my comrade Red Falcon, who is my mod on here, and I'm sure some of you know, we pointed out Caleb Maupin's bullshit like 10 fucking years ago. Because we noticed way back then, before he had CPI, before he like even, as far as I knew, really called himself much of a communist, you know, he did some like liberal demonstrations here or there. He was a reporter on RT. Oh, Maupin is a straight up reactionary. And you see, 10 years ago, me and Falcon noticed he was anti-indigenous. He was against native liberation. And it seemed like back then, every single person we were like, hey, this Maupin guy, he's a reactionary. He's you know, disguising himself as progressive or something, but he's a reactionary. And he's against native liberation and thinks that somehow that could lead to socialism here. But it seemed like nobody really cared then. And then we discovered his book, Satan at the Fountainhead. And it's a deeply anti-Semitic, anti-white supremacist fucking book that Caleb Maupin wrote. It's no longer in print, but Caleb Maupin wrote it, and he did publish it for a while. It's called Satan at the Fountainhead, and it's just this, it's like Caleb's Mein Kampf or something, right? And once that came up, then more people started to take him a little bit more seriously, and then the whole shit with CPI eventually broke. So it seems like this happens with every other reactionary communist ultra leftist. It seems like indigenous people call them out and say to people, hey, these people are anti-indigenous, we should watch out for them. And then nobody fucking cares about it until they come out with their other reactionary shit that always goes part and parcel with the anti-indigenous shit. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah, Maupin got check on his framing on land back in 2021 or 2022 by Indigenous Left. Yeah. Yeah, we've been doing it for a while, big deal. And I mean, we do, of course, other work as well. Like I say, I do IRL work that I just cannot talk about. And then I do, you know, try and help out with places like the Chunkaluda Network and First Nations International and any other Iskra Books, Peace, Land, and Bread, any other online endeavors I can participate on in addition as well. Reminds me of my right-wing family members complaining that 2,000 children went missing in Hawaii, but not a goddamn peep about materially helping them by kneecapping the real estate losers that are stealing their land or seizing it or giving it back to the people that it should go to. Yeah, and I mean, people don't even say a word. These same people don't say a word about not vacationing there even, you know? It's definitely concern trolling. Yes. And I mean, it's just, we should all be aware that Caleb Maupin and all these other patsocks, a few years ago, before patsock was a term, you know what we called them? We just called them Knots Bowls. And we fucking blocked them. And we said, see you later, you fucking Knots Bowl. Or just straight up Nazi. Either one works. We use them sort of synonymously, but back then we used to use Knots Bowl as like someone who is a Nazi and is trying to disguise themselves as a communist. Okay, cool, Big Teal. Yeah, cool. Black Alliance for Peace member. You can check our Principles of Unity on the site to get a better idea of my political line. Cool. I will definitely check that out. I'm making a note of that right now before I continue this read. You like to know, of course. And by the way, because of what I explained before, I do just tend to call myself a communist. Although, you know, I do mostly align with the ideas of Marxist-Leninists, of course, but of course, Fanon as well. Like, that's why we read people like Fanon. That's why we read people like Glenn Sean Coulthard as well, right? And it's like all my ideas basically completely align with Marxist-Leninists for the most part, as long as they're actual Marxist-Leninists. But same time, I call myself just a straight-up communist. And I followed the teachings of Juche. I followed the teachings of Frantz Fanon. I followed the teachings of Black Panther Party as well as my own elders, you know? Thanks for sharing with me, Teal. I will definitely check out that later tonight. Oh yeah, and lots of Lushaba and Malma as well. Which, if you stick around this channel for long enough, you're going to see plenty of Lushaba. Especially plenty of Lushaba. On this channel, we listen to a lot of the EFF because they're just so... They have such great orators, both Lushaba and Malma. Alright, sorry for that slight distraction, comrades. And thank you for the information, comrades. Let us continue. We'll finish up this chapter. And then you get to see the best fight scene of all time. A deputy of the Duma described the operation as follows. In Radom at 11 p.m. I consider myself a revolutionary pan-Africanist socialist. Nice. Well, we listened to Lushaba and Fanon, so... That's awesome, comrade. Great salute. And I'm definitely going to be reading about this organization. Quote, the people were informed that they had to leave, with the threat that anyone found at daybreak would be hanged. Old men, invalids, and paralytics had to be carried on people's arms because there were no vehicles. The police and gendarmes treated the Jewish refugees precisely like criminals. In one case, a train was completely sealed, and when finally opened, most of the inmates were found half dead. 1.5 million Jews subjected to the deportation measure, 100,000 did not survive. So 100,000 of 500,000 didn't survive. On the wave of the struggle against war and the horrors entailed, the October Revolution broke out. Recalling Marx and Engels, the latter of whom in the middle of the 19th century had written, in the times of that superstition which attributed revolutions to the ill will of a few agitators has long passed away. Unfortunately, this was a prediction that was catastrophically wrong. The rise to power in Russia of a movement that referred to the Jew Marx, quote unquote, and saw a strong Jewish presence in its leadership, ushers in an era when conspiracy theory celebrated its own triumph. In civil war-torn Russia, pogroms and massacres against Jews, branded as puppeteers of Bolshevism, were the order of the day. The new Soviet power undertook measures to stop this horror. Very strict laws were enacted, and Lenin called for the elimination of the hostility against the Jews and the hatred towards other nations. As part of a speech that was also recorded so as to reach millions of illiterate citizens.
Yeah. See ya.
I saw that person was banned in Seb's chat, so I just immediately banned them as soon as they chatted. England, France, and the United States sided with the White Army, and at times actively and directly participated in the bloody anti-Semitic agitation. I'll let you sit with that fact for a second. In the summer of 1918, the British forces landed on the northern Russia and proceeded with a massive distribution of anti-Semitic leaflets. So literally helping to contribute to the type of ideology which the fucking Nazis gain power on as well. Or, sorry, which the Nazis put into action once they gain power, I should say. My mistake in that wording. A few months later, pogroms of shocking proportions took place in which about 60,000 Jews lost their lives. The Allies then engaged in their invasion of Russia. We're said to have secretly supported the pogroms. It was a prelude, authoritative historians observe, to the Nazi crimes, to the mass murder of Jews during the Second World War. And it was a prelude that saw the active participation of Britain, at that time leading the anti-Bolshevik crusade. Yep, the OG fascism which people sleep on, exactly. And yeah, exactly, good point, Unicorn Dragon. Compare what's going on in modern times today. The attack against trans people, against other minority people right now. Think about what's going on right now. I mean, especially increasing against trans people and Asian people in the US. And always increasing against Native people, Black people as well. Yeah, well, our anger is out of love, right, Unicorn Dragon? Like, our anger is out of a love for the people and our desire to see that love for the people come into full bloom. As Kim Jong-il says, I'm going to add that as a command because that comes up all the time. Thus, we come to the third act. Yeah, Big Teal. Well, I mean, white anger and white desire to conquest is, I mean, colonialism and imperialism is essentially, it's a white European invention, and fascism is the wanting to realize that to the most extreme degree. So, with good reason, anyone who is scared of fucking Europeans. Thus, we come to the third act. In spite of the Western help, the whites defeated by the Bolsheviks immigrated to the West, taking with them the denunciation of the October Revolution as a Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy, and the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which to them irrefutably confirm this reading. Oh God, you just moved to a town which was the headquarters of the KKK? That is fucking scary, comrade. Please stay safe. This was not without consequences. Stay safe, comrade. I know it doesn't mean much, but my heart is with you. In England, Her Majesty's official printers provided for the printing of the English edition of the Protocols, shortly afterwards quoted with great prominence by the Times, as evidence or proof of a menacing secret plot that was enveloping the West. You moved from there a few months ago? That's good. Thus developed a campaign to which Winston Churchill was no stranger, which undertook to denounce the role of Judaism not only in Russia, but in the entire cycle of subversion that had been raging in the West since the 18th century. Quote, "This movement among the Jews is not new. From the days of Spartacus was shot, to those of Karl Marx and down to Trotsky, Bella Kun, Rosa Luxemburg, and Emma Goldman, this worldwide conspiracy for the overthrow of civilization and for the reconstitution of society on the basis of arrested development, of envious malevolence, and impossible equality, has been steadily growing. Impossible equality. You fuck. I'm gonna see who wrote this. It played, as a modern writer, Mrs. Webster, has aptly shown, a definitively recognizable part in the tragedy of the French Revolution. It has been the mainspring of every subversive movement during the 19th century. And now, at last, this band of extraordinary personalities from the underworld of the great cities of Europe and America have gripped the Russian people by the throat and have become practically indisputed masters of that enormous empire. Unquote. By Schmid, 1974. Again, in 1937, while expressing a positive judgment on Hitler, Churchill insistently underlined the Jewish origins of a very prominent leader of the Bolshevik Revolution, namely Lev Trotsky, Elias Bronstein. Yes, he was still a Jew. Nothing could get over that. On the other side of the Atlantic, in the United States, it was Henry Ford who promoted the spread of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion and declared that the Russian Revolution is racial, not political. And while using humanitarian and socialist slogans, it actually expressed a racial aspiration to world domination. In addition to the American automobile industry tycoon, two champions of white supremacy regime stood out in denouncing the hidden Jewish direction of the revolutionary movement, which, after having overthrown the Tsarist regime, shakes the West. Madison Grant warned against the Semitic leadership of Bolshevism, while Lothrop Sodard, who became the author of Reference for Two U.S. Presidents, brands a largely Jewish and Bolshevik regime of Soviet Russia. In this climate, voices were raised in the North American Republic, calling for radical measures to confront Jewish imperialism with its final objective of establishing Jewish domination on the world scale. See, they had to change this to Russian after the World War II, because then the Jews had gained sympathy, at least white Jews, that is, in some respects. Of course, let's not forget also that the whole Zionist project also has another edge of its sword where itself is a racist and anti-Semitic project, in that in its creation, the original idea was this is where we send the problematic non-white Jews. That was actually part of the creation of fucking Israel, by the way. It was like, get them out of the way over there. And they thought it was just perfectly coincided with Jerusalem being there, right? And I mean, you still see today how it's used as an anti-Semitic bludgeon against people, including actual Jews who criticize Zionism, right? A harsh fate, thunder other, still more ominous voices, awaits the people responsible for this infamous project. They were planning such massacres of the Jews as to be considered hitherto impossible, and therefore on a scale unprecedented in modern times. Reading these motives in Churchill, Ford, and in other American authors previously mentioned, we are led to think of the anti-Semitic agitation developed with even more heated tones by the Nazis. The latter drew from anti-Bolshevik immigration not only ideas, but also financial means, as well as militants and cadres in no small measure. Suffice it to think in the first place of Rosenberg, one of the most influential interpreters of the October Revolution as a Jewish plot. As can be seen, throughout its unfolding, the 20th century tragedy of the Jewish people saw the active participation, on the one hand, of the liberal West, on the other of pre-revolutionary Russia and counter-revolutionary Russia. All this wiped out by the accusation of anti-Semitism leveled at the man who, for longer than anyone else, ran the country that emerged from the October Revolution, or from the Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy, quote unquote. You see how dishonest it is? Because first you have this years and years, what this work of course is pointing out, after years and years of calling out, after years and years of them calling, the October Revolution and Bolsheviks as being a Jewish plot, by the time Stalin's time here, you then have them using Stalin was an anti-Semite as a means to discredit the Russian Revolution. You see the dishonesty? And that's to leave out the fact, of course, that Lenin wasn't anti-Semitic. Rosenberg was Baltic German. Interesting. Anti-Semitism and colonial racism. The Churchill-Stalin controversy. The black legend that we are analyzing here also comes to the illusion of the colonial racism, or racism of colonial origin, that raged in the West, still in the middle of the 20th century. In this regard, the epochal significance of the rupture presented by Leninism was summarized by Stalin as follows. Quote, "Formerly, the national question was usually confined to a narrow circle of questions, concerning primarily civilized nationalities. The Irish, the Hungarians, the Poles, the Finns, the Serbs, and several others. And several other European nationalities. That was the circle of unequal people, in whose destinies the leaders of the Second International were interested. The scores and hundreds of millions of Asiatic and African people who were suffering national oppression in its most savage and cruel form usually remained outside of their field of vision. They hesitated to put white and black, civilized and uncivilized, on the same plane. Leninism laid bare this crying incongruity, broke down the wall between whites and blacks, between European and Asiatics, between the civilized and the uncivilized, slaves of imperialism, and thus linked the national question with the question of the colonies." Unquote. The year is 1924. These are the years in which an author such as American Stoddard, who was committed to denouncing the mortal danger for the West and the white race, represented by the growing agitation of the colonial peoples, stimulated or encouraged by the Bolsheviks, or the rising tide of the colored people, enjoys great success on both sides of the Atlantic. This tendency towards the celebration of white supremacy continues to show itself well into the following decades. If Stalin condemned the racialization process put in place by the West to the detriment also of Asians, it is interesting to analyze the ideology manifested in the USA on the occasion of the war against Japan. The press and widespread current affairs journalism warned against a racial threat. We are in the presence of a holy war, a racial war, of a perpetual war between Oriental ideals and Occidental. There was a recurrent dehumanization of enemies, reduced to subhumans or even beasts. It is an ideology that was not foreign, even among the administrative circles in Franklin D. Roosevelt's government. On the other hand, colonial racism continued in some ways to manifest itself in Western capitals even after the collapse of Empire of the Rising Sun and the Third Reich. At Fulton, in March 1946, Churchill kicked off the Cold War on a propaganda level, condemning not only the Iron Curtain and the totalitarian control imposed by the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe, but also celebrating, in opposition to all this, as champions of freedom and of Christian civilization, and as leaders of the world, the English-speaking peoples and the English-speaking world. One can understand Stalin's irate reply, where he accused the English statesman of having formulated a racist theory, not dissimilar to that dear to Hitler. Quote, only English-speaking nations are superior nations, who are called upon to decide the destinies of the entire world. Cold War simplifications were evident in this response. And yet, there is no shortage of analogies between the celebration of English-speaking peoples and Aryan mythology. The unity of the underlying race is inferred from the linguistic community, and the cultural products of the Aryan languages, or of the English language, are adduced as evidence of the excellence of that race. In his correspondence with Eisenhower, Churchill's language was even more disturbing. The English-speaking world is synonymous with the white English-speaking people. This unity was absolutely necessary. Quote, the quarrels among Europe's closely related races, unquote, that had caused the two world wars must be ended once and for all. Only in this way could the threat from the colonial and non-Western world be dealt with. One understands, then, Churchill's appeal in 1953, primarily to the United States and England, must be supported in its conflict with Egypt in order to prevent a massacre of white people. Look who came to visit. I said you came to visit. Wanted to say hi. Not time to chew the cords though, right? You're not gonna chew the cords though, right? Right? We're not gonna chew the cords, right? And yeah, again, do you notice what I was saying before about how fascism... Remember how I pointed out before how this work was detailing how fascism was an expression of by the way, I do have her as an emote that I don't know, I'm all out of emote slots, but one day when we get follower emotes, I will add her on, because I do have an emote of her. But we learned earlier how fascism, was an expression of that white colonial European ideology of wanting to reinforce itself as the master race over the rest of the colonial people. And you can see from, I think, this section especially, how it really is just the outgrowth of that same ideology of European white colonialism, manifest destiny. Again, directly inspired, yes, by what the US did to Native Americans and black people, but also just a simple continuation of that same genocidal white European settler colonial, and just colonial in general, ideology that was justifying the class society that emerged so long ago during slave society. And that Europeans, by the way, like to mistakenly sometimes attribute as something that all societies will pass through without exception. Which I think they used in order to sort of fight against their own white guilt in many ways. Like they make it out to be this case because they feel like, oh, well, First Nations people, if they get their liberation, it'll just lead to new colonies, because I can feel about that being my history. Or they simply don't want to know their history. Here's the emote I got of her, look. Eventually, this will be a follower emote whenever Twitch sees fit to give me follower emotes. And then when she starts showing up, we can start flashing her on the screen. Isn't she cute? He's so adorbs. He's the adorable little kitty. Oh yeah, and by the way, so for those of you right now who are on your 3-month subscription with me, you can see how your cat has the you see how your cat right now has the Ushanka. So next month, your cat gets the Lenin pin. And then following that, your cat gets the AK-47. And then following that, your cat gets the Stalin hat. That's your 1-year reward, is the Stalin hat. Tell me that is not fantastic. Now, what I'm gonna have to do once I unlock up to 2 years, I'm gonna have to change it. I'll like bump Stalin's up to 2 years and do different ones as well. But yeah, see, isn't that perfect? Again, that's because the mascot on her channel is this guy over here. He's the chairman. Right, Ty? Look, the look he gives me. He's like, go back to reading. He's like, you're not doing your job. Go back to reading. Yeah, he's the chairman on the chair, exactly. Sometimes he sits here next to me when he feels like I really need to be kept in line, you know? When he feels like I need extra policing, he'll come and sit next to me then. Cats are the coolest. I love kitties. Alright, we've avoided the cord chewing for now, so allow me to continue. Because at any time she might come and want my attention. That's how she expresses it. Arabs were not the only ones made foreign to the West and the white race. The communist world, which fueled the revolt of colonial peoples against the white man, was an expression of an aggressive semi-Asiatic totalitarianism, quote unquote. Clearly, the Cold War tended to be interpreted as a clash between, on one side, the West, Christian civilization, and the white race, led by the English-speaking world, i.e., by the white English-speaking people. And, on the other side, the barbarity of the colonial and communist world. In this context, the celebration of both the British Empire and the British race fit well. And just as there was no mention of the fact that the extermination of the Jews had taken place in the heart of many of the West and the white world, and had been perpetrated by one of the most closely related races to Europe, so there was no mention of the persistent oppression suffered by African Americans in the United States under white supremacy. Eisenhower's celebration of the Western world and Western morality also tended to take on racial connotations at times. Speaking with Hoover and Dulles, in July 1956, he observed that, with the nationalization of the Suez Canal, Nasser had aimed to unseat the white man, quote unquote. In Washington, there was still fresh memory of the Korean War, which was American historiography acknowledges conducted with an attitude of contempt towards an inferior nation, the Chinese, even though they were fighting Korea. She's so bad. She's in there chewing the cord from the, I mean, I don't mind that. I'd rather her chew that, but she's chewing the string from the blinds in there. Which I would rather her do that than come in here and start chewing this microphone cord again. Okay, I think this is the last section. I'm worried that she's gonna want to come in and chew on the cord. Please keep busy with that. Oh wait, I got just the thing. Okay, in case she comes in and tries to chew on the cords, I have her favorite toy here. Elastics. Yeah, I am watching her closely. The blinds are up. She's just sitting there chewing on the cord that's hanging down from it. From the string. And thankfully she doesn't ingest things. Very lucky to have a wife that's a veterinary assistant, so we also have pet insurance on her as well. And she gets affordable care items for them as well. Yeah, we definitely wouldn't let her get tangled. Kitty, you're silly. I think this is the final section right here. And welcome again, Hooligan Grundy. Yeah, free healthcare for pets also should be a thing. Trotsky and the accusation of anti-Semitism against Stalin. There's kitties all over. 2 of them. One on this side and one on that side. One day I'll have a cat cam for you comrades too. One day. I promise. But let us return to the accusation of anti-Semitism leveled at Stalin. Your cat destroyed all the blinds? I'm lucky she doesn't actually like go for the blind. She just, when I put the blinds up, it's got the long string hanging from it, and she just like goes like this, puts her head to the side, and chews on it like that. And then she'll stop eventually. Which again, I prefer her doing to like an electronic cord. Which I think she does my chords because she just wants me to pay attention to her. Cinnamon Challenge's cat is a perfect angel. I mean, she's an angel. She's a little kitty. She gets the goblins. But I imagine your cat, as well as most other cats, are perfect angels. She's still a perfect angel, even though she does stuff sometimes. It's still, that doesn't make her any less perfect. Right, Ty? You're the perfect boy. But let us return to the accusation of anti-Semitism leveled at Stalin. Endorsed as it is by quite a few historians, it would seem incontrovertible. However, the condemnations, sometimes authoritative but always pronounced in unappealable tone, are difficult to reconcile, since they proceed from a different and discordant construction of the crime, the beginnings of which are sometimes placed in 1948, 1945, or 1933, or even in the years preceding the October Revolution. To try to orient ourselves, we pose a different and somewhat preliminary question. When was Stalin first accused or suspected of anti-Semitism? In this case, more than to Khrushchev, it is necessary to go back to Trotsky, who, in 1937, along with the betrayal of the revolution, denounced the possible re-emergence in the Soviet Union itself as barbarity of anti-Semitism. Quote, wait, is this Trotsky 127? Yes, okay. So here's Trotsky. She's making bread. Okay, look. She's doing the cute thing again. Where she makes bread. She's making biscuits for everybody. Kitty biscuits. She's making the kitty biscuits. Who wants a biscuit? Raise your hand for a biscuit. You're so cute. Aren't you? Hey, Soda. We love her. Alright, I just realized that this quote is Trotsky. To go back to Trotsky, who in 1937, along with the betrayal of the revolution, denounced the possible re-emergence in the Soviet Union itself of the barbarity of anti-Semitism. History has never yet seen an example when the reaction following the revolutionary upsurge was not accompanied by the most unbridled chauvinistic passions, anti-Semitism among them. Unquote. Rather than an empirical investigation, we are in the presence of a syllogism constructed a priori, reaction, a necessary product of which is anti-Semitism. Has unfortunately triumphed in the country dominated by Stalin, and therefore, by liquidating the Bolshevik achievements, Thermidor was reopening the doors to the horrors of the ancient regime. Along with religious superstition, the fascistic cult of private property, inheritance. And the family could not fail to make inroads, and likewise, the hostility between nations, and even anti-Jewish hatred. It is no accident that the denunciation is contained in an essay that already in the title explicitly links Thermidor and anti-Semitism. It is true. God. Yeah, I bet you do, Frank. No doubt that you say we are in the presence of a priori syllogism. I say it all the time too. 100%. The October Revolution abolished the outlawed status of Jews. That, however, does not mean that all with one blow it swept anti-Semitism away. How long a persistent struggle against religion has failed to prevent thousands and thousands of believers even today from crowding churches, mosques, and synagogues. The same situation prevails in the sphere of national prejudices. Legislation alone does not change people. Their thoughts, emotions, outlook depend upon tradition, material conditions of life, cultural level, etc. The Soviet regime is not yet 20 years old. The older half of the population was educated under Tsarism. The younger half has inherited a great deal from the older. These general historical conditions in themselves should make any thinking person realize that, despite the model legislation of October Revolution, it is impossible that national and chauvinist prejudices, particularly anti-Semitism, should not have persisted strongly among the backward layers of the population. In arguing this way, Trotsky was in fact shifting the focus from the state to civil society. From the subjective to the objective. Yeah, Trotsky was a big old chauvinist, Big Teal. We read earlier about how he was going on against religion in a certain way. From the precise nature of political action to the long duration of historical processes. By definition, the weight of a centuries-old tradition could not miraculously disappear in strata that had not yet been fully invested by modern and revolutionary culture. But what sense did it make to put it under indictment, a regime and a ruling group that had not altered in any way the exemplary legislation launched by the Bolsheviks? And that, engaging in a colossal process of industrialization, literacy, and dissemination of culture were shrinking at a relentless pace. The geographic and social area in which national chauvinistic prejudices, especially anti-Semitism, were most deeply rooted. Was it not Trotsky himself who spoke of the unprecedented rapidity with which the USSR, the economy, industry, urbanization, and culture were developing, and to note the emergence of a new Soviet patriotism? A feeling certainly very deep, sincere, and dynamic, shared by the different nationalities formerly oppressed or pitted against each other. In the same year that Trotsky published his essay on Thermidor and anti-Semitism, a travel report from Moscow was published, written by a German writer fleeing, as a Jew, the Third Reich. The picture he painted is in itself eloquent. At last, the ancient and apparently insoluble Jewish question has been resolved. Touching is the amenity with which the Jews I met showed their agreement with the new state. And again, Yiddish, like all national cultures, is carefully fostered in the Union. There are Yiddish schools and Yiddish newspapers. There is a Yiddish literature of considerable standing. Congresses are called for the cultivation of languages, and Yiddish theaters enjoy the highest prestige. Even more significant is the reaction of the American Jewish community. One of its influential exponents thus polemicized against Trotsky. Quote, if his other accusations are equally unfounded regarding his complaint about anti-Semitism, then he really has nothing to say. Another leader declares, we are accustomed to look to the Soviet Union as our sole consolation as far as anti-Semitism is concerned. It is therefore unforgivable that Trotsky should raise groundless accusations against Stalin. Unquote. In this reaction, disappointment and annoyance are clear regarding what is perceived as a clumsy attempt to involve the international Jewish community in a power struggle taking place in the CPSU. While in Germany, the denunciation of the Judeo-Bolshevik barbarism raging in the Soviet Union resounded more loudly than ever, and that process would rapidly lead to the final solution. A strange campaign of insinuations was being launched against the country which, as we shall see, more courageously than any other, branded Hitler's anti-Semitism as cannibalistic, against the country which often inspired those on German soil. Oh, look, kitty, this, you want this? Which inspired those on German soil who resisted the wave of anti-Jewish hatred. Yeah, this puts the occupation of Palestine in new context for me, chat says. Interesting, there were people in the Jewish community look towards the USSR. Yep. No, you're supposed to get this. Towards. Start this now. Get this. Oh god, it's happening. It's starting. Victor Klemperer described in touching terms the insults and humiliations involved in wearing the Star of David. Wait, what? Oh yeah. Well, I mean that I think I missed where you were talking about that there, but that was that's Trotsky for you, Unicorn Dragon. Again, Trotsky's whole idea about permanent revolution had nothing to do with waiting until all the states were ready and then revolution breaking out everywhere all at once. Although this is often how people think of it, right? And we even like to make fun of it in memes with saying like, oh, he wanted to get all the Lego sets and then wait till he owned them all and then put them together. But really, it was reflective of the colonial mindset of Trotsky, where he thought the European Western people, like which he included Russians as, would be the ones who would have to free the other colonial peoples, and that they would be incapable of freeing themselves. Kitty, come get this. Look. That camera. This is why we need that cat camera, god damn it. Okay, to continue. Oh yeah, Trotsky didn't even just hurt the movement in one country either, Unicorn Dragon. Like Trotskyists themselves. I'll give you my personal experience too. Trotskyists themselves have done damage all over the world, especially regarding the colonial movements. And it's why you see this sort of language really reflected in their papers and in their works today. And my own like experience here when we were having memorials for First Nations children who were found to be mass murdered by, of course, the residential school system, we had Trotskyists show up with their table, and they were trying to sell newspapers there. Like they set up a table in the middle of this memorial for giving away or selling their fucking Trotskyist newspapers, as if like to teach First Nations people again. You're not allowed to chew electricity. Hold on, I gotta throw her ball one more time. Wants me to. Why we need the cat cam? If I could play with her on. She just wants Daddy to play. Yeah, they're completely incoherent now. I mean, and this is why, honestly, comrades, this is why what I always say, the Trotskyist to neoliberal pipeline, that's why that's a real thing that does exist, by the way. Yeah, please don't chew the lightning rope. Exactly. So, Victor Klemperer describes in touching terms the insults and humiliations involved in wearing the Star of David, and yet, quote, a porter who has been fond of me finally from the 2 removals suddenly plants himself in front of me in Farberger Strasse, claps between his big paws and murmurs, but in such a way that he can't be heard even on the other side. Sorry, in such a way that he can be heard even on the other side of the street. Well then, Professor, don't let yourself be put underfoot long before the damn brothers will be finished. Unquote. It turns itself off after 4 hours of inactivity, which has never happened. That's funny. She doesn't stay on one toy for long. And she's only doing this because then I'll come over here. See, now she's chasing me. Walk you over here. Everybody say hi. Say hi. Say hi. It's me. I'm doing the thing that I like to do every day. Daddy's not paying enough attention. A webcam. Kitties. 1, 2, 3, hit it. Was that a goat? Yes, that was a goat. That was the goat. Okay, let me continue reading because you never know. Ty? Yeah, this is why I need that special webcam for kitties. Right, kitty? Right, kitty? Kitty? Okay, wait, let me go this way and see if she faces me. Hold on. I found a tool that she likes. I found a toy that she likes. A tool. A toy, which is a tool to keep her busy. Whew. There's a couple treats out there, Ty. I think Ty's too lazy. Are you too lazy? Look at him. Wait, you guys gotta just... The comrade's gotta see him, look. He's thinking. Ty, is it worth it? Not worth it? Did I? Is it worth it? Bring the cheats and put them here in front of me, yeah. You think I'm getting up? That's the way he looks at me. Okay, March. Enjoy your drive, comrade. Hope all is well. Drive safe. Off the cat. I'm like, oh, you're going for a drive? Oh yeah, he's gonna take us all for a drive. You got me for a second. Yeah, he's a F1, you didn't know? He's a professional, he can drive cars. Perhaps one day he will drive us all somewhere special. He's driving supplies to Stalingrad. Good job, Chairman. Chairman, meow. Right, Ty? Right, Ty? Ty? Are you gonna come over? You gonna come say hi to everybody? Oh, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Here he comes. Hi, Ty. Wait. It's Ty. He's here. Good boy, huh? He's a good kitty. Okay. Gotta keep reading though, Ty. Before Soda comes back, needing attention again. Yeah. You're a good boy though. Yeah. You're a very good boy. Very good boy. He's gonna sit here too while I read. There you go. The Jewish philologist commented with affectionate irony that those who defied the regime in this way were good people with more than a whiff of the KPD, the German Communist Party. They were militants or sympathizers of a party which, internationally, had in Stalin an essential point of reference. On the other hand, if we move from Germany to the United States, we see that in the South, the communists are sometimes branded and persecuted by both state authorities and civil society as Jews who exploit the ignorance of African Americans in order to incite them against the white supremacy regime, who besmirch the idea of hierarchy and racial purity, and who promote the insanity of race equality and race mixing, quote unquote. The hell said that? 132. Someone named Kelly in 1990. Good God. And therefore, even in the American Republic on the other side of the ocean, anti-communism is intertwined with anti-Semitism, as well as colonial racism. And this link is all the closer because of the strong Jewish presence in the Communist and pro-Stalinist Party of the USA. But beyond the disappointment and annoyance, there is also an element of deep concern. To understand this, let's see how Trotsky's argument develops. I'm going to read about Trotsky now. Quote, "The Soviets, more than any other regime in the world, needs a very great number of civil servants. civil servants are recruited from the more cultured city population. Naturally, Jews occupied a disproportionately large place among the bureaucracy, and particularly so in the lower and middle levels. Even by a priori reasoning, it is impossible not to conclude that the hatred for the bureaucracy would assume an anti-Semitic color. At least in those places where the Jewish functionaries compose a significant percentage of the population and are thrown into relief against a broad background of peasant masses. In 1923, I proposed to the party conference of the Bolsheviks of the Ukraine that the functionaries should be able to speak and write in this idiom of the surrounding population. How many ironical remarks were made about this proposal, in the main by the Jewish intelligentsia, who spoke and read Russian and did not wish to learn the Ukrainian language. It must be admitted that in this respect, the situation has changed considerably for the better, but the national composition of the bureaucracy changed little. And what is immeasurably more important, the antagonism between the population and the bureaucracy has grown monstrously during the past 10 to 12 years. As one can see, a call was being made to fight against the bureaucracy, and at the same time, it was being emphasized that Jews are strongly represented in it, which not a few times was characterized by arrogance towards the language and culture of the people they administered. He's literally saying very similar stuff, Cinnamon, to what, if you look to what Hitler was saying, like, about Jewish people not wanting to learn the German language or not learning the German language or not being, like, the same shit, right, as all these other anti-Semitic examples. That's what's fucking fucked up about Trotsky. Honest to fuck. Of course, the analysis and the denunciation always moved at a political and social level. The fact remains that they, at least from the point of view of the Jewish community, risked evoking and revitalizing the specter of anti-Semitism that they claimed to exercise. Yeah, right? Doesn't, like, learning the facts about Trotsky, like, kind of start to bring it all into view, what's going on with Trotskyism and Trotskyists that you meet today, I'm afraid to say. Again, selling the newspapers at the First Nations Memorial because they thought that would be a good place to set up their table and sell newspapers, because they got to teach the First Nations people that, you know, the capitalism is the reason for their genocide because they don't already know that or something. Or whatever the implication is there, it's disgusting. It takes, I mean, if you're in the settler community, if you're white Western European, it can take, yeah, a long time of unprogramming because the shit is programmed into you, right? So of course it takes a long time of then fighting against it and unprogramming it. What do you want, Ty? You want to go see the duckies? Oh, where are you going? You're strange, kitty. Yeah, permanent revolution sounds good by itself, which is the whole, I mean, that's the whole purpose why it has a name like that, right? It wouldn't be as nice sounding if it was like, yeah, trots are basically Nazis. Yeah, essentially. They're essentially that with just more left sounding language. It's extremely, yeah, disappointing. And what I find interesting is like his whole permanent revolution idea, or what we want permanent revolution to mean, is basically like better realized by what Leninism and what Stalin were fighting for, which is the idea that you cannot have a unified world, a single global economic power like communism, a world communist power, without first having dismantled all the imperialist and colonial states and having them become sovereign societies, because that unity is only possible on a voluntary basis. This was the opposition between Trotsky and Stalin. And I think the reason why you see so much shit piled on top of Stalin's grave is a large reason for it is because of his very staunch anti-colonial stance. Like, he was so militant against it, right? Stalin and the condemnation of Tsarist and Nazi anti-Semitism. The accusation of anti-Semitism leveled at Stalin is all the more singular, for Stalin turns out to be engaged in denouncing this infamy practically throughout his entire evolution. We see him as early as 1901, when he was still a young Georgian revolutionary of 22, in one of his earliest writings indicating among the most important tasks of the Social Democratic Party the fight against the opposition of nationalities and religious dominations in Russia. Particularly affected are the internally persecuted and humiliated Jews, who lack even the miserably few rights enjoyed by other Russian subjects. The right to live in any part of the country they choose, the right to attend school, the right to be employed in government service, and so forth. That's Stalin. A few years later, when in 1905 revolution broke out, the Tsarist regime reacted by encouraging or unleashing pogroms. Stalin wasted no time in calling for a struggle against policy that sought to cement autocracy, with the blood of the corpses of citizens. The conclusion is stark. The only way to eradicate pogroms is to abolish the Tsarist autocracy. As can be seen, the anti-Jewish prosecution was one of the most important charges in the indictment pronounced against the ancient regime, which the revolution was called upon to overthrow. It was a motif further developed over later years. On the eve of the First World War, the character of Tsarist Russia as a semi-Asiatic country was demonstrated by the particularly odious persecution against the Jews. Unfortunately, the recourse to pogroms was encouraged by the general propensity of common people for anti-Semitism. The collapse of the power of the Tsar and the old landed autocracy, Stalin observed, between February and October 1917, finally made it possible to liquidate a policy of national oppression, not infrequently taking the form of pogroms and massacres. Defeated in Russia, anti-Semitism became an ever more distressing threat in Germany. Stalin did not wait for Hitler to come to power to raise the alarm. In a statement made on 12th of January 1931 to the American Jewish Telegraph Agency, he branded racial chauvinism and anti-Semitism as a kind of cannibalism, and a return to the jungle. It is a stance republished in Russian in Pravda on November 30th, 1936. At a time when it was a matter of warning governments and world public opinion against the terrible threat hanging over Europe and the world. And by the way, so at the time when Stalin is writing this stuff is when Trotsky was writing all that shit that we just read. Just make some comparisons between what we're reading here from their quotes itself. In this same context, one can place the position taken by Kirov, whose wife was of Jewish origin, shortly after Hitler came to power. He denounced German fascism with its pogrom ideology, its anti-Semitism, its views of higher and lower races, as the heir of the Russian Black Hundreds. This last observation was particularly significant. There was then a climate of war, and the approaching conflict increasingly prompted Soviet leaders to appeal to patriotism, and thus to emphasize the element of continuity in the history of the Russian people and its struggle against aggressors and invaders. It was a tendency which, of course, was reinforced with the beginning of Operation Barbarossa. And nevertheless, on November 6, 1941, Stalin not only emphasized the reactionary Black Hundred essence of Nazi Germany, but thus further characterized the enemy then pressing at the gates of Moscow. Quote, sorry. How you distracted me. Quote, in point of fact, the Hitler regime is a copy of that reactionary regime which existed in Russia under Tsardom. It is well known that the Hitlerites suppressed the rights of workers, the rights of intellectuals, and the rights of nations as readily as the Tsarist regime suppressed them. And they organized medieval Jewish programs as readily as the Tsarist regime organized them. The Hitlerite Party is a party of enemies of democratic liberties, a party of medieval reaction, and the darkest of pogroms. Unquote. That is to say, while launching an impassioned appeal for national unity in the Great Patriotic War against the invaders, like Kirov, Stalin also branded the Nazi regime as a continuation in some essential aspect of the Tsarism that was overthrown by the October Revolution. This attitude is all the more worthy of attention if one compares it with that taken by American President and his collaborators who were hesitant to criticize publicly Hitler's anti-Semitic policies, quote unquote. On the other hand, in 1922, it was the same F.D. Roosevelt who spoke out for downsizing the Jewish presence at Harvard and in American universities in general. There we go. So compare the American leaders to Stalin now. And actually. So here you have American leaders calling for the reduction in American universities. In supposedly free and in free America, right? Downsize them in American universities. AA, don't let them in. Meanwhile, Stalin is fucking calling out anti-Semitism all over the world when the US, again, said, or rather, American president and his collaborators says we're hesitant to criticize publicly Hitler's anti-Semitic policies. Because as we saw earlier in this chapter, they themselves were engaged in anti-Semitic policies and programs, including downsizing the university population of Jewish people. Like, what the fuck? A statesman such as Churchill, who in 1937 had emphasized the nefarious role of Judaism in Bolshevik agitation, was even less able to publicly condemn the anti-Jewish persecution of the Third Reich. In that same year, the English politician wrote an article, which remained unpublished, that considered the Jews at least partly responsible for the hostility raging against them. That's sad to see, Just. Stalin's attitude was exactly the opposite. The Nazis continued to be branded as the champions of pogroms in his speech of November 6, 1943. But the one delivered the following year, again on the anniversary of October Revolution, was especially significant in that case, the usual denunciation of the fascist program mongers, from whose barbarity the Soviet people had the merit of saving European civilization, was part of a more general context, emphasizing the centrality of racial theory and racial hatred in the doctrine and practice of Nazism, which thereby conducted a cannibalistic policy. The speech at the end of 1944, on the eve of the collapse of the Third Reich, thus took up the motif already present in the interview given to the Jewish Telegraph Agency 2 years before Hitler had come to power. The latter, starting with the aggression against the Soviet Union, not only resumed more obsessively than ever the motif of the struggle against the Judeo-Bolsheviks' threat, but seemed to want to respond directly to their public denunciation coming from Moscow of the reactionary pogromistic nature of the Third Reich. It was Stalin's speech, with which we are already familiar with, of 6 November 1941, on the anniversary of the October Revolution. 2 days later, in Munich, on an occasion equally solemn for the Nazi regime, it was to commemorate the attempted coup d'etat of 1923, Hitler proceeded to an equally public denunciation of the Soviet Union. Quote, "The man who is temporarily leader of the state is nothing but an instrument in the hands of an all-powerful Jewry. Whether Stalin stands on the stage or behind it, behind him are people like Kognovich, and all those Jews who, with their expansive network, rule this enormous empire." Unquote. It was a thesis reiterated sometime later during a dinner table conversation. Behind Stalin there are the Jews, quote unquote. We are here in the presence of a constant motif of Nazi propaganda. As early as 1938, Goebbels had paid tribute to a book, Juden hinter Stalin, The Jews Behind Stalin, that purported to reveal the infamies of Judaism in the USSR. It's almost like Trotsky was a planter and the spy for Churchill. I'll tell you something about that when I'm done, Unicorn, actually. From these assumptions, the war for the enslavement of the Soviet Union was at the same time the war for the annihilation of the Jews. The infamous Komissaval, which imposed the immediate liquidation of Red Army political commissars and Communist Party and regime cadres, could not fail to strike in a particularly ruthless manner at the ethnic groups suspected of providing the bulk of cadre and commissars. In his speech of November 8, 1941, Hitler spoke of the power in the Soviet Union as, quote, an enormous organization of Jewish commissars. And this was also the belief of German soldiers reporting from the Eastern Front about Jewish and Bolshevik cruelty, and constantly juxtaposing the damn Jews with the damn Bolsheviks. Yes, the fight against Bolshevism was at the same time the fight against Judaism. And this is all quotes by Hitler, by the way. It was a question of annihilating once and for all the Jewish regime in Russia. The central Judeo-Bolshevik agitator engaged in making the world happy. On closer inspection, it was a question of a country where the entire direction of all institutions was in Jewish hands and where the people were under the whip of Judaism. The so-called Soviet paradise was in reality a paradise for Jews. It was a Jewish system. And to be exact, it was the most satanic and criminal system of all time, quote unquote. Yeah, now they just call it cultural Marxism because now it's unpopular to be anti-Semitic, unlike we see it was back in these days. It was well understood that the ethnic group particularly targeted by the genocidal fury of the Third Reich distinguished itself in the struggle against its tormentors. In the course of the war, in relation to the population, Jews earned more medals than any other Soviet nationality. But is this solemn official recognition reconcilable with the theses of Stalin's anti-Semitism? We saw the American Jewish community take a clear stand against this myth in 1937. 5 years later, Arden went even further. She credits the Soviet Union with having quote, simply quashed anti-Semitism as part of an entirely new and an entirely just way to deal with nationality or minorities, unquote. This positive judgment is all the more significant because it is precisely the exemplary solution of the Jewish and national question in general that took place in the country ruled by Stalin that Arden invoked to refute the thesis of Jewish circles inclined to raise the specter of an internal anti-Semitism. 3 years later, the eminent Jewish thinker reiterated that it is to the credit of the Soviet Union that it has been able to organize different peoples, including the Jewish people, on the basis of national equality. At least until 1945, there appeared to be no traces of anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union. In a country that in Hitler's eyes had configured itself at any rate after the unleashing of Operation Barbarossa as Jewry's greatest servant. This must be the final one. Stalin and his support for the foundation and consolidation of Israel. If Furet's peremptory assertion, according to which Stalin showed indifference to the Jewish tragedy, or outright anti-Semitism from at least 1933 onwards, is clearly unfounded, is the date proposed by the American historian already mentioned, who sees the onset of this madness in Stalin after the Second World War, any more reliable? We are already familiar with the annoyed reaction of the American Jewish community to Trotsky's accusation of anti-Semitism against Stalin. In 1937, the picture had not changed 8 years later. If anything, it was circles and personalities within the US military hierarchy that were cause for concern. Take General George S. Patton, who dreamed of immediate war against the Soviets. Quote, "We are going to have to fight them sooner or later. Why not do it now while our enemy is still intact and could kick the damn Russians back to Moscow in 3 months? We can easily do it ourselves with the help of the German troops we have. If we just arm them and take them with us. They hate the bastards." Unquote. Yep, exactly. Unfortunately, according to the American general, thwarting these plans were the Jews. Loading with resentment against Germany, they harbored sympathy for the USSR. The evidence Semitic influence on the press aims to promote communism. The line of continuity with the Nazi reading of communism as Judeo-Bolshevik subversion and conspiracy emerged clearly. The enemies continue to be the communists, the Soviets and the Jews, the latter of whom are lower than animals. As a result of particularly imprudent statements, General Patton found himself relieved of command, but his is not the orientation of an isolated character. Put under indictment also because of his links with Judaism, the Soviet Union, in fact, followed a deeply sympathetic policy towards a people that had just come back from horrible persecution. In reconstructing this chapter of history, I make use mainly of a book that was also involved in denouncing anti-Semitism in the USSR-led socialist camp. Let us begin with Hungary, the backbone of the communist regime. In that country, after taking over from the Red Army, was constituted by cadres who had stayed in Moscow, almost all Jews. The fact was that Stalin had no other choice, since he only trusted them. When the first elections of the Central Committee would take place, a third of the members will have been Jews. The same ethnic background is also revealed in the top leadership, beginning with Rákosi. I haven't seen that film yet, GMO. The first Jewish king of Hungary, quote unquote. The author of this sympathetic definition is one of Stalin's closest collaborators, namely Beria, probably also of Jewish origin. The situation in the rest of the socialist camp was not much different. We limit ourselves to a couple more examples. In Poland, the Jewish presence in the communist ranks, and above all, in the regime's highest levels, was substantial, and that was not all. The area in which the identification of Jews and communist power appeared strongest was very particular: the security apparatus. In Czechoslovakia, it was not only Jews, but even Zionists who were favored by the post-war government and had a presence within it. That I'm not sure about, Red Appellation. We would have to look into the whole Beria thing more closely. Hey, Ayada, welcome. Ayada's Mib. hopefully it's okay if I call you Ada. Ada? Hopefully that's okay. Yeah, I have not seen much about Beria to actually like give a solid opinion about it. I'll look up information and we'll read about it on stream sometime though. A similar consideration can be made for Germany. Jews tended to be given the pick of the jobs in the Russian zone, quote unquote. On the other hand, directing the cultural activities on the Soviet side was a brilliant art historian, Colonel Alexander Duschmitz, himself of Jewish origin. And the Gotha of the German Jewish intelligentsia began to be strongly felt in the cultural rebirth, starting to emerge out of the mourning and ruins. The situation certainly did not change with the founding of the German Democratic Republic. Quote, in Communist Germany, officially born on October 7, 1949, Jews initially enjoyed favorable, not to say privileged, treatment. As the formerly persecuted, they were entitled to special pensions for the elderly and for young people who were sick or disabled. And the Constitution guaranteed religious freedom. Peter Kirchner recounts, the pensions for us Jews were much higher than for others. They oscillated between 1,400 and 1,700 marks, when normal pensions did not exceed 350. The Jews thus felt reassured by the new Communist Germany's policy towards them, all the more so since they were widely represented in the institutions. In the 1950 elections, 15 Jews were elected to parliament on the list of almost all the parties, except the Communist Party. In addition, the Minister of Propaganda and Information, Gerhard Eisler, and Director of State Radio Information Services, Leo Bauer, the editor-in-chief of the communist newspaper News Deutschland, Rudolf Herdenstadt, and the head of the section of the Ministry of Health, Leo Mandel, were all Jewish. That's from Erdogan. Or sorry, no, this is from Echinatsi Nesim. It is also for this reason that the Soviet Union enjoyed such great sympathies with the Zionists of the whole world. It reached the point where they were ready to admire everything Russian. It was Arden who still in May 1948 expressed her disappointment for the pro-Soviet and anti-Western orientation of the Zionist movement. Inclined to condemn Great Britain as anti-Semitic and the United States as imperialist. The attitude she deplored is well understandable. As Nuremberg, it was primarily the Soviet representatives of the prosecution who had called the attention of the horrors of the genocide of Jewish people of Europe, and called attention to it not without rhetorical emphasis, formulating a thesis that firmly underlined the intentionality involved. Quote, the fascist conspirators planned the extermination to the last man of the Jewish population of the world, and carried out the extermination throughout the whole of their conspiratorial activity from 1933 onwards. In reality, the final solution began to be delineated only once Operation Barbarossa started to get bogged down. One of the most dramatic moments from the trial consisted in the dispossession, promoted by the prosecution's Soviet representatives, of 4 Jews, including a woman who expressed herself as follows. In the name of all of Europe's women who became mothers in concentration camps, I would like to ask the German mothers, where are our children now? Above all, those were the years when the USSR strongly supported Zionism and the creation of Israel. Stalin played a prominent and perhaps even decisive role. Without him, the Jewish state would not have seen the light of day in Palestine. So goes a Russian historian, making use of recently declassified documents in his country. In any case, as another, this time a Western author has observed, the speech in May 1948 of Soviet Foreign Ministry Andrei A. Gromyko, delivered at the UN, appeared to be almost textbook Zionist propaganda. The foundation of Israel was necessary due to the fact that in the territories occupied by Hitler, the Jews had suffered an almost complete annihilation, while no Western European state had been able to furnish any adequate assistance in the defense of the Jewish people's rights and very existence. What is more, in supporting Zionism, Stalin sometimes clashed with Great Britain. The latter used the military corps of the former Salo Republic and the 10th Mas flotilla's pigs, quote unquote. The 10ª Flotilla Messi del Salto, 10th Military Assault Vehicle Flotilla, was a marine infantry contingent of the National Republican Navy of the Italian Social Republic of 1943 to 45, also known as the Repubblica di Salo, where fascist governments had retreated to northern Italy. The flotilla fought alongside the German Nazi armies and committed numerous large-scale atrocities. MAS stood for Memento Auto Semper, which was a phrase taken from the fascist poet D'Annunzio and is usually translated in English as remember to always dare. The Malii man torpedoes were also known as pigs. So Katrina here says that they would argue that Beria was eliminated to ensure Khrushchev had no real competition, right after using Beria as a boogeyman to get the rest on his side to begin with. Yep, that would make sense. And I mean, also we saw... Okay, I'll link it right now just before I forget, right quick. Because we also see, like in this work here by Comrade... or sorry, not necessarily a comrade. I don't know if he's a communist or not. Wait, this isn't even the article. But by Grover Furr. If you look at this paper right here, it talks about like the fifth column that was in the USSR, which potentially Trotsky and others were a part of. Yeah, you start to realize that there was certain sections of the leadership, this fifth column, as some people believe, that was trying to get rid of Stalin and Stalin's leadership, which is why right after Khrushchev and others took power, that's why they essentially just threw out all the works and all the strategies and all the ideas that Stalin had and just ignored it. And then engaged again, as we learned in the beginning of this book, in a de-Stalinization campaign, which was met with resistance by the masses, by the way. And you know what Khrushchev did in response to the masses resisting the people resisting the de-Stalinization campaign? Khrushchev's response was to send in tanks. And we're the ones who get called tankies because we defend Stalin. Just found that ironic. What is more, in supporting Zionism, Stalin sometimes clashed with Great Britain. The latter used the military corps of the former Salo Republic of the 10th Mas, flotilla's pigs, to blow up a ship. But perhaps there were two, which, when the war was over, was transporting weapons from Yugoslavia for Jews in Palestine. At that time, it was the government in London that was perceived as the principal enemy of the Jews. The suspicion or accusation of anti-Semitism was certainly not leveled at the Soviet Union, which was committed to supporting the foundation of the State of Israel, both militarily and diplomatically, but rather at Great Britain, which in an attempt to hinder those plans had not hesitated to use political and military circles, which, as part of the Salo Republic, had also made their own contributions to the final solution. But a more general point can be made. In the post-war period, Stalin followed a fundamentally pro-Jewish Palestinian policy. It was certainly derived from the political and geopolitical calculations, the desire to undermine British positions in the Middle East, an objective also pursued by Truman, who not only by chance also agreed to support the founding of the State of Israel. And to gain the support, or at least the goodwill of American and European Jewish communities during the Cold War. In the hope that the new state, founded with the decisive contribution of immigrants from Eastern Europe and often of a left-wing political orientation, would take on a pro-Soviet attitude. The fact remains that the military aid in 1945 given to the Zionist movement through Yugoslavia was not an isolated gesture. 3 years later, this time with the cooperation of Czechoslovakia, the Soviet Union supplied Israel with arms and, even in violation of the UN Security Council resolution of March 29, 1948, organized the migration of young Jews from Eastern Europe, who went on to strengthen the army of Jewish state in its war with the surrounding Arab countries. What has been defined as the Prague-Jerusalem axis came into operation thanks to Moscow. Yes, the weapons the nascent state of Israel's soldiers wield to fight their war of independence are of Czechoslovakian manufacture. Just when governments were refusing to sell weapons to the Jewish state, Czechoslovakia decided to continue to sell them openly, even at favorable prices. Thus, the Israeli Air Force was founded on Czech territory. Exercises for paratroopers were organized there. A veritable airlift had gone into action, supplying the Zionist army with weapons, instructors, and even volunteers. In the autumn of the same year, the Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs reported from Paris to Prime Minister Ben-Gurion with satisfaction that the Soviet delegates at the UN conference on the Palestinian question were acting as Israel's lawyers. If you want to talk about the mistakes Stalin made, this is where it is, right here, in my opinion. One of them. At least that can be said. The least that can be said is that Stalin's Soviet Union made an essential contribution to the founding and consolidation of the Jewish state. Interesting elements also emerged about the relationship to Judaism and Jewish culture in general. Still in the midst of the alleged anti-Semitic campaign, a residential suburb of Moscow bore the name New Jerusalem. It was home to Ilya Ehrenberg, a Jewish intellectual who, in the Soviet Union of the time, was playing a leading cultural and political role, and who, not by chance, was awarded the Stalin Prize. A recognition also received by other Jewish writers and by some Jewish musicians of international fame. What sense then does it make to speak of anti-Semitism with regard to Stalin? The support he gave to the foundation and consolidation of the Jewish state is at the same time the contribution he made to the Nakba, that is, to the national catastrophe of the Palestinian people, who have for decades continued to languish in refugee camps and in territories subjected to a ruthless military occupation and a galloping process of colonization. If, for the sake of absurdity, anti-Semitism were to be attributed to Stalin, it would be an anti-Arab anti-Semitism. It should, however, be pointed out in this regard that the Soviet Union's preferred option was that of an independent, multinational state that would respect the interests of both Jews and Arabs, for what that's worth. Well, this is a miscalculation by Stalin, but again, look, as it points out right here, right? Again, this is an L and a miscalculation by Stalin for sure, this support, but Stalin, and again, Stalin's part of the reason why Stalin was compelled to do this again was because he felt like Jewish people were not being protected in the Western states, and that no matter what, that they would never get protection, that they would still be the subject of pogroms and violent attacks, right? And at first, and again, Soviet Union wanted an independent multinational state that would respect the interests of both Jews and Arabs. But when couldn't have that, as we saw, thought what it was doing right, as we know now, was a big L. And they did also, in the end, denounce Israel as being, a settler colonial project when they realized what it actually was. It's unfortunately they did send military aid and support for settler colonialism at that time, which is the big L and the big criticism of Stalin in my own mind. Finally, someone knows that Arabs are Semites. Yeah, not enough people do, I'd say. But yeah, Stalin himself had a good line on it, but, How did Stalin not know about the Stern Gang? And this is, and this is it, right? We have to reconcile the fact that, or we have to realize that there are mistakes to be made, right? Yeah, and really, it's something, But let's not forget that for the West as well, the creation of Israel as a state was itself like an anti-Semitic strategy, because it was all about partly why they wanted to put it where they did in Palestine was it was getting them out of the way of Europe. But see, Stalin's view of it, as you saw with this, was completely different, where he saw it as, well, they're not going to protect Jewish people in Europe, so hopefully they will be able to live in harmony here. Unfortunately, we know now that was, of course, a mistake, and it's a settler colonial genocidal regime, as Comrade Lusardo pointed out at the end of that part. This has to be the last part. Yeah, no, at first, it's really strange. Like, I recommend you, Cinnamon Challenge, if you don't already follow Subversive History. Let's see. Wait, where's my liked videos? If you follow Subversive History right here, they do a podcast and a reading of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine.
Like the Wikipedia.
And this right here, I believe they talk about it in this talk as well, about how originally, right, it was set up to be getting these problematic Jews out of the way, but obviously now we know it's morphed into something more, right? And it ends up being now an attack against just the Palestinian people in general, which is what the West had in mind to begin with, of course, but not what the USSR had in mind when they supported them. Yeah, exactly. He didn't see a lot of the machinations of the West or didn't address them. Not a perfect guy, but also nowhere near the monster that he portrays, which is what this is all about. And hopefully uncovering enough of the history about him that comrades can read books like this and without being fear of what they're reading is the work of a monster or something like this, right? Not a perfect guy, but someone that we can learn to. And then you go on and you read him and Fanon, right? Yeah, not easy to get along with capitalists, that's for sure. Alright, this has got to be the last section, I'm assuming. The turning point of the Cold War and the blackmail against Rosenbergs. In a conversation with Israeli historian Kerensky, who in the meantime was in the US, noted even on the eve of Stalin's death that the accusation of anti-Semitism in those years leveled at the Soviet Union was merely an invention of the Cold War. Yes, this is the turning point, and to understand it, one must go back to the context of those years. A Cold War that at any moment was ready to turn into a nuclear holocaust certainly knew no limits on the ideological level. Yeah, that's a good one, Katrina, 100%. I use that one too. On both sides, there were accusations of anti-Semitism raging in the enemy camp. While most people call themselves liberals are supportive of capitalism or think they might be capitalists themselves one day. And that's why we got to try and turn them around, right? A Cold War I'll start with this sentence again. A Cold War that at any moment was ready to turn into nuclear holocaust certainly knew no limits on the ideological level. On both sides, there were accusations of anti-Semitism raging in the enemy camp. The trials and condemnation to death in the United States of the Rosenbergs, who were communists and Jews, and were accused of treason and espionage in favor of Moscow, were almost contemporaneous with the trials and death sentences in the socialist camp of Zionist personalities accused of treason and espionage in favor of Tel Aviv and Washington. Suspected of a lack of loyalty and called upon to provide unequivocal proof of patriotism, the Jewish community was in both cases subjected to more or less explicit pressure and blackmail. The climate of suspicion was no less oppressive in the USA than in the USSR. It is not easy to relive that historical moment in our time when the special relationship between Washington and Tel Aviv is there for all to see. But when the Cold War broke out, the situation was quite different. Often, the whites only or Caucasians only urban centers in the United States also excluded Jewish citizens, who were considered stupid, in much the same way as African Americans were. Still, in 1959, the Anti-Defamation League felt the need to denounce the harassment suffered by Jews because of the persistence of this practice. Overall, the 1940s and 1950s represented a politically traumatic era for Jewish minority. The circles that linked Judaism and communism were still active, and considered Jews as foreigners on American soil and accomplices of the deadly Soviet enemy. Those groups had even republished the Protocols of Elders of Zion, along with the writings of Henry Ford. Of course, after Auschwitz, that is, after the revelation of the horrors into which anti-Semitism had blossomed, this form of prejudice could no longer enjoy the favor it once had. Even so, the threat of anti-Jewish prejudice had far from dissipated. In 1953, Jews comprised most of the employees suspended or reclassified at the radar laboratories in Fort Monmouth, New Jersey. According to French communist leader Jacques Duclos, who was actively involved in denouncing the persecution of the Rosenbergs in the United States, anti-Semitism had played no part in the trials that Czechoslovakia rightly struck down the Zionist traitors in the service of Washington's war policy. The mirror opposite view is that which the enemies of the Soviet Union set about spreading. In rejecting the charge of anti-Semitism launched by Duclos, the United States, the American Jewish Committee, unhesitantly pronounced itself in favor of the execution of the Rosenbergs and opposed any measure of clemency. Everyone in the US had to be dispelled of the illusion that the rank and file of American Jew regarded communist spies and agitators, whether Gentile or Jewish, with anything but abhorrence. Not by chance, McCarthy's collaborators also included 2 Jews, who were committed, yes, to fighting communism, but also to demonstrating the patriotic loyalty of their community. It was not just about defending the United States against the charge of anti-Semitism. The FBI had devised a plan involving a Jewish lawyer who entrusted with a specific task. Yes, they were innocent. They were definitely, yeah. And this isn't arguing against that, just to be clear. To win the Rosenbergs' confidence in prison and try to persuade them that the USSR, in fact, was an anti-Semitic power intent on exterminating the Jews, once their illusions about the Soviet Union were shattered, the Rosenbergs might then receive clemency in exchange for an appeal to Jews in all countries to get out of the communist movement and seek to destroy it, unquote. See, so what they were trying to do was trying to get these two people to denounce communism, and they refused. The plan proved ineffective in the case of two militant communists, who bravely faced the electric chair on June 19, 1953. Blackmail achieved the desired result in another respect. In the intimidating atmosphere of the Cold War era, it was hardly surprising that several of the nation's most respected Jewish intellectuals, among whom were many former leftists, felt obliged to take cover, even to become turncoats. Not a few engaged in denouncing the anti-Semitism of Stalin and the Soviet Union. Anti-Semitism of Stalin and the Soviet Union. And nevertheless, before asserting itself, this black legend encountered serious difficulties. Still in 1949, we see one of the champions of the Cold War, that is Churchill, repeatedly making a remarkable comparison between Nazism and communism. The former was less dangerous, since it could only rely on Herrenvolk pride and anti-Semitic hatred. Not so the latter, which could count on a church of communist adepts, whose missionaries are in every country, and in every people. And so, on the one hand, we have the stirring up of national and racial hatreds, starting with that which targets the Jewish people, on the other, a universalist charge, albeit instrumentally subservient to a design of imperialist expansion. Perhaps even more significant was Adorno's intervention in 1950. In publishing his studies on the authoritarian personality, he emphasized the correlation between anti-Semitism and anti-communism, and then added that during the last several years, all the propaganda machinery of the country had been devoted to promoting anti-communist feelings in a sense of the irrational scare, and there are probably not many people, except followers of the party line, who have been able to resist the incessant ideological pressure. At this time, far from being aimed at Stalin and his followers, the charge of anti-Semitism continued to target anti-communists. Unbalanced from the start, the balance of power between the two opponents of the Cold War saw the West prevailing more and more decisively, both in military terms and in terms of ideological offensive capacity and multimedia firepower. Of the two opposing reciprocal sides, God, I hate words sometimes, reciprocal accusations of anti-Semitism, only one has remained standing today. Reciprocal. Why can't I say that right now? Reciprocal. Thank you, Just. Reciprocal. I talk like I'm on. Well, I'm talk like I'm a character on Trailer Park Boys. All right, and that's not by accident.
This shit out, boy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You lost your honey wagon and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
So hopefully, despite my my Trailer Park Boy accent, you can still understand me.
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Me? Tired? Never. I'm never tired, Sam. Impossible.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Whoop! Woof. No, you don't come. Not at all. Not at all. I often like when often like when chat breaks it down for me. And if you're talking about because I'm from Scotia and I talk like Trailer Park Boys, not at all. I like all of it. Understand theory better a little high. Exactly. That's what we're saying here. So of the two opposing reciprocal sides, accusations of anti-Semitism, only one has remained standing today. I do not mind at all. The other has even been lost to memory. It should be added that apart from Stalin, this accusation affected even his successors, beginning with Khrushchev. He too is said to have shown signs of one is not sure why being strongly anti-Semitic. However, in 1973, Jews who constituted 0.9% of the Soviet population represented 1.9% of all university students in the country, 6.1% of all scientific personnel, and 8.8% of all scientists. On the other hand, an English historian also committed to branding Stalin as an anti-Semite from at least 1930s onward, not only acknowledges that the people frequented by the Soviet leader and even many among the closest associates were of Jewish origin, but also adds that in 1937 Jews formed a majority within the government, or within the government apparatus. It is difficult to see how statistical data and empirical research can be invoked to support the thesis of Stalinist and Soviet anti-Stalinism. Anti-Semitism, sorry. Okay. This has got to be right near the end, right? What the fuck? This chapter is unending. Let me just see. Holy shit. What are we on? 145 right now, right? 140 something. Okay, well, seeing as how this chapter is unending, I think we're gonna stop it at this one here. Where the hell was I? Holy shit. Yeah. I think we'll end it at this one here. I did not realize this chapter was so long, but cool. What are we all thinking? Are we liking this? Yeah, it is, right? That's cool, though. That's cool. We're learning. So we're on 145 now. At 159, that's when we're at the end of this chapter. And we're coming up on Stalin, Israel, the Jewish communities of Eastern Europe, and then Cosmopolitan. Yeah, exactly. Anytime you can dispel common notions of history, it's a win, in my opinion. By the way, I see thank you everybody who's still sticking here, listening to me read. What the fuck? That means an absolute ton, literally. That keeps me going. It keeps me wanting to fucking read you all. So thank you everybody for sticking around and listening to me read for so long. That means a ton. Now, I mentioned earlier that, as you saw, I banned a couple people. I want to let you in on the meme here now. When we ban people on this page, or on this channel, you might notice that we go ahead and do this.
Yeah. See ya.
If I'm not here, I'm on YouTube listening.
It's all for one motherfucker and one motherfucker for all motherfuckers everywhere, you know what I'm saying?
Well, thank you, comrades. Seriously, you spending your time, like, obviously the sport helps keep me fed and everything, but even more important than that for me is the time that you all spend. Like, it's just so encouraging and it keeps me going. I think it makes...
Communism is based...
I love the sound bites. By the way, we do have bit sound bites. if you feel like being extremely
To
generous.
say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Hey, Captain DPRK. And by the way, down below we do have other bits for or we do have
with Stalin.
we do have other sound bites for bits. Now, mind you, yes, I do get paid for you spending bits. So anytime comrades spend bits or a subscription or gift subs, that helps me feed myself and helps keep the stream going 100%. Yes. And that's why I can only have 10 for the channel redemptions.
The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
He's a communist. Oh, really? Yeah.
Not channel
Big
points though, no.
communist.
When you go down below,
communist.
you'll see the channel points are just your labor voters. That's what I'm giving you, comrades, for watching along. And sometimes if you watch the channel enough, we'll make predictions on the channel. Like sometimes I'll be like, "Hey, comrades, you can predict and spend some of your labor voters and potentially win a bunch of labor voters if you predict, like, let's say Michael Pranny's microphone is going to mess up or something." But because I can only have 10 of the ones for channel point redemptions, if you go down, I included some for bits, which is like Burpa, for example, is the 200 bits. Or this one here, I like this one.
I don't like it when things aren't going my way. You got me mad now.
Okay, but now one of my favorite ones that we always use on this channel, the "Yeah, see ya." I'm gonna show you all what it's from because I want you all to be in on the meme. Okay? So strap in for the best fight scene in, especially if you're talking comedy, of all time. Let me grab a drink. I think it's just made for the movie, I believe. It's a 90s Hong Kong movie. Here comes his sister or something. It is a good fight scene as well. Yeah, sorry. It's funny at the end. By the way, thank you, Barbara. Welcome. Welcome in, comrade. But yeah, you'll see why it's funny at the end here. It's the end line that does it. Oh, I can't think of what this one was called now. Someone comments the name of it. Hey, Hooligan Granny, by the way. Oh, there's the other eye.
Keep an eye out for you, Stingray.
Yeah. See ya. Yeah. See ya.
And there you go. And that's where the soundbite comes from. Keep an eye out for you, Stingray. Yeah. See ya. Now, someone does comment with the movie. Here it is. It's from Undefeatable, 1994. And it's a Hong Kong movie. So it's from this movie here. It's Cynthia Rothrock. So you had the actor right, I think, right? You said, yeah, you said Cynthia Rothrock, yeah. Well, that's because it's a Hong Kong production. The amount of sweat on those dudes is definitely undefeatable. Yeah. Yeah, they took it to another level, that's for sure. And there, now you're all in on the meme. You're all privy to it now. Don't you feel privileged? All right. You know what I usually do when I'm done politics streaming is we usually do switch over to a game. And I am gonna do that. Helps with the friction for later. Yeah. Where is the Got Me Mad Now from? Oh, that's from... Okay, you want to see what that's from? See if I can remember... See if I can get it. See if I can find it again. Yeah. Okay, here it is.
Earlier we talked to Jumpin' Jeff
From
Farmer.
this wrestling promotion, look. Doc Hollywood showed this to me.
Earlier we talked to Jumpin' Jeff Farmer. Let's go now to that interview. Folks, there's Jumpin' Jeff Farmer. Jeff, a while back, what a match you had with Motley.
Yep. Probably the hardest match I ever had in my life. But I don't like it when things aren't going my way. Motley Cruz, you turn the tables on me. You turn the tables in a wrong way. You've got me mad now. I've stood around. I've listened to everything you had to say. I did everything necessary. But when you turn around and you backstab me one way or another, and you cheat me out of what's rightfully mine, that's when I get angry. Now I'm the one doing the challenging. I'm issuing a challenge to you, Motley Cruz. Get in the ring with me. This time, I'm going full force.
Jumpin' Jeff Farmer. Now let's go to the ring.
Poor guy just wants to get into acting, right? Oh, what's this? Music? Sweet. Awesome, this'll be good while I'm setting up for gaming here. So yeah, as you know, I do like to do some Tommy Lee going over to kick his ass. Yeah, that guy needs some practice. That guy needs some practice. I love it though. See from Airheads when they're trying to teach Sandler's character to be me. Yeah. Nice. Damn. That sax is great. Oh, by the way, just real quick, I want you to hear my favorite soundbite. real quick. I don't want to interrupt I don't want to like go over the music, so just wait. Here it is. This one is like this one speaks to my soul, and I want you all to hear it.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Wait, that's not it. Hold on. That wasn't it. That was the wrong one. This is it. Hold on, this is it right here. This one.
Hi there. Yeah, I haul shopping carts out of ponds and sell them back to the store for a living. I've been doing it for 18 years. So give me a fucking check, please.
This music could be playing during the post-sex scene of those two guys in The Undefeatable. Wait a second. By the way, you find that scene on YouTube by typing in best fight scene ever. And it comes up. It's usually the first one. Wait. God, the timing somehow was perfect. He ripped his shirt up just as like the horn comes back. Hi, Anarchist Laboratory Sean. Comrade. Dear comrade, hope you are well. This is perfect. This is aligning perfectly. Scene hits very different with this music in a great way. It's somehow like going. Okay, Stern Sam, thank you, comrade, for hanging out. Love you. Because Anarchist Laboratory Sean, it was a sub goal or something. Oh my god, thank you so much, Matthew Kohai. And I'm glad to know that we're meeting your needs here. That's hilarious. This music is perfect. Okay, I gotta change the title here. Wait. We gotta pause it here again now. Wait, it can go a little further. It can go a little further. Not much, though. Okay, just gotta stop there for now. Now look, I'm gonna set up the title for us here. So, if you followed me long enough, you might know that once we're done doing politics for the day, I do like to do some game streaming and hanging out and talking. And I mean, still, I encourage you to talk politics and get me ranting about Juche or Stalin or whatever you want, of course. But at the same time, I do like to unwind with some games when we're done the politics streaming. Yesterday, we beat Metroid Zero Mission. So today, I think we're gonna start a new Metroid game, which is gonna be a fan-made Metroid game. So they are fighting as a garment cleaning place. I don't know where they're fighting. Maybe it's a club. Certain times of the day. Get a good title for us here. Thank you for sharing this, Katrina, by the way. Right? Who doesn't? Who doesn't though, Ada? That was fantastic. You're a band nerd? Nice, nice. Damn. Thank you for sharing that. That was great. Great. Well, let us get to what I was talking about here. As I said, we beat Metroid yesterday. So, gonna go for another Metroid adventure, blast off on a new one. I don't know if we're gonna beat it all in one session like we did yesterday, considering I did read for a long time, but you know the rules. We get to play until the fiance comes home, and then we have to be good and get off. Oh, what is this one? Liberation music, spiritual jazz, and the art of protest. Oh, I am bookmarking this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Karina, thank you for the for the new music suggestions. I always welcome that, by the way. All right, comrades, let us switch gears. Wait, I did that fucked up.
What's the score? Loopy Larry's left this video game and arcade lounge begins now.
Did I mention I have that, I'm that type of autistic person who has to separate everything into categories and make separate intro videos about it all? Yeah, that's me. This music is very familiar. Some video game review show. If anybody from here lives in Canada, you might remember it from a little show called Video and Arcade Top 10, which was a show put on by YTV. Yeah, I'm the categorizationism kind of autistic. Yeah, exactly. By the way, we got a few people in here still, so check this out. Check this cool. There's like this one music thing that people made. This is like my front end software, right? You knew what it was. You recognize that, GMO? So check this out though. Someone made like this remix of songs, like from not even songs, just sound effects from video games, and made it into this recently playing thing. so well edited.
Round one. Fight. Yes.
Dragon.
Listen.
Jill sandwich.
We're playing Metroid this time. I talked about the autistic urge to categorize the stream. As you can imagine, that extends to every facet of my life.
Do you copy?
Someone once made a musical composition strictly from guns firing the rhythm. I just think this edit was so well. Speaking of the need to categorize everything, that's literally what this whole setup is. Now I got my pinball games, I got the arcade, all separated. Like, this is the default categorization, you know, your consoles are all separated into separate categories, etc. I do like this song, but Lord knows what it's from or if it's original or what, but it sounds nice. But of course I had to take that a step further and I've categorized also things into playlists as well. So right down to like the various game series. Like I've got all the Zelda games in this one basically. By the way, this weekend, because chat fulfilled a challenge of doing 100,000 labor vouchers by the end of a month, I'm gonna have to play this Legend of Zelda Link: The Faces of Evil on, yeah, it's not gonna be something. Yeah, I got all the other good Zelda games here as well for their respective systems, you can see. It's just that need to categorize everything. And so on this channel right now, we've been working our way through the Metroid games. We just beat Zero Mission yesterday. Wait, let's see that again while I have a drink. You like this? Yeah, hey, you comrades in chat are the ones who paid the labor vouchers to force me to play it. There is nobody to blame for the CDI Zelda that is going to be played other than Cat themselves, who contributed countless amounts of labor vouchers in order to make it happen. The funniest part about it was I set 100,000 labor vouchers as the goal, and I said you had 30 days to do it. Chat did it in 10 days. So it wasn't like a small demand to have me play it. You comrades desperately wanted me to play Legend of Zelda CDI for some reason. So now that we beat Zero Mission, technically we're on Metroid 2, which is this Game Boy one. But we could also play this one, Samus Returns, which is the official remake of Metroid 2 for the 3DS. But I have decided that we're actually going to play this one here. This is, again, it's a different remake of Metroid 2. However, this one is made by a fan. So we're going to do this one. Going for that fan-made Metroid game. Yeah, people... You know what, Sean, though? I think it's more that... Even more than people wanting to see the most objective... More than people wanting to see the most objectively worse Metroid... Or most objectively worse Zelda game, I think people want to see me suffer. You know? That's what I think it mostly boils down to, if I'm being brutally honest with myself. I'm just gonna switch the audio devices. There we go. You like this emulator? It's actually... It's actually like a shell for emulators. Like this even has like modern games on it as well. Okay. I'll show you after if we got time once I'm done, cuz I do like to show off my front end software. Okay, so we'll go normal. Yeah, we'll go normal game. We'll go normal. So this is the fan-made Metroid 2. Metroids. You are collectively my dom, yes chat. And I like it. I told you I'm a masochist. Hoping to secure peace in the galaxy, the Galactic Federation orders the extermination of the Metroid species. It was the best candidate for the job. Samus was the best candidate. Okay, March. Thank you, comrade. Love you. Once again, I find myself standing alone against the Metroid menace. What horrors await me on the depths of their planet? Let me know if the game volume needs to come up or anything, by the way. Again, I don't wear the headphones, so I have to rely on people. Alright, welcome to Fan-Made Metroid. Okay, so this is up and this is down. This is straight up. Got it. And I'm gonna use the pad, not the stick. Cool. And it's a toggle for the missiles rather than holding something down. Take me a second to get used to it. I played Metroid Dread last time, and that's slightly different for the controls. Oh, we already have the ball. That's good. Ow. I have to also get used to it not all being the one button that does this. Dudes got mad about Samus being a woman. Yep. I'm pretty sure the creator, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the creator also canonically said that Samus is trans as well. I could be wrong about that, but I seem to remember the creator, whatever, saying that. There, we saved it. I've always loved Metroid, one of my favorite series of all time. It's a close second to Zelda. Which is why I really like that one randomizer that we do on this channel sometimes that combines Legend of Zelda with Super Metroid. I could play that over and over again, as long as the items keep spawning in different spots. Okay, I guess we're not going this way. Boom, look at that. Love the jumping in this. Getting the feel of it again. It's a bit different than Dread, but it feels good. I'm pretty sure she is. We would have to look it up, Anarchist Laboratory Sean, but I do remember like a creator or somebody confirming that, or some like vital person to the creation of Samus. Have to look that up again. Remember it being talked about. Might have been Stephanie Sterling who mentioned it. You love the Zelda series? Yeah, me too. The Zelda series is my number one. Metroid's my number two. Because to me, Metroid feels like a lot like Zelda in many ways, just 2D and shooting and sci-fi. But in like much of the principles and the gameplay design, it feels like Zelda almost. The way you get different items in order to progress rather than skill-based things or like numbers, trees. I always like that. Which is, again, is why that Zelda and Super Metroid together randomizer works so good together. You thought I was doing ASMR? I can do ASMR too if you'd like me to, comrades. Now we're jumping over the lava. Very, very slowly. Quietly. You like that? Is that what you're looking for? Oh, look! Here we go. Welcome, by the way, Leo. We killed our first Metroid. Who knows how many is left to go, but we gotta exterminate a whole planet's worth of them. That's what we know. Cool, okay. So Metroids here, when they're native to their planet, apparently that's when they can like transform. Or evolve, I guess. They evolve like a Pokemon does. Okay, GMO, thank you, comrade. Love you. Thank you for hanging out. And for all the support that you always provide and all that. Thank you. Love you. Also the content suggestions too. Can't forget that. I do like ledge grabbing. So the next game we play in this series is going to be Super Metroid, which is mostly my favorite Metroid because of nostalgia, but I am going to miss the ledge grabbing when we get to it. Tell you that much. There, now we can get down here. Yeah, I thought about playing the 3DS remake of Samus 2, but this one's just so good. And it's fan-made goodness. Alright, now we gotta find where the next set of Metroids are. Ouch. Not bathe in lava, preferably. Four Metroids in this area. Oh shit. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's where the claim originates from? Weird. Yeah, I just had seen people like I'd seen fellow gamers using it, or mentioning it to me, but not in a derogatory sense, obviously. I mean, I think we can still claim that as a... She's a strong, tall mommy. I mean, we can all get behind that. Is she a mommy? I guess mommy to a baby Metroid. She did adopt that Metroid, I almost forgot. Which, actually, that's... Oh. Never mind. Scratch that. I didn't say that. Nobody heard that just now. Just pretend I didn't say that. Golden Temple. Oh shit. We on religious grounds now. We've entered the temple. Well, last game when we entered a temple, we got a badass suit, so... Because apparently, canonically, according to the game, the current suit that we wore, the suit that we ended the game with last time, came from that weird ancient temple. Chozo Temple. The suit chose us. Oh, nice. Bombs. Gotta get the bombs. Missile tank? Oh yeah, I guess I don't have that yet. Whoops. That. Here we go. Moving on, comrades. Oh yeah, I can blow this up now, which allows me to get back up. Okay. Oh, I'm guessing probably this way now, right? Aha. Look at how good that worked out. What the fuck? Cool. That's an upgrade. It's like double our health. Here we go, just doubled our health. It does seem like the trans community had adopted Samus as a trans woman in spite of what the dev said. See, that's what I was thinking. I thought so because, like I said, fellow gamers were telling me, like my trans friends who are also gamers were like, yeah, Samus is trans, you know. I was like, really? Okay, if you're telling me that, I'm taking it as factual. So therefore, I think we should take it as fact that Samus is indeed trans. Yeah? What do you think? I think that's endorsement enough to me. Can I break this? No. There's an energy tank in there taunting me. Oh. Bet it has something to do with this though, right? Wait. Samus is a hot, tall trans woman. This is canon. It has been decided. There you go. That's fucking beautiful. There, I'm glad I wasn't just talking out of my ass. Nice. Got another energy tank. We're fucking beefed up now. Guess we're going this way? We're leaving the temple now. Oh, look, there's a... Go up and then I'll shoot ya. I see the carcass or the shell of one of the Metroids there. So the reason why the Metroids don't look quite the same here is because on their home planet, they can evolve. I probably already mentioned that. But what we're seeing here is like the first phase. Oh, there, now we got Spider Ball mode. Oh yeah, good place to go. Now I got Spider Ball mode. I immediately just like rolled down there into the bottom. Okay, this will come in handy. I can see that being useful, no? Now I'm gonna guess we go up this wall or something. They did a good job on the music. Hey, Cherry Kickstart, what's up? Oh no. Getting my ass kicked by a Bobby Metroid. What are you saying, comrade slash homie? That's to go into ball mode, and then, okay. Okay, yeah, it does work. Are you home on your computer now? Wanting to blast off to space by any chance? Oh shit. You want to blast off to space then? Alright, cool. Well, chat, we might switch gears then because, you know, if we can play a multiplayer game, that seems like the more fun option whenever we're able to. After all, we can play Metroid anytime. But it's not anytime that I get to do some space communist bullshittery. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch gears. Oh no. Much more capitalist dystopian than Kerbal Space Program, Anarchist Laboratory Sean. We're going for that hellscape of a game known as Star Citizen. I gotta switch my category right quick. Yeah, it's capitalist hellscape that is Star Citizen. But it's always good for shenanigans online. And plus, we're the anti-capitalists of it. It's not a pretty job, comrades, but someone's got to do it. Check this out. I don't know if I showed you this yet, Sean, but for my space game here, I do have a special device. I gotta switch my category first. Because, you know, I can't be streaming in the wrong category. That wouldn't sit well in my brain. There we go. Okay. Now watch this. Check out my HOTAS here. These are from China. This is my throttle and stick from China. Company's called Wing Wing. I got them years ago. And they still feel like brand new. They're so well made. There's my stick. Like, look at the stick, you can always tell is good quality by the way it bounces back, right? Tell by the way it bounces, like, it's just, you can move it with one finger. It looks complicated, but it just lets you have more buttons. Look, here's behind the scenes, everyone. Oh, the magic is ruined. Here's my little arcade cabinet that I built. Of course, the driving seat. The kitty. It looks complicated, but it's not that bad. Everyone loves the kitty. Gotta love the kitty. Wait. See the kitty? Not very well. God damn it. There. While I'm setting up, you can see the kitty. He's a very good kitty. There is a reason why he is the logo of the channel. Look at how beautiful he is. He knows it too. Now it lights up all nicely, look. Ooh. And we're really ready to take off. Now he's over here. All right. Let us blast off to space, Cherry. Let's do this. Oh, I should actually say, I should change the title right quick too. I hate how their launcher like forgets your password after so long. Like, damn it, it's the same computer. Okay, there we go. There we go. This is my arms moving stuff. This is my arms working. Hi, Ty. Alright. First, me and Cherry will have to find each other. You're probably like at the space station or something. Hi, Ty. You're a good boy. Waiting for it to load here. It's the key. Why are you so itchy? Alright, mine's launching. Just taking forever to go from the launching window to the screen. Oh, you're getting online, are you?
Let's go, Smokes.
Let's go, Smokes.
Still facing this screen. Oh, call me on Discord. Right, the Discord thing. Have to not forget about that.
Hey, hey!
Hello there.
Oh, let me turn off my phone for that. I opened up Star Citizen with Discord open. I was like, nobody's gonna get in here. And I was like, I better tell them on Twitch. So I had to jump on my phone and be like, hey, by the way, I forgot to say that.
Hopefully everybody can hear Cherry. They're good. If anybody needs to be turned up or down, just let me know, by the way, comrades.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Oh, party invitation. I guess today I will.
There you go.
What's
We're making
the
it
plan
happen.
for the day?
Making it happen.
What do we think? We're making it happen? That's the plan?
Yep. We're making it all happen. I don't know, what are you thinking?
Tonight. I'm thinking dreams come true today.
Dreams come true.
Dreams come true.
We're gonna take the... I say the first thing we do is hop in the Corsair.
Okay.
And we see if we see any cargo haulers at either of those locations.
We rob them.
And if we don't see anybody we can steal from to give back to the rich, or give back to the poor, I mean, of course. We're stealing from the rich and giving back to the poor.
We would never steal from the workers.
If we can't do that, then we'll run out and see if we get an 890 mission.
Perfect. I'm wearing something orange, and at first I thought, how do I... Oh yeah, I thought I was wearing like something like a prison uniform at first. I was like, what'd I do?
I'm still waiting to load in.
Let me actually like put some armor on, because I do have armor that I could just like wear.
Okay, I'm in and I'm wearing a hospital gown. Oh yeah.
Hey. Heyo.
I think we died last time we played.
I think so too, which is, that's fine. It's all fine.
It does happen.
It be like that sometimes, It just
tend
be
to
like
die,
that.
yeah.
I guess I'm gonna dress up as Hurston Security, so it's gonna be even funnier.
Okay.
It's gonna be on point for Hurston Security.
I'm gonna put on my red armor that I usually wear, I guess. But I have some weapons.
I don't actually have a light Hurston Security legs, so we're
There
gonna
we
go
go.
heavy Hurston.
Look like I'm ready for camping. Is Star Citizen ever going to be a normal game? I would say no.
No. No.
I'd say it's gonna keep floundering as it is, and then it'll eventually die.
Yeah, probably, actually. That's a pretty safe prediction, I think.
And, I mean, the thing that's compelling about it, or the reason why I play it, is because it does provide like a space simulator, or sorry, a flight simulator style, almost style flight, while being in space with some combat stuff, albeit very buggy and glitchy.
But it is a lot of fun.
There is fun to be had, yes, but yeah, it's never going to be normal, I would say.
No, it's never going to be a normal game.
To ever see it be released, like to a huge, massive audience that's playing it on the regular? I don't know. I have strong doubts.
Maybe one day?
Maybe.
Maybe one day.
After CIG's been appropriated by a socialist fucking society and...
Yeah, right?
They've removed the monetary model from it.
Oh my god, I forgot I had 4 rail guns in my inventory.
Man, like I could see it getting finished then.
You think we need a rail gun?
I mean,
got a few.
You might as well bring a railgun, yeah, because it could take down a small ship if we really have to.
That is true. I have 4. Why do I have 4 rail guns? Screw it. We're bringing it with.
Yeah, and I also have, oh, I got a grenade launcher.
Oh, I have one of those too.
I guess I'll bring the grenade launcher with me too.
I have 5 rail guns.
Why do I have so many?
Alright, and then I got a scope. I do need to get some ammo for my railgun, though.
I think I have some. I'm trying to choose another weapon to bring with me that's not, you know...
Okay, I'll get ammo.
I'll just bring an LMG. Oh my god. What have I done?
Yeah, it's just a lot of money. Well, here's the thing, Katrina. What I always tell people, like, and I'm one of those people who... I was really foolish and didn't follow that advice myself. But the best thing to do, honestly, is to find people you like to play with if you can. And go for the lowest, the cheapest package, which is like 45 bucks. And don't ever spend more than that on anything else. Because any other ships you can get in the game, even as easy as like asking people for money, and someone will give you the millions that you need in the game to buy a ship.
It does happen. I've had it happen before. It does happen. Sometimes all you gotta do is like say, hey, I need money. Can someone give it to me? And they'll just drop you like 5 mil out of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, you never want to spend more than 45 on that one basic thing. Don't ever fucking spend more than that on it.
Yeah, don't do it. What else do I need? I don't need the Heart of the Woods. What even is that?
Because you can buy all the ships in the game, but the thing is they never advertise it like that, really.
Yeah, they try to be like, hey, buy from our store. And
Yeah,
then,
they'll be like, yeah, they make it sound like, oh, this ship is available and it's this amount of money. Is all you'll see.
Only in store, though. And it's just like, nope, that's not how it works.
You could just buy them in the game is the best way to go. They just don't advertise that because, again, that would take away from... Sure, they don't advertise it because it takes away from ship sales, potentially.
Yeah.
Because they are garbage like that.
Yeah, I would agree completely.
Yeah. I love the game. Like,
fair,
I like the game itself, but the company and everything about, like, their business practice is garbage.
Scummy as fuck. To be fair, I'm just coming back. Coming back from Starfield, and I'm so angry at Starfield that I'll just accept anything Chris says nowadays.
Yeah, Starfield not good.
Oh my god. I actually decided, I think it was 2 days ago, I finally decided, why do I have a Corsair?
What?
I have a Drake Corsair in my inventory right now.
That makes no sense.
Request delivery?
So do you...
A retrieve?
So do you think I should...
7.
So you're saying that I should not buy it, probably?
No. The space combat's mediocre at best.
Now wait, hold up though. Did you liked Fallout and Oblivion or no?
I love Fallout, and that leads me to what I was saying. I actually got so pissed off 2 days ago at the game that I just started playing Fallout 3 in New Vegas again. I have Tales of the Wasteland, and I'm having so much more fun with that than I ever did with yeah. What the fuck? Why do I have Corsair? I know I'm not gonna complain, but yeah, the writing is atrocious, and this is the best quest to talk about with it. There's a quest where you find, you go to a planet, and before you make planetfall or anything, you see a ship. And that ship looks weird. It doesn't look like any other ship. So you're just like, huh, that's weird. I want to see what's on that ship. And it's all
better check it out.
messages. Yeah. So you dock with the ship, and you find out it's humans that left Earth 200 years ago before they had a warp drive made. So this is 2 generations in of humans that just, came across the fucking stars. And they found out that whatever planet they're trying to get on appears to be settled. They don't know by who or what. They think it's aliens because they didn't think, warp drives ever existed. To be fair, I don't blame them. But, so you're pretty much told, okay, you got to go down to the planet and figure out what's going on. I'm immediately getting Next Generation vibes. There's a great episode of Next Generation where an alien species has a planet. They're going to kill all the humans on it because they're assholes. And Data now has to try to save the people by getting them all to leave. So I'm saying you're going oh, this is going to be some good moral, decisions. You're going to have to really think about it. You get down to the planet and it's literally one hotel. It's literally just a resort. And I'm like, okay, well, this makes the decision easy. I'm gonna kill these fuckers and let them go. No, you can't kill them. You literally have to talk to the CEO. You get 3 options. I guess 4 technically. 3. You have to talk to the CEO, and you can only do what he wants. And what he wants is either slaughter all the people, force them into slavery, or I guess you can get them a warp drive, but I'm not paying for it.
Oh my god.
Those are your only options. You can't help.
That's some lazy ass writing.
And then it gets worse because it's like, well, obviously I'm not going to do any of those except make them leave.
There's a
So I
crashed
click that
speeder
one.
bike in the subway station down here.
What the hell?
Yeah.
But yeah, I decide, of course, to be like, okay, well, I guess I'm getting a new warp drive because that's like literally the most humane.
Yeah.
So I click that one. Immediately, my companion pulls me to the side and goes, I'm so proud of you of choosing that decision. I know it was a hard decision. I'm sitting here going, how fucking morally bankrupt do you think your players are, Bethesda? Holy shit!
I mean, yeah.
Like, what? Do you really think this was a hard decision? But this game loves to chastise you also whenever it gets the chance. Like,
What does that tell you about Todd Howard?
Using violence against a corporation who have tried to kill you? How dare you? We love peace. Killing people's wrong. Fuck you.
Okay, wait, so do you have a Corsair?
Yeah, I have a Corsair. I'm flying it to you.
You're coming down here?
Yep.
Okay, good, because mine's still on delivery.
Oh shit. But yeah, I think the worst too is that they have these like debates. Where you go to your little clubhouse and everyone there is having their little debates.
Yeah.
And they say they're friendly, of course. Yeah, if you don't say the right answer that certain characters like, they get pissed off at you. And some of these are like really stupid.
Hey, Red Falcon,
Like,
poo poo PPU.
PP poo poo. But like some of them are like really stupid. Like, what's more important, dreams or science? And I'm like sitting there going, well, it's obviously that you kind of need the dreams for the science to be created for it to happen. Like, if the Soviet Union didn't dream to go to space, humanity would not have gone to space.
Yeah.
So of course, so it's like, of course that. And they're like, you stupid idiot, you dumbass, you don't know anything, you fucking moron. And I'm sitting there just going like, whoa, what is going on in this game?
That's ridiculous.
Spoilers, but you find like a random ship that clearly does not look human, but like speaks perfect English to you and has all the human functions. So, and immediately all the characters go, it's aliens, it's all aliens. And they have their quote unquote friendly debate. And you have to choose, I shit you not, these are your choices. They're humans, they're aliens, or they're angels. And
We're
like,
talking about
just-
Starfield, Red Falcon.
I shit you not, angels. And like, just me being me, able to put the pieces together, also knowing Bethesda's horrible writing, where if they're pushing aliens, you know it's not aliens. I put in, they're probably humans. And I literally got every single character in that room to dislike me for it. And I'm sitting there going like, what's the fucking point? This isn't like fun.
Yeah.
This isn't fun at all. But yeah, that's like the whole game. A lot of the game's also recycling, where you go to planets and you'll have the same exact buildings that you have to attack over and over again. Even for the main quest, I went and attacked the same building on 3 different planets.
The same building. I mean, yes, Star Citizen is bad for that, but at least it's not a fucking released game, I guess.
Yeah, it's not like a main quest. This game doesn't really have one, but that's fine.
Yeah.
But like, there's so much where you're just like, dog. It's glitchy. It's just it's
Hoping
not
to
fun.
see you here. Do you got a landing pad already?
Yeah, I'm slowly coming in because I've never flown the Corsair before.
Make
so
sure
I'm
your
kind of
wings
being-
are up.
Good call. Good call.
There goes someone else with a Corsair. Maybe they just gave them out to people or some shit.
I'm wondering. I know it was like Pirate Week last week.
Yep, there you go. That's probably what it is then. It's Pirate Week. I gave you a Corsair for Pirate Week, laddie.
Fuck yeah. They gave us all pirate ships to pirate each other. I love this game sometimes.
You're going straight to the landing pad, are you?
I think so. Hold on, I actually got to change the third person for this thing. This thing's a fucking monster.
I told you.
It's like driving a Crown Vic. Oh my god.
Trying to get a view of you, but you're fucking coming in too far to the right.
There we go. I'm going in. There's a crane in my way.
There he is. I see you going down. Going in hot, you look like. Look like you're coming down hot. I don't know. Want to get in.
Okay. Oh, there we go. We're good. We're good. Yeah, it's like driving a Crown Vic. Yeah, you're driving this thing. This one's all yours, buddy.
Oh, Jesus. You can't handle it.
No.
What you're saying.
Crown Vic.
What hangar are you at, do you know?
It looks like 01, but I don't trust that information, so give me 1 second. Let me get this thing on the ground.
I'm gonna start guessing.
Yeah, right. It's a really big hangar. Like, you know the hangars where your reclaimers usually at?
Yeah, so it could be 1 or 2 or something.
Yeah, it really is like one of those.
See if it's 1.
How was it to get out of the chair again? E?
Why?
Why? I've legitimately forgot controls. We literally played this like 2 weeks ago.
Oh yeah,
hey, there you are.
Here you are. All right, I'll come up the elevator.
You get to see my Hurston security look. Totally not impersonating the cops.
Yeah, no, we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't break laws.
No. To be fair, we're just doing their job. We're just stealing from people.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So we're not breaking laws.
Exactly. We're just being... We're just being cops.
All right, so
sorry,
you want me
to complicate this stuff.
Well, hello there. So you want me to fly this thing?
Yeah, this one's all yours. I believe in you. It's not like I'm gonna lose money on this thing. Chair? Alright, let's go pirate people.
Right, let's see if there's anyone to steal from. If not, we'll go attack.
Oh shit, I got
a big rich.
Open the door for you.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, hold on, let me get into your seat. Alright, let me get into the pilot seat.
Oh, what? You should be able to do it from your MDF still.
Nope. Oh wait, yeah, I probably could. Jesus Christ.
F1 or F11. Yeah, white man's law doesn't apply on these lands. That's exactly what I was thinking, Falcon.
Yeah, right. Wait, it was F11, right?
Yeah, then go to Friends. Lorville Landing Server should be the first one.
Global chat. There it is. Oh my god. I haven't done it this way in so long because I have the button.
Yeah, the hotkey. Yeah, so do I. I already pressed it and they tried to assign me a landing pad. Does that make sense?
They're not picking up.
They're not picking up.
They're not picking up.
Oh my god.
Are the doors opening?
No. Okay, you try the driver's seat then.
Yeah, let me try one more time. Yeah, I'm gonna
There you go. Get in the driver's seat.
It's just like real life. You desperately need something and they won't answer.
Yep.
There we go. Alright, it's all yours.
Oh, now it's all mine. I see. I thought I got to ride down here now.
Oh no, no, you're the pilot. You are a certified pilot.
I like how the pilot has a worse view than the guy down there, though.
Yeah, right? It's a really
Give me
nice
down
view
there to pilot the ship with, please.
Nope.
Honestly.
You get the above view.
But if it's the hammerhead, that's where the cockpit is, basically. Makes sense of
Right.
that.
Hammerhead is so nice. We should steal one of those.
Yeah, well, if we see one, we most definitely will. Right, here we go. Why do I have a crime stat again?
What did you
Jesus
do?
fucking Christ, I always have a crime stat. I didn't even do anything this time.
I didn't even do anything, bro. Come on.
Always have a fucking crime stat in this game. Ridiculous.
Let me make sure I don't. I've been a good boy and I haven't broken any laws.
I just left the fucking hangar and I have a crime stat.
I've been a good boy, never broke
Fuckers.
any laws ever in my life.
Yeah, well, wait till they see what I'm gonna do now.
Yeah, right. How do I turn on back? That's
What you get for branding me as a criminal. More crimes. Done by me.
a hell of a lot more crime. My God, I am because I played Starfield.
Someone targeted me.
Ooh, let's go slaughter them.
We're surrounded by like people here. Hold up.
They're all looking to pirate each other. Where's the gun controls? God damn. And the remote turret.
Okay, I'm just gonna spool up the drive and jump the fuck away from here. There's like a lot of people.
I think since they gave the Corsair out, everyone has the same idea. It's gonna just be competition for pirating each other.
Goodbye. Jesus Christ. We're gonna get down here, there's no transports and just a bunch of other Drake Corsairs waiting to pirate someone.
It's gonna be like 12 Corsairs.
Let's see, is there one of these sides in the daylight yet?
Oh, this game.
Where's the other location? Oh, there it is. This might be the daylight. Okay, I better extend the wings, actually, just in case we
I was
get
gonna say, the wings are still up.
Yeah. Figure we'll do that just in case we get in a fight.
I gotta start playing this game again more. I miss my Super Hornet.
I mean, we could go on a little dogfighting thing.
That's true.
I got my Gladius.
That is true. Oh, you have the Gladius back?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Your little light fighter, little Aegis.
My light, almost heavy fighter, or almost medium fighter, I should say.
It probably should fill the role as a medium.
Yeah, it pretty much
it's
is
like
medium.
loaded. Yeah, it's like loaded to the teeth with weapons.
Right, here we go. We're on our way to Bezdek. Let's see if anybody is here to rob. Shiver me timbers and whatnot.
Yeah, Arg. Yar har fiddly dee.
It's a pirate's life for me. Right? Yeah, hard diddly dee. It's a pirate's life for me.
Oh no, that's the Lazy Town song. The Yar har fiddly dee. Being a pirate is what I want to be. You're thinking of yo.
Let's see. I get the wrong lyrics. You're saying.
Yo ho, a pirate's life for me. You gotta get your pirate songs right.
You know what the problem is? Oh no, wait, never mind. This is your. I was like, what the fuck? I just realized this is the Drake Corsair that you have.
Yeah, you probably have better weapons on yours.
Yeah, when I fired it, I was like, look at how slow these fucking lasers are. What the shit? I realized this still has cannons, not repeaters.
They're like actually worthless because they don't do any more damage than the repeaters. It's like actually worthless.
The only pirates that matter are the Straw Hats. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody here right now.
I bet you everyone stopped doing cargo.
We're checking the next one. Well, we'll check the next location, and then if not, we'll head to what's it called?
Everest?
Yeah, no. The other one. With the snow.
What's it called?
Babbage. Babbage.
Oh yeah, New Babbage. Yeah, we might as well, because we could probably take a, whatchamacallit? 890 jump mission if it's there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I do have the weapons for it.
First, I'll check the other side of this. That can't be Lathan there, is it? Oh yeah, it is. Wait a sec. We just came from Lathan, right?
Yeah, I think we did.
We want to go to Bezdek then. What?
Yeah, we'll go to Bezdek. Or
for some reason, I get the feeling that Bezdek was the one we just.
That's a good question. Good question.
Now I'm fucking confused.
I know, right? I wasn't even like paying attention.
Because I don't see Bezdek.
There is a white ping on my screen, but I don't know if that's a ghost or not. It probably is.
Okay, I'm gonna... Guess I don't see Bezdek anywhere, so I'm gonna jump to Lazan and see what happens.
Yeah, worst case, we were already there, so...
This one. Yeah, that's Bezdek. Okay, yeah. I'm right.
Okay, so...
I'm right.
Yeah. We're going to the other one.
Go inverted. I am inverted, Lennon. When I play... Did you know when I play Halo on a controller, up is down and down is up for me.
Oh, you do inverted on first-person shooters?
Yep.
I could never do that. I had a friend like that too. That's how they played. And it's like, I can't do that.
It's because I have to do that. Trust me, it's not for want.
It's not for want.
I think I know where it came from too. I think it's from like Nintendo 64. That was like the default for a lot of the fucking controls.
Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, like I know Banjo and Super Mario had that, right? Oh, what's going on here?
I don't know. My character like started blacking out.
Oh damn.
Okay, that was weird.
Oh yeah, Port Ulster's finally getting the axe.
Yeah, I used to play GoldenEye, and I'm pretty sure that was too. If you set it to the way that I controlled it, which was I set up the same controls as Turok.
Yeah. Oh
So
my
like
god.
with Turok, the way you used to do it was these yellow C buttons right here would be your movement, and this would be your aiming. The original GoldenEye, the default is for this to be movement. But because I played so much Turok, I always liked these to be move and this to be look.
There was never really any good controls for first-person shooters on N64.
Oh god, I mean, in general though, like, do you remember, I don't know if you ever played like Doom back in like the day when it was on DOS?
Oh god, yeah. Jesus Christ, that was a nightmare.
Yeah, and
I feel
you used to use the keyboard, just the arrow keys.
Yeah.
Oh my
Use the
god.
arrow keys to look around and then, oh my god.
One time I had
disaster.
a joystick like this too that I used to use. Oh, you played a ton of Turok, Frankster? Yeah. And Turok and GoldenEye had opposite controls. Yeah, that's why I always use that other option that turned it into like Turok style controls. What is this in front of us?
That's somebody. Oh, that's a Hercules. I see a potential target. Ha! Let me get on my turret.
He's watching us. Hey, Sean, welcome back.
We should contact him. Like, hey, buddy.
I feel like he's got the same idea. Look at the way
That
he's...
looks like an A2. That might be an A2.
Is it an A2?
I don't know. It's hard because there's also a black camo for the regular Hercules. So it's hard to tell which one's which now.
He's
nodding at us. He's nodding at us.
Mine doesn't nod as quick as his.
No, we're not going to be friendly towards you, sir.
He's just sitting. You're just gonna stare at us?
Don't stare off. We stare at him back. Are you just gonna ram him?
No, I'm gonna go down here and see if he wants the pad.
Oh, I think that's a normal Hercules. The white, I think, tells it.
Yeah, I think it is. I can't tell, but I think it might be normal Hercules. I'm just gonna put us down right here and see what he does. Real quick.
Yeah. If that's the normal Hercules, that's super easy pickings.
He's got his landing gear out and shit. Okay, hold up. Engine's off for 1 sec.
Yeah, make it
Want
look like
to drive
we're going,
off.
we're not going. Oh, he's moving. I think he's trying to land. Oh, nope.
He's phasing us.
I don't think he has. He ever? I don't think he has anything on this Hercules. I have a feeling.
I don't
that
think
he
he's
just
landed yet. He's worried about us pirating him, probably.
Us? Pirate? Nah.
Look at him.
not convinced. He's not buying our bullshit.
Just land your fucking ship, dude. Come on.
I'm seeing right through. Maybe it would help if like I got out, but then you'd be down a turret.
Well, I mean, we can't shoot here anyway. And we already did a test where we've realized even if he could shoot us, it doesn't hurt us.
True, we did that with the tank. I'm gonna try getting out.
The only way he can hurt us is if he pad rams us.
I'm gonna try getting out and see if
Because
that,
that
like,
should make it white
convinces me.
now.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he can see me in the cockpit here.
I'm gonna try going to the landing
Oh.
pad.
No, you know what I'm gonna do? Look, wait. Come back up, come back up, come back up.
Oh shit, hold on.
I got an idea.
I just going to go on the top.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go on the top. And we'll salute him and see what he does then.
Oh shit, okay, there we go. Come on in.
Okay, let's go up to the
I gotta
roof.
reset all of my emotes.
Go to the roof and see what's up.
He's still there! He's still watching us! He's not buying our bullshit in the slightest. Up! He's getting close. He's getting closer. Come on, man, just land. Land the Hercules.
It's 134 degrees Celsius out here, apparently. In the night
warm.
side, that seems excessive.
It's a little warm. You know, it probably doesn't help that I have a railgun on my fucking backpack.
Okay, it looks like he's landing, maybe? Maybe?
Come on, he's going for it. He's going for it.
I think he's getting a vehicle.
I mean, we could steal the vehicle, or we could just blow him up because it'd be funny.
Wait, maybe we should maybe if we grab the Ursa, we could do that real quick.
Grab the Ursa real quick. Yeah. Well,
What?
I'm trying to think what would be funny. Actually, you know what would be really funny? Grab the Ursa. When he lands, he's probably gonna open up his back. Oh,
I'll
looks like
drive
he's
the Ursa
landed.
right in.
Yeah, we just sit in the Ursa.
I'll drive the Ursa right in.
We'll just sit there. He landed like an asshole.
Anarchist Laboratory Sean is hacking Red Falcon with a ping somehow. What kind of hacker skills you got over there, Sean?
Did he land like an asshole? It looks like he landed like an asshole on my screen.
I didn't
Like,
notice because
totally
I'm inside the thing now.
Oh yeah, he didn't land on a landing pad. He's not afraid. His back door is open though, so we can easily just.
Okay,
roll
I paid the expedited fee. I got 45 seconds for the rover to come.
I imagine this guy is gonna have to get out towards us, so we have time. If the back door isn't open, we're just gonna sit there and honk until he lets us in.
I found a spare set of pants in here.
Oh shit! You
In case
never know
anybody
when you'll
needs
need
pants.
one. As someone who used to work at Amazon, you never know when you'll need one.
Okay, I got the pants. Someone who used to work at Amazon. Reminds me of that Scott Sess joke with fucking Scrooge meeting Jeff Bezos. Like, yeah, and you're gonna have to work all through Christmas Eve. And then Jeff Bezos comes on screen. Yeah, and you can't take any bathroom breaks either. Like, what? Like, what? Yeah, that's right. No, they can go to the bathroom, Scrooge says. Bezos looks at him again and goes, you know.
It's really funny. I was reading some tweets and someone mentioned this, and I actually do have a story that fits it, but like, there's a school district now trying to fire teachers for using their personal days.
Really?
Yeah, they're trying to fire them if they use like 3 personal days before February.
Okay.
Which is like dog.
I'm gonna try and drive behind their ship and just see what's up.
Hold on, let me jump in.
Are you're coming in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a job where the guy, my boss literally walked out. He was great. My guy was great, but my guy walked out the job. And this new guy who was temporarily taking over for
Where the hell are you?
decided, oh, I'm inside. You're good.
Oh.
But yeah, this new guy decided he was going to clean house and screw over the whole company. So he tried to write me up for using vacation time.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was not a good conversation. I had a lot of opinions.
Opinions. Okay, lights
Let's
on.
just say that. He had to give it up after, like, he was trying to claim that I never actually put them in when I did. And I was like, yeah, this person showed me how to do it, fuckface.
He's got her closed
like, okay,
right up,
hold on.
huh?
You gotta go up to it and we just gotta honk. We gotta be annoying. The more annoying we are, the more likely they'll do something.
I'll
Like,
keep
let's
driving
say.
around his ship real fast. How about that?
You should have a horn too, right?
Holy shit.
Oh, fuck.
Holy shit. Oh no! There's someone else coming in!
Oh, there is?
I think. Either that or it's just me flipping. What the hell's up with the gravity here?
Dude, it's very low grav.
That might have just been me flipping around, actually.
We're on a moon. There is no
Excuse me,
gravity.
sir. Can we please come in?
There's a horn button, isn't there?
No.
Oh, we should have spawned the tank and just rammed them with it.
Sir, we would like to come in. Here, you go in chat and tell him. Open up.
Direct message now. Like, transport on your...
Oh great, now it's impounding my vehicle.
Oh, wait, is it impounding the...
He called the cops on us.
Oh my god.
He called the fuzz.
They're gonna kill us. No, it's okay, because I look like one. They'll never know.
Just driving around the underneath of his fucking ship. Come on out, buddy. Where are you?
Come on, man.
Okay.
We're totally trustful.
Okay.
I definitely do not have a railgun on my back that can blow up the entire Hercules when we're in space.
Okay.
He's got to come out at some point.
Wait. Oh, that's
That
just the
back
thing
door's-
moving.
Yeah, that back door is the only entrance, right?
No.
For the Hercules?
No, there's an
There's
elevator and then there's 2 ramps.
Alright, we're going... I'm going to it. We're finding one of the damn doors and we're going in it. God damn it.
He's too scared.
He can't stop me. He's too scared of us.
He's too scared to come out.
Yeah, I'd be scared of me too. Wait. Dog, you landed already. You're either coming out or
What's
not.
he doing?
Either...
Oh,
Either get out of your ship or take off. Like, there's no point in just sitting in your ship like this.
He's scared to death. I told you.
Call elevator.
He's got his big
Let me
old
in.
ship and it fucking...
Let me in. Let me in.
Okay, I'm wondering, can we entice him to take off if we take off, I wonder?
If you want to go take off, hold on. You go take off. I'm gonna chill by his ship.
You could just get your ship flipped and leave. You like that?
I'm gonna try to get in his ship. If you want to like take off, I'm gonna try to get in his ship.
Okay, I'm gonna see if me taking off entices him in any way.
This might be the A2. There's a turret at the bottom of this thing.
Yeah, they all do.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, no, not the A2 then.
Okay, if he takes off though, you can't get in, you might have to jump in this real quick.
True.
As long as we
worry
don't-
about that situation. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We'll cross that bridge.
Okay, let's just see
He
what the
landed,
fuck
though,
happens
like-
here.
Like if I were him, I would have taken off when we were driving around. I just would have been like, alright, see ya.
Still comes up
Oh, he's
as a
coming
blue.
down. He's coming down. He's coming down. He's getting out. He's getting out.
When he comes down, you go in. Hide, hide.
I'm
Try and
hiding
sneak
right now.
on.
Okay, he just left. The elevator's still down, so I'm gonna try to get on. Ah, shit, I think he saw me. Yeah, he saw me!
He saw you?
Yeah, he's mad! He's like cursing through the fucking microphone.
He's cursing at you? Oh! Oh!
Is that you shooting? Maybe. He's got like pro armor, dude. He looks...
Did he go back up?
He's so bad. He's like, some random fuck's trying to steal my ship. He's so mad. He sounds so bad. He's like, why are you being just a useless asshole? Like, I'm having...
If you manage to steal his flying horse, does that count as... Does that count as counting coup for both of you? Or just the one that took the ship? Whoever took the ship wouldn't even get in trouble, actually.
You should run into him. Just run into his ship. This is funny. He's getting so mad.
Run into him?
Yeah, run into him.
That's the level we're sinking to now.
Yeah, ram the ship. He's getting so mad.
Okay, well hold on. I gotta put my equipment somewhere.
He's getting so mad.
Hold on. I'm just gonna stop the ship and I'm gonna put my equipment. Yeah, land my shit on top of his. I like this idea. Okay, hold on.
I'm just nodding at him, going like, let me in.
Let me very quickly put my stuff away so that I don't lose it.
I just see you landing in a black hole.
I forgot to put the landing gear down.
He's letting me in! He's letting me in! Oh, dude, he's got a fucking snub fighter in here, too.
Does he?
Get ready. Yeah, get ready. He's probably gonna try to take me out into space and shoot me.
Okay.
Oh, no, he's going back down. He teased. I didn't try to get off immediately.
Okay, hold on.
Nope. Wait, nope.
I gotta get off my ship for a sec. I gotta get rid of my armor.
He's letting me in. He let me in.
Okay, fuck getting rid of the armor then. I'll just lose it if I lose it. Fuck it. Okay. Coming back over. Are you inside?
Yeah, he's trying to tell me I can teach you how to make a few mil.
Here.
Fucking do it. Ram this shit. He's trying to get like smart. He's gonna bring me something. I think he's given up and now he's trying to be nice. He's like, I'll let you have this thing. And I'm just like, nope, we're gonna blow up your shit, dog. Oh no, he's going up. Damn it, I thought he was gonna go down. I think he's gonna try to fly the ship.
Well, good luck with that.
Oh, you're on top.
Yeah, I'm sitting on the top of his ship. I'm parked on the top.
This is just asshole behavior. I love it. This is the optimal Star Citizen experience. Damn it, I can't steal the bag. He's trying to launch. I hear him turning on the engine.
I'm pushing down with my rockets when he tries to go up.
He's just like, oh, for fuck's sake.
We're here to have fun with you, sir. Okay, piggyback us to space.
Is he taking off finally?
Nope. He's still just sitting here.
He doesn't even know what to do anymore.
I'm gonna ram him.
Someone.
We're about to do the ramming.
Ram him. I think he was talking on Discord.
Oh, wait.
Dude. Huh. Oh, should we leave it? Oh, fuck.
Oh shit.
Leaving arms too soon. Let me get my railgun out. Look, I don't know about you, but if some guy had... Oh, we're back in the armistice zone. I would not let some random guy with a fucking railgun into my ship. That is like rule number 1. No railgun.
Okay.
Oh, he's coming back up. Did you just blow up your ship? Wait, you're still alive! You're still alive! What blew up? What blew up?
Did that blow it up?
Something blew up. I don't know what. I just saw an explosion.
I rammed into him as hard as I could.
Optimal dickhead behavior.
I fucking backed up and then just rammed him at full speed. He was just sitting there watching me.
He probably thinks we like just joined the game too. It's like, oh, he got a railgun.
Oh
Definitely
my
not
god.
ready for me to. The moment he gets out of the armistice zone, I know he's probably gonna try to like kill me.
Is he
I'm
still
gonna be
alive?
ready for the railgun. I think so.
How is that possible?
I'm gonna actually, you know what? I should just go up to him. The moment he tries to take off, I'll just hit him with the railgun.
Yeah, he can't. What's he gonna do if he's on the? Look, if he's in the cockpit, you're gonna be able to kill him before he can do anything.
This is the dumbest shit ever, but it's gonna be great.
Okay, I'm trying to get.
Sir,
I'm trying to get a
I think
vehicle.
he's trying to target you.
He had a red chevron on my screen, so it didn't even count as anything. I didn't even get a criminal charge or anything for that.
Dude. Oh, he's coming out of the cockpit.
I'm coming with the reclaimer.
Land on him with the reclaimer.
Bringing the reclaimer.
Wait, I can just fucking take his chair, can't I? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, you're really bad at this. I'm in the pilot seat now.
Is he still on board?
Yeah, he's just sitting here going like, be my guest.
Just ram them both into the ground.
It's really tempting. You know how tempting it is. Dude, you damaged the middle part. It's in the red.
Oh yeah, I imagine. I fucking hit it head on. I'm surprised you survived that.
I'm just gonna sit here. I'm just gonna annoy him. I can turn on the engine.
Yeah, keep him annoyed. I'm coming with the reclaimer or something.
Turn on the engines to make it look like I'm about to do something, but I'm not.
John is voting that you ram his ship into the ground. But I could come with a fighter and ram into them like a missile.
Oh my god, just kamikaze. Oh, he's sitting in front of me.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, is taking the fighter and just like full speed ramming into you.
All this guy had to do was log out, so I do appreciate the fact that he's being a good sport.
Yeah, he's playing through with it. So you're in the cockpit now?
Yeah, I'm just sitting in the cockpit.
Okay, cool.
He's,
Just
like,
stay in the
right front of me,
cockpit.
so I can't like see. I do appreciate him being a good sport.
Because he can't fly it as long as you're in the cockpit, and he can't force you out of the cockpit unless you're not in an armistice zone.
Yeah, so it's like I win.
We won, because now I'm gonna come and blow up his ship.
I could probably unlock the doors. Oh, I think he just fucking logged out. He logged out. All
Did
right,
he?
we got a free Hercules.
Okay, bring his ship to space. I'll get the reclaimer then. We'll fucking scrap it.
Oh, major torque imbalance.
Yeah, I did like slam into it.
I'm trying to say I'm bad at this. We just got a free Hercules. There's also a snub fighter in here we can take.
Oh, we'll pull that out and we'll fucking scrap that too.
Yeah, I could have opened the doors. I should have done that immediately, was open the doors so you could have walked in. But no, this is better.
Yeah, you take that up to space.
Free fucking Hercules scrap.
I just need to grab my tractor beam right quick.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
You know what's funny though? Now he's gonna have to wait to get all this shit in and then put his stub fighter back in his new Hercules.
He's so pissed. He is so pissed.
He's so pissed. But you know what? He got away with his life.
You know what?
No one
You know
had to
what?
die today.
John, what you don't understand though is the best thing about pissing people off in this game is like 90% of the people you run into with a ship like that have spent like thousands of dollars in this game.
Oh god, he definitely spent. He had like glowing purple armor. He spent money.
Yeah,
for
so
sure.
they're like these petty bourgeois like fucks that like think that, you know, they should be just left alone so they can play the game and all this other shit. So it's so funny when you actually fuck with them.
I think this ship costs like $600 in the store, and I guarantee the fact that he has a paint job means that he paid that money.
Yeah, and he's probably got more than that one ship, I'm willing to bet.
Oh, fuck yeah, he does.
And that's if that ship isn't like a loaner for an even bigger ship that he's bought.
Yeah. Like, he's probably spent a lot of money on this. Do I feel a little bad?
No.
He played along. He played along. But at the same time, dog, you probably have way too much money.
I don't feel bad in the slightest. Yeah, time to redistribute the resources. That's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, right? Look, someone had to enhance his online multiplayer.
Look, Sean, look at the ship that we're on here. Look at this. This is an industrial. This is a working ship right here. You know. Look at this shit.
I'm honestly surprised it let you fucking spawn that there. All right, so yeah, first pirate run went really well.
Okay, I'm heading to space.
I think I'm far enough. I think I can say this is good enough.
You're in space?
Yeah.
Jump to an OM is the best thing to do.
Thank you. And please visit again.
Hold on, I gotta clear my map. I guess he set a course. F2? Oh, F2 no longer works for me. F1.
We got him in the middle of a mission. He was like heading out to do a mission and we absconded him.
I have a fun new glitch.
What's
I
that?
sat down, I think I got his map marker, and now I can't open F2 to change it.
Really? That's
I have no idea if I'm in space.
That's a strange one.
I am.
Well, you're technically not in space until your altimeter changes to the pitch meter or whatever.
Perfect, I'm in space then.
Okay,
Let's
cool,
slow this
cool.
baby down. Let me open up the doors.
I'm pulling the factory out.
Deploy landing gear now. Full quantum drive now. I do appreciate how this thing really does just feel like an airplane on the inside.
And I do appreciate how this thing feels like a factory on the inside.
Right? Oh, everything's spinning. Let's not spin. Let's not.
Okay, so I should be able to see you on my map somewhere. Do you see my name still?
I do not actually.
Okay, let's remake the party maybe, if you don't see me anymore.
Yeah. Sorry, give me a second. Let me try to figure out how to open these doors.
You'll have to use the open doors command. That's
Actually,
like in the cockpit.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find, but I'm not having luck. I know it's here. I know it's one of these small buttons or switches. Disabled couple flight, no.
Oh no, I see you. Don't switch things. I see you. Never mind.
Okay. Deploy landing gear. It should be right next to the landing gear, I thought.
Is it possible to fly into stars to blow ships up? That would be fun pirate challenge if you can. Well, there's only one star right now, and you probably can fly into it, I would imagine. Yep.
Probably. I never tried it before. Alright, I turned off the engines. Range scan. You know what? I'm gonna try to get off of this first. Alright, let me try getting close to it.
I'm almost
You
to
still
space.
can't
Well, at least I can almost go to the atmosphere so I can warp to you here.
Ping. Oh, you can ping?
I'm flying the factory. So.
There's a button to ping on the console.
Really?
That's cute. Yeah, that's really cute.
I did not know that.
C-tip scanning. Long array. Oh, you can change what kind of scan you do even. This thing's really cool.
Yeah, I have a thing for doing the scans too. I have it set to a button.
I just clicked an open button.
This one, yeah, there it is. There's my scanner. I can increase it and decrease it. You just don't use it for much now unless you're mining.
Yeah, there's really not a reason to use it, unfortunately.
No, not unless you're mining.
Damn, where is this button?
I'm coming. You could set a hotkey.
I should probably. I feel like I did at some point. Gimbal lock, use light. Wait.
Alright, I'm coming your way. Finally.
Weapons off.
Takes forever to get this beast out of the fucking atmosphere.
Right. Weapons off.
And you're on the other side of the planet, it looks like.
Of course. 3 gimbals.
Okay, here's an OM I can jump to right here. That'll get me close to you.
Yeah, do I feel like I definitely had a button for the doors. Let me check my controls real quick while I'm in here. See, I told you, if you annoy somebody to death, you'll get what you want.
Oh yeah,
time.
annoying people works.
It always works.
I also rammed him as hard as I could.
Yeah, that was good. Unlock doors, button 13.
Coming your way.
So I don't know which button that is. Which one is that? Button 13. Shit. Button 13. Shouldn't be a switch? I don't think. It might be a switch. We're just gonna try all my switches and see what happens.
I'm here.
Apparently that's decoys for some reason. Weird.
Yeah, I just saw you launch all those.
Oh. Why is that also decoys? Huh? It's not these bottom ones.
Pulling up to you.
Targeting. We'll figure it out. Worst case, we don't get the snub fighter, and that's fine.
I'm telling you.
Oh, but I do need to kind of get out, so yeah, no, I kind of do need the option to open the doors.
Telling you, it's gotta be a way. Change your hotkey right quick, or use the keyboard hotkey.
No, that's a good idea. Let me
Just switch it to a keyboard hotkey and do it. I'm
let's
right
get
here.
back.
I'm ready to scrap.
Advanced, customize, light. Where's cockpit? Vehicles, cockpit, not self-destruct. Open all doors. We're gonna set that to 8.
Right. Here.
Yep. Looks good to me. All right. Doors should be opening? Question mark? Yep, that sounds like the door's opening.
Yep, the ram's coming down.
Perfect. All right.
gonna
So
get
I
nice
don't
and
think I
close
can
to
get to a
this.
snub fighter, unfortunately. So we might have to do some like wonky shooting inside the ship.
To do what?
But I don't think I'm gonna get that snub fighter out because I think it's locked. But
You can't get in it?
I don't think so, but let me double check.
Okay. I got us parked in a position for scrapping.
Perfect. My God. It worked perfectly.
This did work out perfectly.
Ladder. Enter pilot seat. Okay, I might be able to get in. Alright, let's not blow myself up while trying to get out of this.
Yes, take it slow. Wheel all the way down.
Oh, it's so nice.
Set your speed limiter nice and low.
Oh.
Now look at this, Sean. This is the best part of the ship up here.
Okay, really carefully, because it's a little glitchy. Oh. Okay, come on.
I love
Here we
this
go.
part up here.
Here we go. This guy was out of ammo. I guess he had much ballistics in this thing.
He must have used them all. The dining room.
Yeah.
Asshole.
Alright, hold on. Let me see. Where am I compared to the ship?
And then this is your captain's quarters in here.
This thing looks like a little F5 Tiger in a way.
Little bedroom back here, tucked away. Yes. And this is where the magic happens.
Right.
This is just the ship from Alien. Yes, it is. You're right.
It is. It was designed off of that.
Here's the crew quarters here. Yeah, it's meant to look like that ship, the Nostradamus. Look, here's the public bathroom.
Alright, I'm gonna be
Look
coming
at this.
in. You know, I probably should have turned the engines off on this ship before I left it, but oh well, that's fine.
What's done is done now. Yeah,
Exactly.
the kitchen gives it away for sure.
Where are you? I literally was right underneath you. Where are you?
Are you outside?
Yeah, there you are. Alright, coming to ya.
I'm right here. Look, I'm on the other side over here. I'm in space. Do you see me?
Oh, now I see you now. Yeah, I don't see your icons, unfortunately, but that's okay. We're good.
At least we're together now.
Yeah, exactly.
You and me together.
Together.
I can't deny. Look at this, chat. Check this out. Here's the best part. Look at right here. Boom. What? What?
I'm in. Start scrapping.
Yeah, let's grab a ship. Yeah, check this out. Okay, you start firing that thing. I want to show an outside view of it here.
Is this the most evil thing we've done so far?
It's up there.
It's up there, but it's definitely. I don't think it's the most evil.
We did send a guy to the. We did send a guy that seemed like he was being peaceful to the cargo hold, and then went down and you put a cap in his ass.
Think of the rabbits, George. Think of the rabbits.
We imprisoned him in the cargo hold, and then you went down and killed him, all because he came on the ship.
Look, he was there. He was playing the game for a year and a half. I cannot trust that.
And yeah, and I mean, he did board the ship without permission.
Yeah, he was stupid enough to board our ship. I was nice though. I told him, hey, if you have any valuables, let me know. I don't want you to lose them.
He said, "Why are we?" He said, "Why are we getting attacked? Are we blowing up or something?" He doesn't realize we're planning to kill it. Okay, are you in the cot? Are you in the
flower? Yep, let's do this.
Okay, see, look, check this out. See, look, he's moving that turret right there. I think that's the one you're on.
For some reason I can't fire. Come on, shoot.
There
we go.
And there, look,
I think all
see?
the controls got wonky. Am I collecting anything? I am not collecting anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, keep going. It looks like it's hitting it. What the fuck?
You might need to give it a shot. Maybe they added something where you can't. That'd be stupid though.
No, they wouldn't have added that. There's something. Wait, there's something else here.
It might be me, because like I'm noticing a lot of weird shit.
Try the other gun. I'm coming back in.
Yeah, let me try that.
Coming in. I'll take the shortcut.
Yeah, 'cause I'm noticing a lot of funky stuff on my end, honestly. It might just be desync. Alright, on enter turret.
Oh.
Yeah, like my trigger is not working, which is weird.
Your what?
My trigger's not working. Oh, it's shielded! Explains why.
Oh yeah, we gotta go. Okay, I can do that.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, are you still in space?
Nope, but I can get back in space pretty quick.
I should have turned the engines off.
Yeah,
My bad.
we didn't even think about that, huh?
No.
Okay, I'll go take care of that.
Oh,
That's right, you can't
that
scrap a
was
ship while it's got shields on. Makes perfect sense if you think about it.
To be fair, I'll give him that one. It kind of does. Shields to keep it from getting damaged, so I'll give him that one.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, like, that makes perfect sense to me.
Oh shit, that means that Razor still probably has shields on.
Yeah, I'll grab that once I'm done this.
Shit. My bad.
No worries, no worries. It's all good, it's all good.
I'm still stuck in Starfield.
Oh.
So my brain's in like stupid poopy mode.
Hold on, I had trouble crossing over into the gravity zone.
I wonder if he actually has anything in this ship. I didn't check.
Come on, buddy, what's your problem here?
Uh-oh. I see you smacking around in there.
Just need to come up high enough so I can land. There we go, okay.
Okay, so it looks like the ship is actually blue instead of black. So he 100% paid for his skin. He definitely bought this ship with real money.
It's blue? I'm gonna see what this is once and for all. Yeah. Wait. What the fuck? This is weird.
Is it an A2? It has a turret in the back. It might be an A2. Like on the top back, which is A2 thing.
Second. Yeah, no, they should all have that, but it's got jump seats in it.
Has jump seats?
Yeah, it's got like jump seats, like a dropship does.
What the fuck? It might be the other model that nobody buys.
Hey.
Because like, why?
There's a Gallant rifle in here.
Oh shit!
I found a rifle.
Oh my god. Yeah, this dude wasn't very smart.
We just fucking robbed him blind. Alright. I'm gonna turn off the shields now.
This has to be the other one. Not the A2, but the other one.
The M2.
The ugly duckling.
The M2.
Yeah, the ugly duckling. Because this thing has way too many guns to be the normal.
Hey.
Like there's 2 guns on top, 2 guns underneath, or 1 gun underneath the whatchamacallit, cockpit. And then
Alright, shields are down now.
Alright, let me know when you're ready to get fucking scrapped.
I can't imagine it hurts me.
You're gonna get pulped in a second.
Once I get down to the cargo hold, I'll be able to tell if this is an A2 or an M2.
Yeah.
See, I thought the M2 though had more turrets in that room where the jump seats are. That's why I'm so confused right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have bombs. It's not an A2.
Yeah.
It's like it looks
so
like a
weird.
C2 with a special like upgrade or something.
Yeah. I mean, like, maybe he bought it before they turned off the special buying stuff?
Alright, now give it a fire. See what happens now. Let's see if it grabs it.
There we
Oh
go.
yeah, look at that. Now it's hurting her.
That's more like it.
Look at that.
There we go.
That's what you want to see.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yoink! Sean, as you can see, we're yoinking in a big way. We're just gonna take the armor off of his ship.
That guy just made us. Oh, the particles on my screen are not working.
Okay, and then I'm gonna turn off this same thing with this.
Oh, I
Alright.
heard that turn off. Holy shit, there's so much fucking scrap on this thing. I already filled up 1 ejector thing.
Really? Alright, I'm heading to
just
the
from this
back.
little bit. Oh my god. Yo, jackpot.
Right? That's a bunch of money for us.
This guy. Oh, he
That's
shut
much
the fuck
easier
up.
than going to space and looking for a wreck and paying $20,000 for it.
You annoy someone to fucking death, and then you get a jackpot.
Then we just get a big ship of fucking scrap that we can use. That's perfect. Perfect.
Oh my god. He's got to be so mad. Imagine
I'm heading to the back.
Just saw us doing this. He really sat there and said, we don't know what we're doing.
I think we know what we're doing. I think evidence speaks to otherwise.
We definitely knew what we were doing.
If we don't know what we're doing, why are we scrapping your ship then, motherfucker? Why are we scrapping your ship?
I wish I remembered his name, because I would have seen if he had a Twitter with the same, like, account. I just would have sent him a picture.
They're trolling him online. Sending pizzas to his house non-stop. Non-stop pizzas to the house.
Yeah.
Psychologically torture him in real life.
Enter remote turret. This is so dumb. I can't believe we got away with this.
It was great. It was the perfect crime. Victimless crime, other than the victim of the crime.
Victimless crime. I mean, like, he doesn't count.
No. Not at all.
I might actually have to take a screenshot of this and post it.
Oh no.
I'm proud of this moment. This is a proud moment for us.
Yeah, look, we're turning his ship into boxes of goodie, of money, really.
We should do this again.
Yeah, oh, this should be a regular occurrence is what I'm kind of thinking.
Yeah,
Holy shit, you're spitting boxes out fast.
Dude, I just did the wing and that's it. Only the top part of the wing. There's so much scrap. It's insane.
Is this thing gonna open? Here it comes.
It, like, fills up so quickly. I can't believe it. Like, this is insane.
We got 3 boxes already.
Yeah, this is like more than like a hammerhead or, you know, something else. It's really weird.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't get A2s or Hercules normally, right?
Yeah. Usually
You're
we
just
don't, but, like,
sucking that shit up, bud.
dude, it's so
Jesus
easy.
Christ.
It's great.
You're a pro sucker.
Right? What can I say? Pretty
Pro
good at it.
sucker.
I'm
Lots
good
of
at
practice sucking this one.
Dude, I suck a lot. Whenever I get the chance.
And that there you go. Now you see when it pays off.
You see, this is what happens when you suck a lot.
You suck so hard, you scare someone off, and then you get to keep
you
their riches.
You embrace the suck. You just
Exactly.
you know.
You become
can't
one
see
with
me
the
'cause I don't
suck.
have a camera, but you know.
Literally sucking the chrome off that bumper ship. Yeah, right?
Sucking the chrome. Look at that sucker.
Look at it, stripping it down to its bareness, and then when we're done sucking it all up, we'll go inside, activate the self-destruction, and run out.
Oh yeah, we get to see this thing blow up.
Yeah, we got it. We got
I do
it.
have to get a screenshot of this thing before we blow it up. Maybe we'll I'll take a second one after we blow it up. Hey, whoever left their Hercules behind, it's kind of broken now.
Oh shit! It's another box.
Oh my god, that's the worst part. This is only the top of the Hercules. Also, I'm still like on the wing area.
We have 5 boxes
further.
already.
Holy shit! Well, this is how we make money.
That's like $70,000 or something, wasn't it? Or close to it.
It was a ridiculous amount of money. Oh my god. Well, oh, there's another box ejecting. Who would have known? Just the strategy would be pissing people off.
Sean, to the owner of the White Hercules, you are double parked and your hubcaps are gone.
Your hubcap's gone.
If you don't move your vehicle, we will strap it of all haul.
Yeah, right. We pretty much just towed his fucking vehicle away. We really did.
We're the space police.
Yeah. I'm dressed like the space police.
We sent someone out on foot. I even got to take off all of my armor before I rammed him. So I didn't even lose anything.
The best part is, we're not being class traitors because we're clearly attacking the rich.
Oh god, yeah. Again, he owns that ship. My ship might be bigger, but look at the inside of this thing.
He bought this with real money.
Yes.
Oh, mamma mia. We should look up the price of this while we're waiting.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, you keep scrapping. As soon as this box shoots out, I'll look it up.
I feel like this is an educational experience for everyone.
Oh, it's gonna be educational. People are gonna be shocked.
Don't like get me wrong. I've spent an abnormal amount of money on this game too, but definitely not a Hercules amount.
Abnormal, yeah. I mean, the only reason I have this one is because I won a Banu merchantman from a YouTuber, and then I melted it and got this ship instead.
Worth it.
I refunded it for in-game I guess store credits, their store credits.
Yeah.
And then I got this with
and
it.
then got better ship.
A ship that we can use to scrap people's ships with.
Yeah. With this, we're gonna do a lot of trolling.
If you ask me, that's most definitely better. Okay.
Oh, there's a weird dead zone here. Interesting.
Yeah, that happens in the Hammerhead too.
Yeah. It's like one spot that's kind of a dead zone.
There needs to be a communist pirate fleet that steals from the rich ships and helps new players build up. That's exactly what our organization
I was gonna say that's
tries to
what we
do, Sean. See, this is my org right here. This is our org right here. Red Ribbon Revolutionaries. This is our Discord. And that's exactly what we do.
All the money we make, we keep for like helping like new members out that like join us and everything. Like we'll help them buy ships, we'll help them like get, buy armor, guns, you name it.
Yeah.
And then we take them out on missions and try to get them, more.
Yeah,
acquainted
that's
with
exactly what we do is build everybody up. Because I mean, look, this one ship right here, this is like a heavy fighter ship, $300, $290 US.
Wait, is this ship is $300?
No, that's the Vanguard Harbinger.
Oh, Jesus.
His ship, the M2 Hercules, I'm guessing he's got here, is $520.
Holy fuck. Yeah, I don't feel bad anymore.
And then the A2 Hercules is $750 to have some bombs.
Fuck that. We did buy one Hercules with in-game money, and we were really happy about that. But sadly, that was the day before the money.
Yeah, right? That was fucked. Yeah, see that you get the A2 here, the only difference between the Hercules here and the A2 here is this one has big bombs.
That's really it's 4 really large bombs. And
$200 more for some bombs.
Yeah. While the bombs are fun, I would never pay real money for it. That's too much.
Right, Sean? That's why I'm saying that for this game to ever be finished, literally CIG needs to be appropriated, basically. Otherwise, they will just keep doing this.
Oh no. The next update's gonna come out, and it's gonna shut down in 60 minutes.
Look at this. Hull A, Hull C, $450.
Oh shit, we really only have an hour left.
Oh, well, we can do that.
As long as it doesn't wipe everything. But yeah. Alright, you want to move the box and we'll keep going?
Oh yeah, the box?
Yeah.
Yes, it's
really
real
funny.
world money. And that's why we warn people, if you are going to play this, make sure you buy the cheapest package you can get. And buy everything else in the game, not with your fucking real money, for God's sakes.
The only thing I would say is I would say spend the extra 20 to get the Titan. It's $60, so it's just like buying a brand new game.
Yeah.
Because like Titan is like a game changer in this. Like that is like the best all-around ship, especially for beginners. Like do that, and then from there, just like buy ships in game. Don't spend the money.
No.
And like if you play this with friends, like if you played with us, like we could help you get shit you need.
Yeah, it's not on PS4 though. It's only PC.
Only PC. It's really funny because this game's only PC, but Chris Roberts plays this with an Xbox controller.
Yeah. Instead
like,
of with
dog, are you
sticks.
serious?
It's blasphemy for most of the people who play the game.
Yeah. The fucking creator of this doesn't
Like what?
even
You don't use
mouse
sticks
keyboard.
for your space game?
Yeah. Nope. literally designed for flight sticks, doesn't use them.
Yeah, that's understandable because
move.
it's extremely unoptimized.
Yeah. It's gotten better, I think.
Yeah, a little. But it is extremely unoptimized, and you do need a decent PC to run it.
Yeah, you gotta have a nice one. To be fair, I think my PC is about like 4 or 5 years old, and I think I am running it on pretty high settings. It's better than what I can say for Starfield, because Starfield I have to run it at the lowest settings, and I honestly cannot figure out why.
Really?
Yeah, it only runs on the lowest settings, and I'm sitting here the whole time going, why? There's no reason for it.
Oh, I think Valkyrie posted something about that. Did you try that?
Yeah. No, I didn't. I should look.
Yeah, I think in Red Star Vanguard she posted about if people are having performance problems, deactivate this thing.
That doesn't surprise me. There's like a part of me, I wish I didn't spend... Oh, is that you shooting?
No?
Someone's shooting at us.
What?
Yeah, someone's trying to shoot at us.
Okay, get out of your thing! Head up to the turret! Or to the turret in the back, we gotta see what the hell's here.
Another scrapper! There's another scrapper trying to steal our shit! Son of a bitch!
Get on the turret! Get on the turret! Shit, I went down to the wrong...
Unfucking believable. Did he just blow up our shit?
Oh my god!
How do I turn this on? How do I turn it on? Power on! You little shit!
This is bullshit!
Watch it be the same guy that we stole from.
It's gotta be. I'm getting on the top turret. You get on that turret column.
Oh yeah, I'm shooting him. You little shit! Fuck you!
I'm coming, I'm getting on the top turret.
Little asshole! Fuck you!
I'm on the top turret.
How am I not hitting him? I'm 100% hitting him. Come on. Oh, it's an AI!
What?
It's a fucking AI! He's dead.
It's dead.
Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you, dude. You little shit.
The bourgeoisie are fighting back.
Oh my god. Please tell me you didn't destroy our Hercules. No, I think it's good. Did he blow up the F5? Yeah, he blew up the little one. That's fine.
It was a Cutlass Black.
We can live with that.
I blew him up. I hard deathed him.
Good. Asshole really tried to steal our fucking thing.
Yeah, he did.
Goddamn AI.
Fucker.
Alright, let me get back on a turret.
Any more bourgeoisie want to come step up?
Yeah, right? I guess that probably would be more petite bourgeois, because he could have been trying to steal our shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
And like, I don't know.
Either that or the bourgeoisie who we stole from sent hitmen after us.
Yeah, right? Oh my god.
They've come to collect a debt. A blood debt.
The game really just spawned enemy AI at us.
It's like, okay, these two are trouble.
These two are causing problems. Chris Roberts personally sent him after us.
I like how I panicked and took the elevator down instead of up at first.
I was gonna try to scrap him at first. I was like, wait, the shields!
Yeah, it doesn't do nothing. No, you need to kill him. So you just ran back to the turret column and were able to kill him with it?
Yeah, I just fucking launched and just shot as much as I could at him.
Okay, cool. Well, that's good.
Yeah, he's dead.
The good thing about the turret column is you can see several positions around the ship pretty easily.
Well, I guess it's no longer bloodless. I guess we slaughtered someone for this ship.
We've killed some people, but that's okay.
It's okay.
Sometimes people gotta die.
Yeah, some people, motherfuckers gotta die.
Not our fault. Not our fault.
Sometimes it's what's gotta happen.
Just the circle of life, even.
You're right?
Isn't that what Mufasa said or something? Right? The circle of life and whatnot.
Right now, this is a circle of life. Someone had a ship made for them. We stole their ship. We're scrapping their ship, and that scrap is going to be used to make a new ship.
Now we're making money from it. Someone tried to step up to us, and they also died.
It's a shame we can't scrap their ship.
Well, we blew them up far too good for that.
Yeah. Damn. Patch notes are out. I wonder what's happening. 50 minutes. I wonder. I imagine Port Ulster is definitely going with the way everyone's talking about it. So, yeah, rip, I guess. I'm kind of happy to see it go.
Yeah, it's an annoying place to try and park.
Oh my god. It seems really cool the first time you see it. And then once you start trying to like use it more often, you start seeing all the problems. Like people running into you because they're not looking. It's literally like trying to get out of a real parking lot where people aren't looking where they're going and they run into you and like.
Leo, I have played Papers, Please. It's fucking great.
Oh,
I know, yeah,
game.
it's a stereotypization of a communist country, of course, and it's annoying in that way, but it's so much fun to play it.
Glory to Aristotle. There's another game like that now. It's like a Unity game. But
Yeah.
really
It's like Drug Smuggler or something.
Yeah.
You
gotta like.
Look, yeah, you actually have to look in their car though and stuff.
Goats. Yeah, they like try to hide alcohol and drugs and like goats and shit. It's really funny.
Yeah, I might have to try that one sometime. But yeah, Papers, Please is so good. Actually, what's funny is if you join our Discord, more often than not, one of the mods will be using screenshots from Papers, Please. Like when you answer the 5 questions, they'll be like, "Your omitted entry beyond this point" from the screenshot from that game.
Glory to Aristotska.
Exactly.
Remember that one? Remember when a right winger tried to make a meme about communists killing people, and they tried to put like all the nations of quote unquote socialist nations, and they put Aristotska down?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was the funniest shit in the world. That was the best day of
My heart
Twitter.
goes out to the people of Aristotska.
Oh my god, I fucking howled at that.
US should do a coup on Aristotska.
I was really about to become just an Aristotska profile at that point. I was really close, because I was just like, there's no fucking way.
I'm from Aristotska. What do you
I'm
mean
an
Aristotska is a joke? I'm from Aristotska.
I'm an Aristotskin.
We are Aristotskins. We're all stand up at the same time.
Aristotskin. Yeah, we are.
I'm an Aristotskin. I'm an Aristotkin. No, I'm an Aristotskin. We're all Aristotskins. Glory be! And then overrun them.
There's a Civ 5 mod for Aristotska, and I was like, yep, I gotta get it now. I'm Aristotskin.
Running back to the cockpit here.
Oh my god, I'm filling up. How many did we have before you left?
We got a bunch. It looked like 15 maybe. Oh, and I'm in
really
space.
I'm really hoping we don't lose these with the update.
I came down the ladder too fast and fell out of the ship into space.
Oh god, at least you're nearby. I'm actually about to fill the next cargo thing. I'm gonna have to switch guns in a minute.
You must need me to move the ship soon, don't ya?
Soon. I'm trying to grab everything that I can. I might need a ship movement in like 1 minute.
Okay, well I might as well do that first then, before I go back out.
Let me switch to the other turret.
Okay, I guess I'll take the elevator this time.
I can't fucking believe this worked. I'm still so proud of us. I'm so proud of this community.
Yeah, the collision detection is not only bad when transitioning between space and gravity, it's just bad in general, a lot of times.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times. I've literally become the master of being thrown into fucking space.
You gotta kind of move like slowly and deliberately, or yeah, it's definitely something that can happen.
I have been thrown into space so many fucking times in this game, to the point where it's like actually infuriating.
There we go. Oh, wow, are you reaching the other side from here?
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit. I know I'm probably gonna need to hit it again, but yeah, I'm hitting it.
That's very fucked up. Okay, I'm gonna move.
Oh my god. Look at this. Look what we've done.
It's just a little broken, it's still good.
It's a little broken. Oh my god, you might have to go up a little bit.
Yeah, I am. Hold on. It's like flying a factory or something.
Yeah, right? What have we done? We've done great things, actually. I will always remember this moment alongside the time I brutally murdered someone in cold blood. An unarmed man in cold blood! Oops.
Yeah. Player, Sean, player climbs down ladder slightly fast. Ship, yeet!
Yeet!
Or if you're in the wrong elevator, even.
I'm guessing we might want to land the ship, but just even on one of the bases down there, just so then, or Hurston if we can.
Why?
Just before the update.
Oh. Well, we'll land it in. I'm gonna land it at Hurston and try and sell it.
Oh god, yeah. Oh, the Razor's still alive! He didn't blow up the Razor! I can barely see it, but like, whatever. We don't need it anyway.
It's not
we
worth.
just run into it before we
not
leave.
worth jack shit.
It's honestly worth just running into it because it would be funny.
I'm gonna blow up that fucking Hercules that'll probably take it with it.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I'm gonna hit the self-destruct on that Hercules.
You better be fast.
You're gonna pull the ship back some when I do it.
Oh my god.
Like, you jump in the cockpit and you just back up the ship a bit. I'll jump in the cockpit of the Hercules, set it to self-destruct, and run back out.
Maybe
And once it blows, if I haven't made it back to the ship yet, then you can pick me up.
I was gonna say, maybe you should grab that snub fighter and like put it right next to the ramp, so then when you jump down, you can just jump into it and
Fuck that, that'll take too long. I'm just gonna...
You're just going for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna like EVA away as fast as I can.
I'm gonna pee real quick. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay, I'm just ejecting stuff. Look at this. We've scrapped this guy's whole ship is right here now in the cargo hold almost. This is what you get for fucking around with fucking communists in space, I guess. Don't be a rich motherfucker. No? Simple as. Wait, it looks like there's a spot right... Oh yeah, it is. It's right there. There. Nice. Okay. Got 5, 10, 15, 20, 23. Well, I might as well go to the scrapping gun.
I'm coming back. I want to try to get as much as we can. I don't remember when the message was, but like I know we're probably running out of time.
What is the update supposed to be?
Good question. I know Port Ulster's probably gonna get nuked, especially with how often they've been talking about it. But I don't know what else it is. Apparently, it's a really big update. Like, they've been talking about this one a lot on their Twitter.
Interesting. Okay.
So, yeah. Like I said, I don't know if there's gonna be a wipe or not. It sounded like there was, but at the same time, no one's talking about it now. Man, at Port Ulster, you people are... I'm gonna be like doing the coffin dance for that fucking space station. Oh, that's you. Jesus Christ, I thought we were getting attacked again.
Nope. I was still already down here, so I figure I might as well scrap some of it too.
Yeah, might as well. Try to get as much as we can done as quickly as possible. So I want to land at Hurston. As long as this thing is like stored, I'll feel a little bit happier.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we can sell it in time.
Yeah, if we can't, at least it'll be stored. Oh, okay. That's all I can get.
You're full?
Yep.
Okay, you jump on this one then. I only filled one box.
Okay. Sounds good.
By the time you
Coming
fill
on
another
over?
one, I'll be back there.
This is... And people say salvaging isn't fun.
I love salvaging. It's
Salvaging's
great.
great. It's so much fun.
Scrapping
Especially
the shit
when
out of
you do it
people's
like this.
vehicles.
Yeah. You
Especially when
repost
you-
someone's vehicle like this.
I mean, it would have been almost more fun if we get to kill him, but it worked out.
Yeah, but I mean, he just fucking left.
Next time we should take down the comm array.
Yeah,
And then
we should.
And then we can worry even less about killing one of them right in the arm. Right, even if we're in range normally of a satellite.
Yeah, we can just kill him the moment we leave the arms to zone.
Yeah.
I was ready. I legit had my railgun out. I was ready for him to like come back down after he lifted off. So I was just gonna blast him. If
I moved that box just in time.
I was like ready. Like if the ship dies, the ship dies. At least I got him.
Yeah. Oh, I rammed into him full force with the Corsair.
It did damage. It apparently did some good damage.
I imagine, but
ship's, thing.
Now if I had to hit him full force with like my Gladius, I bet it would have killed him.
I don't know though, because remember when I had my Pisces and I went full force into your ship or into this and it didn't do any damage?
That's true, yeah. You just splattered on it like a bug.
Little Pisces didn't stand a chance.
We have we got like 25 things here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Almost 30.
We're not even, like, we're getting close to being done, but like still, honestly, we still probably have the whole bottom of the ship.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is more than we've ever gotten from a ship.
We're almost at 30. One more, we're at 30.
Oh, don't worry, that's gonna happen real quick. Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, so this is what we're gonna do from now on.
Steal
Annoy the
people's
shit out of
ships?
Hercules players. Yeah, annoy the shit out of Hercules players. Take their ship. Scrap.
I like this idea.
Because, like, I do too, because this works well. This worked way too well. And it's gonna be nicer when we don't have to worry about, like a time constraint like we're dealing with right now.
Yeah. Yeah, next time we do this, I'll take their weapons off and we can sell the weapons. Oh, wait, unless they're stock.
Oh my god, yeah.
Unless they're stock, it won't work. That's
It won't
right.
be stock. We can see if we can take them out.
We'll just
We can
take the
still
weapons
try.
off for fun then.
Yeah, worst case, if it doesn't work, we just like dump them in space.
Yeah.
There we
Okay,
go.
there's
we're at
30. How, what's the hull looking like?
I still probably have like 4 more boxes left, if not more. Well, it's lagging a little. It's still lagging a little. So we'll see how many we can get.
Look at it.
Honestly, let's not even worry about the self-destruct. Let's try to get this back to Hurston as fast as we
Oh,
can.
no.
I don't wanna-
No. If anything,
I don't wanna risk-
if anything, I say then we will not worry about the bottom.
Alright, deal. Because yeah, I don't want to risk losing.
We get a good
this-
amount of
this
money here
hull.
now with 30 fucking boxes.
Yeah, oh my fucking
I want to see
God.
this thing blow the fuck up.
Whoever left their blue Hercules with the lights on.
Yeah, like, it's got to be blown up.
I have 2 ghost white pips now on my screen. And I'm really hoping they're just ghost pips.
Right now, just scrapping it doesn't total them. They just stay there for a while. Eventually, what we'll be able to do, like in a future update they're planning, you see the big arm on the bottom of this ship? Eventually, we'll be able to grab pieces of the ship with that arm and put it into this ship and grind it up for even more metal.
And get like, yeah. I really hope they do that soon, because like I feel like everything's there and ready for it.
Everybody's waiting for that part. The
Yeah.
ship tractor beams that they're about to enter will go a long way. There's going to be ship tractor beams coming in soon. And like a big purpose of them is so that you can take big boxes, like even bigger than this, from the hangar or wherever and stack them into your ship. But you're also going to be able to use them to move ships around and stuff too.
It's gonna change the game a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, which is
Okay,
part
let
of what you
me-
can do in this ship. You'll be able to tractor beam pieces up to the claw and have the claw munch it up, and yeah, I love it. Like I say, it's a scam. It's definitely a scam in the way they market it, but like, you can buy all the ships in game. It is fun if you like space and like simulators and that kind of shit and fucking around with people.
Yeah, like this is your kind of game then.
Yeah.
Like, I know obviously, yeah, there's a lot of scam with this game, but like the whole game is not a scam.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of people like to say, that the whole game is a scam. It's like, no, it's not the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, I have fun with it. I've gotten my money's worth.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I've gotten my money's worth. I've had much. Like, this game has probably given me so many experiences that I'll remember for the rest of my life. Like, this right here is an experience I will remember for the rest of my life because of just how goofy it is.
People's
I don't get that from a
reactions,
lot of
like
games
shooting the guy in the cargo hold here.
Yeah, I'm gonna remember that one for the rest of my life.
Sean, I like stealing from rich players in space. Then, yep, you would definitely like this
there you
game,
go.
and specifically being in our organization.
We would love to add you if you'd like to join.
Yeah, whenever you are able to play, just let us know, and you're in.
I think I'm gonna get like half a box to one more box, and then we can blow this fucking thing up.
Okay, yeah, if you get one more box, actually, that would be perfect. That will put us at 35.
God damn it, I don't know if I'm gonna get it.
That will fill one whole cargo
Pressure.
section.
Pressure.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna show Sean, look. Last time, if you have someone on your ship that you didn't invite, they can't use this elevator, right?
Yeah.
Last time we were playing, we had someone sneak on our ship, right? And they came on, so we managed to coax them into this elevator by like just running around the ship, and then we press the button to send them down like this. So they go down here, like this, and this door opens, right? And of course, again, they're uninvited on the ship, they've snuck on, so they can't actually use this keypad. So we might have tried to come over here and use it, can't. Walks in here, and as soon as we walked in here, we brought the elevator back up. So then this door closes, and he's just stuck in this little compartment right here. There's no way in or out, you're just stuck here like this.
There's no fucking way. Not only have I gotten one box, I'm almost at a second box from just picking off like the little bits on the sides. There's no way.
And then after he was down here, we're like trying to decide what the hell we're gonna do with him.
Yeah, do we kill him? Do we not
Do
kill
we put him to work? Do we make him work for us? And we had comrades watching in chat, and they were like, "Oh, you know what it's called when you capture someone and put them to work, don't you?" And we're like, "No, we're not gonna do a slavery. We're not doing any slavery here."
Pay him. I did it. I got an extra box. All right, let's get this thing blown up.
All right.
I like to go above and beyond.
So we're like, yeah, we're not doing a
extra box
slavery.
in.
So instead, what we're gonna do is send Cherry down, and he's gonna shoot him in the head. So before Cherry goes down the elevator, he's like, "Do you have anything that you want to lose?" And Buddy's like, "No, why? Are we being attacked by another player or something?" We're like, "We're not."
Just think of the rapids, George.
Then Cherry just comes down the elevator, pops him in the head.
You just hear bang, 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 bang.
Pop, pop.
Why are we moving?
I actually saved it as a highlight on the channel.
Yeah, please look at it because it's really funny.
It is pretty hilarious. Yeah, it is like one of the only highlights. I think I got 2 highlights on the channel, and that's one of them. Okay.
Are you out in space?
Yep, I'm on my way to the Hercules. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Don't move yet. That's how I die.
Please no move.
Okay, okay, I think I'm clear now. You can back up now.
It's gonna turn around. Beep, beep.
Okay, here's the Hercules. Here we go, comrades. Look at the inside of it. It's all smoky.
Oh, how's it look?
It's all smoky and black in here. Look.
Dude, I'm sure it'll fly fine.
There's like a thick carpet of black smoke on the ceiling of the ship.
Oh, I'm sure it still flies.
I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. All right, here we go.
It'll be great. Oh, how far do you want me to put the ship?
Just far enough.
It's,
you know, when it looks good, I'm sure you're good. It's not gonna blow up that big of a radius. You're probably good there.
These ships have a big radius.
Okay,
Oh, I see
ship's
all the
on.
lights lighting up.
Okay, quiet. I gotta listen for a sec. Okay, okay. Self-destruct is on. I'm getting out.
Just gonna keep moving sideways. Keep moving sideways.
Why did they make so many?
You should have taken the stub fighter.
Oh no, the doors are fucking closed!
Oh shit! Are you stuck?
Yep. Oh god! Oh god! The elevator won't work. Oh shit!
Oh shit, can I not access my fucking map? Oh Jesus Christ. Hold on. So I was gonna try to land at Hurston then. I can't access my map!
Oh god! Oh god!
Yeah, my hollow thing doesn't work. There it goes. So bad news, my hollow thing no longer works. So you might have to fly out of here.
Oh my god, what?
Yeah, my hollow thing doesn't work.
What do you mean your
let me
hollow
see.
thing?
The like mapping and everything. I can't look at the stuff.
The Moby glass?
Yeah, the Moby glass. Can I can't even use the whatchamacallit because I'm stuck on this dude's fucking thing.
What do you mean?
I can't change what location to go to because I'm stuck looking at this guy's previous thing.
Really?
The game glitched out for me. Yeah.
Oh shit.
The game is so fucking glitched. Oh shit.
You can't fly the ship?
I can try to fly it, but I can't warp.
Oh fuck. Well, that sucks.
Shit. Oh my god.
You can't warp. Try getting out of the seat and back in, maybe, or something.
I tried. Nothing's working.
Oh my god.
Try to fly to me as fast as you can.
Oh my god. Of course.
Of course, it can't go right. This game cannot go right. It has to be
Put this on
fucking
the
glitchy.
ground. Okay, I'm on the way. Jesus Christ. Oh my.
This guy's revenge. This guy's revenge was literally just like me not being able to do shit anymore because my Moby glass is glitched.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Why is your Moby glass glitched?
I don't know.
Fix it, Dallas. Fix it.
None of the buttons work. I literally cannot get into any of the Moby glass buttons.
That is no.
Can I let me check the controls, make sure it's not fucked. Where's Moby?
Try pressing a different one, like F11 or something.
None of them work. I've just tried pressing all of them.
God, this is ridiculous. This game hates us. This game actively hates us and works against us.
This game is so broken. Yeah, Moby glass is still F1.
We pirated that guy fair and square, okay? There's no reason to punish us for our actions.
Exactly. He literally gave us a ship.
He said stuff that sounded like he was giving us the ship.
Yeah, it was close enough.
Damn it. God damn it, Dallas. Every time.
Legit just gonna be James from Fallout 3. Run.
Gonna have to fucking fly this thing back real fast into port here.
Yep.
Why did you let me blow up that ship?
I told you not to.
You should have been like, I'll blow up the ship. That's what should have happened.
I probably should have. I have enough shit that I could probably do it. I could have just dropped all my shit in here and said, alright, let me go.
Could have just, well, I guess shooting it, we might have got a crime stat. Although I already do have a crime stat, so.
Yeah,
I
but if you
feel.
have more crime staff, we wouldn't be able to land this thing.
True, true.
So, yeah, we don't want more crime stats.
Okay, I got a ship. I'm on the way. Just gonna bring this
Quick!
back and sell it before they turn off the servers, I guess. For some reason that's happening.
They're just doing an update, so we'd have to go back, update it, and then try to get back in. So
The
I'm
one-
hoping if we at least...
Have to make
we
supper
at least-
anyway. But, of course, the one time we're fucking up to something
Yeah, right?
is the
That's
one
where
time they
fucking
happen to be
update happened.
uploading it and we have a limited amount of time. Like, what the fuck? Are you just doing
Yeah,
this for
right?
suspenseful reasons?
They fucking knew. They fucking knew. Oh my god. My
Oh,
other
good. I
computer
can't
has the
remember
update
how to get into
option.
the ship. I'm
That's
sure
the thing,
that's
like-
gonna be good for us.
It's literally like they have the other servers up and running, so... Oh, fuck.
Okay, I'm in.
You're in? You're in the ship?
No, oh god, no, I'm not even close
I
to
was gonna
that.
say, I was like, I still see you 53,000 kilometers away.
That's because I am. Definitely.
I at least see you again. I didn't have that before.
Okay, come on, open up these
slamming-
doors, open up
I
these
am
doors.
slamming the Moby Glass buttons, please.
Okay, I'm out. I'm on my way.
They're saying the test server felt amazing.
The test server.
Maybe we'll have some luck with this update.
We'll see.
To be fair, this game is running better than it did before. Remember when
Yeah,
there was,
well,
like,
you
shit
strapped
all
that
over the
ship
fucking
pretty
place?
successfully, so...
Yeah, remember there was shit all over the place and the game lagged?
Yeah.
I was looking at their tweets and they kind of admitted it was a mistake to put it in.
The way they did, yeah.
They worded it in a way where we had a lot of growing pains with persistence, and we've heard your concerns about it.
Imagine thinking though, look, just like think about how like, just the complete ridiculousness of the thinking. Like, how do you think that having all kinds of just random shit everywhere, like it just
gonna, like,
entities
go on your
from all
servers?
over, isn't gonna affect the game somehow negatively?
Yeah, it's like you're already put so much stress on your servers already that the game barely runs. Why would you do more?
Yeah, right? Hey man,
Like,
maple
come
syrup,
on.
welcome comrade. This is quite fun actually.
It's a lot of fun. We do love this game. We actually do love this game. We just like to bitch about it.
I mean, we
bitch
were
about
just
it
saying,
a
like,
lot.
sure, the business practices and everything are crap, but there is a lot of fun to be had, especially if you do the right thing and only buy, like, the cheapest one game package, and all the rest of the games, make sure you buy them in the game. Don't fall for the FOMO tactics and shit.
Like, just be smart about it. Don't open up your wallet. Don't give them mommy and daddy's credit card. You'll be fine.
Don't buy extra ships.
Yeah.
That's
You
the
get
key to
closer.
enjoying this game.
Yeah. Don't be like me who spent money on this game. I 100% spent money on this game.
I
and
got
you know
lucky
what?
and won a big ship.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you got a free ship. I spent money to get a nice fighter, and it's a really nice fighter.
Okay, next jump I should be on the same side of the planet as you.
Okay, cool. Oh man, we're really
Alright,
we're racing
yeah.
against time right now.
Yep, well, it wouldn't be the first time now, would it?
Nope.
I'm only 92 clicks away now.
Back when I owned all the ships I could buy with AUC. Oh man, wouldn't that be nice? Having ships even cheaper again.
Yeah,
Oh, you started the QT to my current location?
I'm here.
Come on, get in!
I'm on
What
my
ship did
way.
you bring with you?
Here I come. Wait till you see this ship we got, Mad Maple Syrup.
Everyone's bitching about persistence in the fucking chat. Have fun for the next 18 minutes.
Yeah, don't buy ships, steal them from others, yeah.
Yeah, steal the ships from other people.
890 jump, I've always wanted a nice boat. Ruja's hand trembling for credit card.
Mommy's and daddy's credit card says yes.
Someone wants me to buy this ship. I don't know who, but someone does.
It's really funny seeing like when people do ship shows on here. People always bring their 890 jumps.
Look
like,
on the
see,
ship
like,
though, Mad Maple Syrup. Look on our ship. I guess you'll see it better when I get out here. Wait.
Yeah. There'll be like 5 890 jumps there, and you're like, dog, you all spent like 1K on this game. Like,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
Well, to make the concierge or whatever, you have to spend at least 1K, and then it opens up secret ship sales that you don't see until you spend $1,000 on the game. Like one game package that has a bunch of the ships for $40,000.
Yeah, fuck that.
Got the Juche Gang ship here.
I will say though, people try to base this entire game around that bullshit and like claim that it's an awful game because of that. And it's like, no, don't look at that and say this is awful just because of that.
Yeah.
Like, just actually play the game. It's free to play. Not free to play.
Free to play sometimes.
Yeah. $40. Hey, you're in.
I'm in the ship.
They're all crying about Port Olisar. Thank fucking God it's gone. Bah humbug.
Exactly, Sean. It's dumb and not worth spending real money on when stealing ships is more useful and fun. 100%.
You can use that money for much better things. I'm literally probably going to drop, like, the amount of money on a purchase this Friday that, you know, probably like 500, 600 bucks. And it's like, you could either spend that on a Star Citizenship or on a really real nice purchase.
Yeah.
Don't do it on a Star Citizenship. Do it on a real purchase. Buy something nice.
Alright, I'm here.
Alright. Get us the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and set course to Hurston, so I'm not...
Oh, is someone's fucking doing Grimhaven!
Well...
Who's fucking doing... Please tell me it's working for you.
Yeah, it is. I'm just trying to get to,
Oh, thank God.
Okay, setting a route to Hurston, here we go.
Who the fuck is doing Grimhaven in the last 20 minutes of the fucking server?
Someone who's too scared to do it otherwise, maybe?
I guess. I imagine there's not a lot of people on right now for the server.
Okay. Of course it sets us a really fucked up route. Here the route then. I'll have to go find an OM I can...
Oh shit.
Why can't we jump to any of the OMs? There we go. This one I can.
There we go.
Okay,
Perfect.
strap in, comrades. We gotta come in hot and fast, because apparently we're on a time limit.
Oh yeah, and we're running out of time. We gotta move. Can the ship spool any faster?
Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll just get the factory going fast here.
Yeah, right. Put it into overdrive.
Fucking thing is like giant. Turn off the headlights.
I didn't need my railgun.
Hey, you could have needed the railgun.
I could have used a railgun. There was literally one point where he was out of the armistice zone for like 3 seconds, and I was so tempted to just fucking fire it.
Not only did they not get any of the fun experiences, Mad Maple Syrup, but they were literally the victim of us pirating them.
Yeah, right. They were the victim.
And they were very upset about it, because I landed my ship on top of him, so when he tried to take off, his ship was all screwy and like wasn't taking off properly.
He was cursing me out. It was funny. It was so bad.
He was moaning and groaning and going on, so I pulled the ship back and then rammed him as hard as I could, killing myself and almost obliterating his ship too.
My favorite was him saying, "You guys aren't very good at this, are you?" I don't know, man. We succeeded. We won.
Yeah, well, he logged out of frustration, so then Cherry just pulled his ship into space, and then we scrapped it for money.
I jumped in the pilot seat. It's like, go ahead, fly it, see what happens. Go ahead. I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna sit here in the pilot seat so you can't do anything. Just gonna annoy the shit out of you.
So then we scrapped it, and now, by the way, so this big ship that I'm flying right now, that's what this ship does. It's for scrapping other ships. We scrapped his hull, and now it's sitting in the cargo hold of this ship, which we're now taking down to the surface to sell.
This might get us enough money to, like, start actually considering buying a Hercules again.
All in all, it was a successful pirate and Juche mission together.
Oh god, yeah. Honestly though, do we need the Hercules? I mean, it's fun,
No.
don't get me wrong, but
No.
like, we're not gonna use it much.
No, who are we gonna bomb, honestly?
I mean, like, maybe if we do, Junktown, but like, even then.
Yeah. No.
We're pretty conservative when it comes to shooting people in the face.
Yeah, people are gonna
Surprisingly.
We are gonna need a whole fleet. A low-key want a future as a Juche space pirate, not gonna lie. Well, you know, if you ever do one day, again, if anybody ever does one day play this, hit us up and you're in the organization.
My DMs are always open on Twitter. If I respond or not, I don't know. But like, if you say Star Citizen, I'll make sure to respond to you immediately, or the best I can.
All right, we're going in, Jerry.
All right, let's get this shit in here. I'm ready. My body is ready. But yeah, if you message Star Citizen, we can give you, either one of us can give you a referral code. They'll also give you, what, 5K extra money?
Yeah, and the best thing to do is to start when there's a free fly, so you can try it out, make sure it runs good for you and everything like that.
Yeah, look up when the next free fly is. I think they just had one right before Pirate Week. They have them pretty often, honestly, so...
Yeah, try free
right
fly.
now,
If you like it, then you can get the cheapest ship, and boom, you'll be in the org. And if you want to borrow one of our ships for a session, we can help you with that or whatever.
We'll spawn it in for you and say, all right, have fun.
Okay, I'm turning on VTOL now.
I was gonna say, they're a big event. They always have a huge event where it's like a week or two of free fly, and it flopped this year because they added persistence. That thing they shouldn't have added.
Yeah, it's
so they've been pretty desperate lately with doing free fly events. They've been adding a lot of them in. So I definitely recommend, if you like what you see on screen and you're like convinced you'll play this game a lot, then go ahead and get it. But if you're still like on the fence, wait for a free fly.
Yeah, free fly is a good idea.
Especially though, make sure your computer can run it before you spend money too. I had a friend that bought this game. They couldn't run it because their computer wasn't good enough, and they didn't wait for a free fly. So that was like money down the drain for them.
It's so fucking foggy. Like, what am I passing over here? Is that the big tower?
That's Hurston Tower. Yeah, that's Hurston Tower.
Okay, that's weird. We're not getting impounded then.
Oh
yeah, now we are. Fuck off.
Uh-oh. Afterburner time.
Come on, come on.
I worked really hard for this.
There we go. I got out of it. I got out.
It would be fun to do some transport missions to Caterpillar. That would be kind of fun.
Yeah, I do like transport missions. Hoping with my next check I can get a good enough PC that I can rent to own so I can play this. Yeah, Sean, if you do, hook us, let us know. And of course, you know, you're an honorary Red Ribbons member. You'll be higher than private when you join.
Our arms are always open for new players.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. We'll share all the org funds with you and everything else.
You name it, or you want it, you tell us.
Okay, now bringing this thing in is a bit of a struggle.
Oh my god, watch out for the Tisa Spaceport sign.
Yeah, it's right below me. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, we're about to hit it, I think.
Nah, I'm over top of it.
Oh, just barely.
We're good, we're good. It's all good, it's all good.
We're fine, we're fine.
Okay, now I just gotta bring this beast down. Which chamber is
we
mine?
just gotta
right
land
here.
this and store it. If we can just store it, that's what matters to me.
Well, as soon as we store it, I'm running for the store.
That's fine, but like if it's stored, hopefully that means we'll still have everything. God, they put you in the fucking same spot I was, with the goddamn crane in the way.
Yeah, I got it like that. Sean, I'm gonna name my ship the USS Kildabor.
There are only certain ships that can be named, unfortunately. I will say that. You can find the list. I unfortunately
But
did
I mean,
spend money to get a
you
ship
can
back
say
to
your
me.
ship is named whatever the hell you want.
Oh yeah, you can
But
say
yeah,
it.
yeah, only a few let you name it. Again, I was lucky enough to win this one, so this is the Juche Gang ship, basically. And by the way,
I did splurge.
at least 5 of us can work on this ship.
Oh yeah.
I would say even
There's a
more
lot of
probably
room
could
for
still
this.
work and be effective. Okay,
Go, that's the landing. That's
we're down.
Another happy landing.
Exactly. That's what Cherry did with his ship. He just says it's named something with his previous ones.
I do have one ship that is named something.
Oh, the Star Runner?
Yeah, the Star Runner actually does have a name.
Okay, let's go to the
Go,
back
go, go,
elevator.
go.
This will be faster to get us both out. Come up.
True. Let's go. I gotta try to drink this drink while I'm doing this.
Why,
Cherry,
you're thirsty?
I'm thirsty.
You're thirsty? Oh shit.
I'm thirsty. I'm very thirsty.
Okay, back elevator, quick.
Ah! Run with the water, run with the water.
Run for the back
Why is this
elevator.
going on? Ah! Open!
I like the Sean. You sound like that. Sounds like you'll be a perfect addition to our fleet then. Prefer to be a chaotic little gremlin guy in a Corvette or frigate type ship that runs around popping people in the ass and annoying them with everyone else rubs and blind. Yep. That's perfect.
We can do that easy. Honestly, you might be the guy that would love to like try to sneak onto a ship and like wait in someone's bed for them to get out of the armistice zone.
Yeah. You hide on their ship, and then as soon as they get out of the armistice zone, you fucking kill them or whatever.
Yeah, that's a big strat.
And then we take their ship.
Scrap it.
Also, boarding ships and taking like a hammerhead, using it against a bunch of people would be fun too.
Oh my god, yeah.
Just a giant gunship.
It would be so much fun. I would love it. Maybe we should get a hammerhead.
I also always pick the stealth class in any game where it's available. All of this sounds fun. Yes.
It'd be great. You would love this. You would absolutely. Why is this elevator not coming?
Here it is.
Maybe we should. We can literally buy a hammerhead in game. They're not like the most expensive ship in the world. We can literally buy one here.
Okay, well we could go for that as a ship then.
That would be fun.
That could be our first ship.
Yeah, that could be a lot of fun.
Because the hammerhead gives us like a whole bunch of turrets. We get enough gunners.
I know I'm getting to the point where like I'm almost at the hammerhead level for bounties, so like we could literally do hammerhead on hammerhead action.
That would be fun.
That would be great.
Okay, reclaimer stored. I'm running for
God. Okay. Yeah, let's go. It's the fact that stored just like calms me down so much.
It should be good now. Yeah, now we just need to go. Now if we can get the funds, that'll be even better.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Sorry, I'm running, but I'm slower because I have heavy armor on.
Yep. It does make a difference.
I was 100% ready to like slaughter people. We just ended up being lucky.
Hurry up!
Go!
Hurry up!
If it leaves without me, it leaves without me. Ah, we're good.
I'll salute you.
Oh my god.
That was good running.
Thank you. I need to set up my emotes again. We'll do that in the next update.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
I should be standing at ease now. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Next stop, Central Station.
I gotta get this cop uniform off. I hate it so much. It's so against everything I wear.
What's funny too, Sean, is if you're not in an armistice zone, you can literally break into people's ships by just hurting their door enough.
Oh yeah, you can shoot the door enough to break into their ship.
It
There's
just
also, I
opens.
think, other tactics. Yeah. We've done it before. We've done it a bunch of times, actually.
Yeah, oh yeah, we've shot some doors open.
There was a caterpillar. I remember the fucking caterpillar that was like on the worst spot ever, and you couldn't get in, and you blew yourself up from it, and then got like 3 crime stats.
Yeah, 3.
It was like 3 at once. And we were like, dog, what? We were trying to make sense of it all. This is the funniest thing in the world. This game has some great moments.
Oh my God.
That's the thing. Here's what I'll say about Star Citizen. There's like 2 kinds of games with great moments. There's like a game like Rainbow Six Siege, which is a fucking horrible game, but has great moments. And then there's Star Citizen, where it's like, it's an average game, but the great moments really do keep you going.
Yeah.
And
I
like,
mean,
you
there
can
is,
make a
yeah,
lot of great moments.
there's particular unique experiences you can have that it's true that they don't exist in any other game, which is where it's fun.
Yeah. And it's really not that hard to have these great experiences. Like, if you just look at chat, there's usually something going on.
It's also usually pretty toxic, but yeah, there's a chat right here.
Oh, it's absolutely toxic. You just gotta embrace toxicity.
But you can also watch
talk
chat
about it.
and figure out people to pirate as well.
Yeah, a lot of times people are stupid enough to say, hey, I'm at this base, what do I do? And you go, oh, really? What,
One
yeah,
of the best experiences I had was when I had a bomber and I saw people in chat organizing a ship meet at the river. And at the river, there's no protection or anything, so I just jumped in my big giant bomber, flew to the river, and bombed this whole ship meet where, like, a whole bunch of these people who spent thousands of dollars on ships were meeting. I fucking killed them all in one bomb. It was fantastic.
It's the best thing ever.
There we go, I just made $200,000.
Oh, you made 200,000? Only
Yeah.
over 35?
Yep, $200,000. I now have 983,000, almost $1 million.
Oh, shit. I would tell you how much I have, but I can't. Maybe the update's gonna do a lot of good stuff.
We almost got 100 grand from that.
That's not bad. Honestly, I'm curious to see. Let's try to get back to the Hammerhead before the game closes.
Okay, yeah, we'll try and see the Hammerhead.
Hopefully, like I said, hopefully this all fucking saves. If this doesn't save, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna actually shed tears.
Yeah. John, if you can see this Hammerhead, this will be like this. We could use this as one of our pirate bases, basically.
Oh, it's such a nice ship. It's beautiful.
I mean, in addition to that Corsair too, because the Corsair does make a good pirate ship.
The Corsair is great. Here's the thing. I critique a lot of ship designs. This game has probably some of my favorite. What the fuck is happening here? This game probably has some of my favorite ship designs of any like sci-fi. These ship designs are really well made.
Yeah, and each brand feels like a different sci-fi universe almost.
Like every single one feels like every corporation makes a different ship, and they all are very unique from each other.
Yeah.
The
Drakes are like the pirate-looking ones.
They're pirate, rugged. They're they're not made to be fancy. They're made to just live in.
And the inside looks like that. You see like the ventilation running everywhere, the wires running everywhere. It's perfect.
There's a luxury ship brand where it really is luxury.
Yeah, which
it's great.
If you follow us, if you catch us in a future episode, whoa!
Oh, we're good.
Did the train just spin around in like a circle? Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. I remember someone was talking about one time where their train literally derailed. They had to wait for the train to put itself back on the tracks.
Yeah, I agree, Sean. They were supposed to put in hex codes, but I guess they started making too much money from the ship paint, so...
Wait, am I back to being... Oh my god, my skin color's back. I have a bad haircut, but my skin color's back.
Really? You still look like you're kinda in a bad way to me. Trying to be someone you're not.
Oh no, on my screen I'm right. Contract available, we need to talk. Yeah, so...
You're better than you were. You're better than you were.
Yeah, I went to jail one time, and this game changed my skin color. You can probably imagine how, how offended I was from that.
Let's just say that he made his skin color probably about what it is in real life, and went to jail, and they changed it.
It was very offensive. I was just like, dog, you gotta be kidding me with this.
That's not a bug that is acceptable to have.
Yeah, like that's a not okay bug. Like that should have been fixed.
Someone needs to do something about that. That's fucking really, really bad.
the moment someone says this bug exists, that should have been like the team on full fucking panic mode fixing it.
Seriously. Yeah,
It's
so
like,
here's the
oh,
hammerhead
God.
right here.
It's beautiful. Let's see how much it is. I'm gonna you show it off. I'm gonna look at the price.
It's 7 million, I think.
Just a million?
7 million.
7. Fuck me.
I can see it right from here. Oh no, 12 million. Sorry.
Oh shit! It is 12 million. 12 and a half million.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I have 750,000.
Well, we better get saving then, huh?
Oh man. We could get a Phoenix. That's luxury.
Yeah, look at this thing though. You come in here.
That's 5 mil.
Yeah, this thing is big. You come up here, this is the, there's one of the turrets right here, and there's one of these on each wing, so there's 4, 2 on each side.
Wait, no, we were gonna get a, it was an Aegis. Was it the Vitalitator or the, what was it?
I don't remember now.
We were looking at that one because it's like a nice combat ship that's big and roomy.
Oh yeah, what one was that we were looking at?
What was that one? That one was really nice.
Wait,
we could also just get a bunch of tanks. Oh,
this
right,
is
we were gonna get the Hercules so we can travel around in our tank.
This is the cockpit here. Yeah, I want to say we still go for one of the something like this or something.
Yeah, honestly, the oh shit, let me get out of this.
I love how the
That would be a
cockpit's
lot of
looking.
fun. The
Yeah,
Hammerhead would be a lot of fun. Even the Phoenix would be nice though, because that is like pure luxury in the best way possible.
That's the one right there across the way.
Yeah, the Constellation's like kind of shitty, but it's also the Phoenix is such a nice ship that I would love to have that.
I still say we go for the Hammerhead or something first.
Yeah, let's go for the Hammerhead. That's only 2 mil more.
Because we
So
got
it's
the
like
we got the Corsair, we got, you know.
Yeah, we might as well. Oh god, the Phoenix is so nice. This
Oh, yeah,
ship
this
is so beautiful.
That's the dock and collar door.
I was really hoping that like if we get a clan going for real and like we decide we need to have talks with other clans, we just bring up a Phoenix.
Yeah.
Tell them get on, and then this is where we have our fucking talks.
See, then when you come in here, this is like, here's like the captain's room here. Bedroom. Sort of similar to mine actually, because it's the same make.
Yeah.
It's the same make as my scrapping ship. It's just like a newer ship or something.
It's really funny because yeah, the Reclaimer does not feel like an Aegis ship in the slightest. That's the only one that feels off from the company. But that
Until
being
you
said,
go
it's
to
still
the like
amazing.
crew room or the captain's room, and then the beds and stuff do look Aegis.
Yeah, I even I should get a Phoenix. I'm still thinking about getting a Phoenix at one point because this ship is really fucking nice. I
Right,
have
you
the
can
warship
talk with them while I
version.
go steal the copper wiring out of their ships. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. I had a Connie before. I had the war version.
We use
like a battleship version, and it was okay. We actually got blown up by one time.
Yeah, that was the last time we played.
Yeah, we got blown up by one. It's
Yeah,
it's
we got a
very
little
competent
cocky.
ship. Yeah, it's a very competent ship. The problem is like it's just the fucking gas on it. You
Okay, look.
go through gasoline on this thing so fucking quickly that it's not even funny. Like
You look
you'll
at the
be out
back
of
of this
gas
one,
in, like,
Sean.
10 minutes.
There's like there's one room, there's another room I think right here that's about the same look. Yeah, see another room right here. Little fish tank, isn't that nice?
It's a really nice ship. The Connies are.
And then you get like some
It's-
seating here.
There's supposed to be a jacuzzi in there at some point.
Oh yeah, it's fancy.
One day.
There's the bar. And it's got like a nice like skylight. This is where you bring them to make them think that you're doing business with them.
Yep.
Here's where
And
the
that's
hot
when you
tub
start
will
scrapping
be
your
one
ship.
day, supposedly.
Yeah, that's the plan at one point.
And then back here, this is like a fighter that you can launch off of the ship. So you just
cool.
get down inside of this like this, boom, and then you can launch this out if you're being attacked.
It's really cool. It is really cool. The Connie class is awesome.
Yeah, I do like the look of them, honestly, but
yeah, it's frustrating because this is one of their first ships they added to the game, and you can definitely feel it. It definitely feels like a first ship. It needs an update. It doesn't need like a whatchamacallit update, like a looks update or anything. It just needs like the fuel needs to be fixed. Maybe some of the weapon issues need to be fixed. Like there's things about it that clearly need to be fixed. It just hasn't had the love.
like a it's like a one-way window here. Yeah, this is a fancy ship.
It's nice. We ended up flying this during the one free fly event.
The cargo
It was
is
for
right
free.
here.
Yeah, it has a very small cargo hold, and that's fine.
There's got to be stealth ships that let you avoid their radars, right? Yes, you can do that.
There is. Aegis makes 2 of them. Anvil makes 1, but it's not as good as the Aegis ships. I fly an Anvil fighter.
And they're supposed to be improving the stealth mechanics too, of course.
Yeah. There's one that looks like an F-117 Nighthawk that has like torpedoes. So if you're fighting against like a hammerhead, you can easily take it out with these torpedoes.
And I
Like,
mean,
it really wouldn't take much.
and Sean, we can also like stealth people too on foot. Like we know, for example, where pirates or other people have to go to clear their bounties, and you can technically like meet them there and come out and surprise them and take them out, and
There are
potentially get
silencers
money
for
for
this
their
game.
bounties.
Yeah. There are silencers for this game. Like any of the ballistic weapons have silencers, so you can use those also to your advantage.
Is this the one with the back?
It is, but like the back doesn't work. The back doesn't work on any of the Mustangs.
Really?
I mean, like you can sleep in it, but if you want to do like cargo, the back doesn't work.
Oh yeah, no,
Still.
I know, because you can't get in here with the box.
Yeah. It's
You gotta like
supposed to
get
have
in
a
here
cargo
like this,
bay.
and then there's a
Cargo bay
way to
doesn't
like
work.
get to the back of the ship.
Yeah, that one should
There it
have
is.
a back. I
Yeah, it's right
think.
here. Here it is. This is
Yeah.
one of the cheaper ships you can get too.
The Mustangs.
But
Just getting the Titan. Just get the Titan. If you're
Yeah,
gonna
you're
get
better
this
off
game,
getting the Titan. Yeah.
It's $60, but I swear it's worth it. The Titan has everything. It's the best to learn and get your like footing. It can do everything. It can do combat. It can do cargo. You can sleep in it, so you can like save wherever you want. It's good at everything.
And then oh yeah, and then there's this one in here.
Oh yeah, the racing ship over here.
Well, this is your cheapest ship right here.
Oh, the Aurora, yeah. I have a lot
This
to say about the Aurora, but it's nothing good.
This is your absolute cheapest ship right here, basically.
I don't have anything nice to say about it, so I won't say it.
You get on, you can scoot your way up to the cockpit here, and then you got a little bed compartment right there. That's it. That's the tour.
Yeah, it's not very good at really anything.
And then this thing's just like a two-seater car.
Oh yeah. Origin makes them really good. Origin makes the luxury ships, and they actually fly really well.
Sean, that's such a sad little ship. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Don't get it. it's actually like just awful.
Yeah, you
It's
might,
not fun.
If you do, yeah. I mean, the Titan is probably the best beginner ship, the best starting
Yeah.
ship. And then this is your mining
Titan-
ship right here. This can
It's a
mine
little ugly,
rocks.
but that's fine.
What?
It's a little ugly, but it's fine.
We should get. That's what we should get almost. Is the
You wanna
three-person mining ship.
We should try mining out. I remember I tried it before in prison. And it was like, but like now that I actually probably know how to do it, we could try it and see how it goes.
I think we should. I think we should go for because that's only 5 million. I think. Wait, let me just see. It's here.
At the same time, though, Hammerhead.
Yeah, yeah. But mining could be fun. But yeah, Hammerhead,
Mining
you're
could
right.
be fun, but like Hammerhead, blow stuff up.
No, you're right. The Hammerhead. Lots
Boom,
of
boom,
lots of
bang.
ammo. Here it is,
People
right here. It's
die.
5 million. Yeah.
Yeah, no. We should
3
get a
people can
small
mine at
mining
once
pit.
with it, though.
We should try mining, but we should do like small scale mining.
Well, small scale mining sucks. This is where you want to
Yeah,
mine
but,
with
like,
this thing. Trust me.
Maybe like a vehicle though. We can buy like a car that mines.
Now, fuck that. That's not fun either. You want this.
Yeah, I just don't want to spend 5 mil for something we might hate.
Yeah, the Titan is probably the best beginner ship because again, you can carry some cargo. It's good for dogfighting. It's good for trying out each of the different game loops. Really.
It's a competent ship in everything. It may not be the best, but it's competent.
Exactly.
You can do everything. I've seen people main the Titan for even dogfighting, and once they get really good at it, like they do pretty well.
All right. Well,
Right.
we're gonna raid Seb's.
We're gonna raid Seb's.
Yep. Seb's raided me today, and I'm gonna get him back.
Yeah, get him back. Fuck him. I gotta click the update on this game. Oh man, here we go.
And then, so next time we play, we'll get up to some more shenanigans. Oh wait.
Oh god,
whoops.
yeah. We're gonna have to play again soon.
Get in, losers. We're
Tomorrow
going
I'm
raiding. That's right. And
yeah.
And by the way, tomorrow, I'm just gonna be winging it for a while. Who knows with what? Probably like a Lushaba talk or something like this. As you know, we love Comrade Lushaba on here. And then on Thursday, I will be back doing some more theory reading. And whenever Dallas feels like playing more Star Citizen, we'll do more of that as well.
It'll probably be Thursday, if not late tomorrow, because I always forget how much fun this game is. I really do.
Right? And then you come back to it and it's like, dang, this game is fun.
Yeah, right?
Thank you, by the way, everyone today who joined me for the reading. It was amazing. I can't believe how many people stuck around and listened to me read for so many hours. That's awesome. You make an old comrade feel good. And all the support and everything else means an absolute ton to me. Yeah, come join me tomorrow for politics. And, well, Dallas and me again for some Star Citizen in the near future.
Hell yeah.
Bye, everybody.
We'll be ready. Goodbye, everyone. Have a good night. We'll see you next time.
We love you, comrades. We love you.
Goodbye.
Red salute.
We love you. Why is that trending? What?
Okay.
Oh my
And
god.
we